from the CSI Baseball Complex on the campus of the College of Staten Island. CSI Sportsnet presents exclusive NCAA Division II baseball coverage. Today's matchup features the Spartans of St. Thomas Aquinas College taking on the College of Staten Island Dolphins. Good afternoon, everybody. This is Joe Foreman, joined by David Pizzuto. We'll be bringing you all of the action live from behind home plate during today's doubleheader. And we are proud to welcome you onto the ECC network for today's conference doubleheader. And Dave, the Dolphins come in having had a very up and down week, a thrilling win on Monday, and a very disappointing loss on Wednesday. They hope to close the week on a much higher note today.
Yeah, definitely, Joe. Can you hear me okay? Sorry. This Monday we got treated to a real good one between CSI and the University of Bridgeport. It was the final game of that set. Yeah, Joe. Okay, so after some technical difficulties, sorry, it seemed like my mic was muted. But yeah, it was an up and down week for the Dolphins. You mentioned that thrilling game over Bridgeport to salvage the 3-game series there after a couple of tough losses over the weekend. As thrilling as that one was, though, they got into a huge hole against Dominican on Wednesday and obviously could never resurrect themselves from it. There was a game where they walked, I think, 12 batters. They hit three more or four more actually in that game. Ton of runs yielded, and Dolphins were using that sort of like a casting call for their pitchers, kind of like a bullpen session only with live bats. And, they were handed a pretty one-sided loss, 21-7. And now they get back to conference play, and they want to have a good showing here for their home doubleheader against Stack, a team that's been idle for a long time, Joe.
They certainly have been idle for quite some time, and you said it, Dave, the other day for the Dolphins, 13 walks and 4 hit batters. But there were some positives to take out of the Dolphins lineup. A 2-for-5 day for Dominic Castiglione, 3-for-4 for Angel Santiago, 4-for-4 for Thomas Martin. So still some positive performances to take for the Dolphins at the plate. And for the College of Staten Island, their bats have been getting increasingly hot over the course of this season. They've swung the bat much better in their last few games than they did in the opening season series against Molloy College. But you mentioned the St. Thomas Aquinas College Spartans coming in, having not played in quite some time. Their last game was on March 20th. So the Spartans come in having not played in nearly 2 weeks, actually more than 2 weeks. So we'll see if that has any impact on them. It certainly didn't have much of an impact on the Chargers on Wednesday.
Yeah, 20 days St. Thomas Aquinas has been off or idle since coming into this game, and they come in with a record of 6-0, as you see on their screen, and their 6 wins, 4 against Felician, 2 against Adelphi, one of the preseason favorites in the Northeast, and Stack comes in actually as the third-ranked team in the Northeast region according to the NCBWA, and 27th in the nation. They're in the other receiving votes category, so they're looking to pick up where they left off. And you mentioned the CSI bats. They'll be the test for Stack today. After that first weekend series against Molloy, Joe, they were batting in the upper 190s, low 200s. Now they've gotten their batting average up to 291 as a team. So the Dolphins are getting it done at the plate. They're manufacturing runs. They're getting some runs via the long ball. We've seen Louis Mandil go deep, Shendi Ulaj, Thomas Joyce, who's actually pitching today. And you mentioned Dom Castiglione, that 2-for-5 performance on Wednesday included a 3-run shot that he hit here. So the Dolphins are getting it via the long ball, but they're getting timely hitting with runners on base as well. So they're putting up the runs. The question is, can their defense hold this Stack team in stride? Stack themselves batting .343 as a team. Again, a small subject size, only the 6 games, but still they have a really powerful lineup, and they too, Joe, bring a really good pitching staff to today's game, the same way Dominican did on Wednesday.
They certainly do, and they come in with an ERA of an even 3. And taking a look down the line for them in those pitching numbers, as you mentioned, very strong numbers for St. Thomas Aquinas College. As I just mentioned, the 3 ERA. And taking a look at today's starter, Angelo Baez, he comes in having thrown only 7 innings. And taking another look down the line for this pitching staff of the Spartans, nobody has appeared in more than 2 games. So they've really spread out the usage of their pitching. As I mentioned the other day, the Dolphins getting what I think is a record number of pitchers into that game. I think CSI used 10 pitchers. Yep. It was 10 on Wednesday against the Chargers. That seemed to be the plan, with each of those pitchers going about an inning in that game. For St. Thomas Aquinas College, the starter in today's game, Angelo Baez, comes in having thrown 7 innings in his 1 appearance. It was a start. He picked up the win for the undefeated Spartans. In those 7 innings pitched, he allowed 8 hits, 6 runs, 3 of those earned, walked 2, and struck out 5. And as you mentioned, he will have the task of slowing down what is a very hot College of Staten Island Dolphins lineup coming into this game, hoping to build upon their offensive success, more specifically from the 3-game set against Bridgeport. Scored a few late runs the other day against the Chargers in that Wednesday matchup, but very encouraging numbers coming out of the last 4 games as a whole for the College of Staten Island.
Yeah, and like you mentioned with Baez, Joe, he is one of a number of pitchers. In fact, all but one pitcher on this stacked team have an ERA of under 5, and the lone holdout is Mateo Reyes, who only went an inning and 2/3 this season. So runs will be a little bit harder to come by here for the Dolphins, and they have to hope that those bats stay true. Joe, why don't we, while you see the coaches exchanging lineups, why don't we take a look at the starting lineups for both teams? And I guess we could start with Stack, Joe. As we'll get them up on your screen in just a moment. But, you could see the breakdown on your screen. Anthony Maisano leads off. Andrew Jamison, Brian Donnelly, James Versage, Danny DeMarzo, Anthony Gonzalez, the DH, Christopher Conti, Sean Lynch, and Matthew Johnson. A lot of familiar names, Joe. And, we see some who are at the top of the table, obviously, with hitting. Sean Lynch batting .643. You see him towards the bottom of the lineup here for Stack. James Versage, you can see right in the middle of your batting order. He's batting .571, and Brian Donnelly, the number 3 hitter, batting .458. And that's not including Jamison, who's batting .357. Matthew Johnson at the bottom of the order, batting .333. There are a lot of good bats in this St. Thomas order.
There certainly are, and they have produced so far this season. In their 6 games, they have scored 12 runs, 9 runs, 8 runs, 11 runs, 9 runs, and 12 runs in those games, collecting 12 base hits, 10, 13, 14, 9, and 11. Many of those going for extra bases, including a home run, 2 triples, make that 6 triples across those 6 games. And I could keep going, Dave, but the numbers for this lineup of the St. Thomas Aquinas College Spartans, prolific, and it will be tasked to Thomas Joyce to slow them down today for the College of Staten Island on the mound.
Yeah, Joyce has been playing a lot of the outfield, but he is going to start for the Dolphins today, his first start of the season, as the starters are being introduced onto the field as well. But as far as Joyce is concerned, no record. He's got a 7.20 ERA. This will be his 4th appearance. He's got 5 innings under his belt, 13 hits allowed in the 5 innings, 8 runs, 4 earned, 2 walks, and 6 strikeouts. And Joe, you see the starting lineup on your screen now for CSI, a very familiar starting 9.
Yeah, very familiar starting 9. Indeed, and for the Dolphins, really the only notable change I can see in the lineup from earlier in the week is the inclusion of Brian Burkhead, who will get the start in right field, and that's a result of Thomas Joyce taking the mound to open up this game. And for Joyce, I believe this is his first start of the season, and it is. He has appeared in 3 games, as you mentioned, one of those being on Wednesday. So Joyce, again, facing the tough task of slowing down a very prolific Spartans lineup. And for the Dolphins, a lot of these bats in their lineup hitting very well right now. And I mentioned Dominic Castiglione with a couple of hits, and Angel Santiago and Thomas Martin with 3 and 4 hits respectively on Wednesday. But they aren't the only Dolphins swinging hot bats right now, as this lineup has really turned it up collectively over the last few games, and the Dolphins hope to see that continue today. It appears, based on the track record for the Spartans so far this season, that CSI will need it.
Yeah, for sure. And one of the names that was not in the lineup on Wednesday, Joe, that you had mentioned, was the catcher, Salvatore Trancucci, back in the starting lineup. And talking to head coach Mike Morrow, he said he was really happy with the way Brian Burkhead swung the bat in that game in the late innings against Dominican. And so he gets a start at the number 8 spot in right field, like you mentioned, in place really of Thomas Joyce, who is on the hill for the Dolphins. So familiar names, but those who weren't in the lineup on Wednesday getting some innings here as we start conference play.
Yeah, I overlooked Trancucci's. He got into the lineup on Monday and played an integral role in that Dolphins win, ultimately picking up the victory on the mound and doing some good work at the plate as well. I believe he had an extra base hit, but we will get set for the playing of the national anthem as the introduction of starting lineups wraps up when Dave and I come back. The start of Dolphin Spartans here from the CSI Baseball Complex.
Stop to make sure someone is okay. Get in the way and disrupt the situation.
Codify an authority.
Or walk them home safely.
We can change the language around rape.
We can make campuses safer for our teammates, our friends, and our classmates.
We cannot be bystanders.
Taking action isn't always easy, but it's on us
to intervene.
Because we can. Learn more and take the pledge at itsonus.org.
Stop to make sure someone is okay. Get in the way and disrupt the situation.
Codify an authority.
Or walk them home safely.
We can change the language around rape.
We can make campuses safer for our teammates, our friends, and our classmates.
We cannot be bystanders.
Taking action isn't always easy, but it's on us
to intervene.
Because we can. Learn more and take the pledge at itsonus.org.
My path to a college degree would have been completely different had I not run Division II cross country for the University of Mount Olive. Having an athletic and academic scholarship was key for my success. Our coaches were really helpful with balancing out my academics and athletics. I decided to attend graduate school because I wanted to become an athletic director. Receiving the postgraduate scholarship through the NCAA provided me with the flexibility to choose the school that I wanted. So now I know that I can accomplish any goal that I set for myself.
Now, let's play ball!
It is time to play ball here at the College of Staten Island as we welcome you back into the CSI Baseball Complex. The College of Staten Island Dolphins taking on the Spartans of St. Thomas Aquinas College in this East Coast Conference doubleheader. Game 1 scheduled for 9 innings, Game 2 scheduled for 7 innings. The Spartans come in with an unbeaten 6-0 record. The College of Staten Island comes into this game with a record of 1-6. The Dolphins have played a couple of games this week, one on Monday against Bridgeport University, a walk-off win, 14-13. They then dropped Wednesday's non-conference matchup against the Chargers of Dominican by a score of 21-7. It's been quite some time since the Spartans have taken the field, and their last game came back on March 20th, but we'll see if they can get similar results to what the Chargers were able to do on Wednesday against this Dolphins team that really struggled pitching, as the Chargers also came into the College of Staten Island off of a long layoff. However, they managed to put 21 runs up on the scoreboard against this Dolphins pitching staff. And the first Dolphins pitcher to take the mound in this game is the last Dolphins pitcher to take the mound on Wednesday. On your screen, you see Thomas Joyce throwing his warm-up pitches ahead of the top half of the first inning. And Dave and I did give you the numbers on Joyce in the pregame, but in case you missed it, I'll run through those numbers again. For Thomas Joyce on the season, this is appearance number 4. All 3 of his appearances thus far have come in relief. For Joyce, across 5 innings, he's allowed 13 base hits, 8 runs, 4 of those earned. He has walked 2 and struck out 6. He's allowed 3 extra base hits, all doubles, and opponents are hitting .448 against him. And it will be Anthony Maisano, the center fielder for the Spartans, stepping into the box to get things underway from the College of Staten Island. A lot of baseball ahead of us this afternoon from the CSI Baseball Complex between the College of Staten Island and St. Thomas Aquinas College. The first pitch from left-hander Thomas Joyce misses up and away for ball 1, and we are underway. The numbers for Anthony Maisano on the season, he comes in hitting at .320. And that one is skied foul into the bleachers, evening the count at 1 ball and 1 strike. In 25 plate appearances for Mesano, he has 8 base hits. He scored 8 runs. 3 of those hits going for extra bases, a pair of doubles, and a triple. He is slugging at .480 on the season. Has driven in 5 runs as well. Joyce looks in as he gets set to deliver the 1-1 pitch. And that breaking ball's on the outside corner for a called strike 2. As I mentioned, Thomas Joyce did get into the game on Wednesday, but the same could be said for nearly every Dolphins pitcher. As his 1-2 pitch is hit up in the air, and this one will also find the seats. Count remains 1 ball and 2 strikes. Coming out of the bullpen in Wednesday's game, Joyce threw an inning, allowing 3 base hits and 1 run. That run was earned. He also struck out a batter, but ultimately did get through the final inning of that game for the Dolphins. He's ahead in the count, 1-2 here, and that one's hit out to straightaway right field. And Brian Burkhead is there to make the catch for the first out of the game.
Now batting, third baseman, number 31, Andrew Jemison.
That will bring up Andrew Jameson, Spartans' third baseman. He comes in hitting at .357 across 14 at-bats, 5 for 14. Has scored 7 runs, 3 of his 5 hits going for extra bases, a pair of doubles and a triple. And right here, he will add another base hit to that tally as Mandiel fields it on a hop in left. Andrew Jameson is on with a 1-out single, and that will bring up Brian Donnelly.
First baseman, number 5, Brian Donnelly.
Donnelly comes in hitting at .458 on the season in 24 at-bats. Those 24 plate appearances good for second on the Spartans team. 11 for 24 on the season for Donnelly, including 4 extra base hits, 3 doubles, and a triple. Joyce takes a couple of looks over towards first, and that off-speed pitch is swung on and missed by Donnelly for strike 1. We saw the Dolphins really struggle to control the running game of Dominican on Wednesday. And with a left-hander on the mound in Joyce, you have to see if controlling the base runners of the opposition will be a focus. And it does appear as if it is going to be that way for the Dolphins early in this game, as Joyce throws over to first and checks on Jameson. 0-1 the count on Brian Donnelly. 1 on and 1 out for the Spartans in the top half of the first inning. And Joyce will check on Jameson over again at first, and he slides back in safely. See if I can get the stolen base tally in Wednesday's game. Not sure I have that readily available to me, as that's ripped through the left side for a base hit. And Deal will retrieve that ball for the second straight batter. And there are now 2 on for the Spartans, still 1 out in the top half of the first inning.
Right fielder, number 44, James Versage.
James Versage, the cleanup hitter, coming to bat. Versage hitting at .571 across 21 at-bats on the season. We'll get an opportunity here with a runner in scoring position, 2 on base. And the first pitch from Joyce misses outside for ball 1. 12 for 21 on the season for Versage. 3 extra base hits, all doubles, and a team-leading 11 RBIs. He's slugging at .857. Here comes the 1-0 pitch from Joyce, and that's it out to deep right center field, chasing Burkhead back toward the warning track. He settles underneath it and makes the catch on the run for the second out. Nicely done there by Brian Burkhead. As we've commented time and time again how difficult it is to navigate the outfield here at the CSI Baseball Complex, but Burkhead
Shortstop
with a
number
masterful
24,
job of it
Danny
right there, and he
DiMarzio.
makes the over-the-shoulder catch for out number 2. Danny DiMarzio is the batter. Spartan shortstop comes in, and even .333, 8 of 24 on the season, with 9 runs batted in. A chance to add at least 1, maybe 2 to that total right here, as he's looking for a clutch 2-out base hit. Those 9 RBIs good for second on the team. A bunch of Spartans tied with 9. I should say a couple, the other being Sean Lynch. As Dave mentioned, he's hitting .643 and batting near the bottom of the Spartans lineup. He's due up 8th in the inning. Dolphins hoping this inning doesn't get that far, and will look to bring it to a close right here. DiMarzio ahead in the count, 2-0, and he lines one right into the glove of Nick Cipoletti, who ranges to his left to make the catch for the 3rd out of the inning. Spartans strand a pair in the top half of the 1st. Dolphins come to bat with no score when we return on CSI Sportsnet.
Champions know how to seize opportunities. When they see moments of greatness unfold right before their eyes, they push as hard as they possibly can, and then they push harder. Because the heart of a champion never settles, never quits, and never stops giving its all. We are champions. We are Division II. We go big, we give it everything we've got, and we win. On the field, on our campuses, in our communities, for our causes, in our careers. We rise to become champions in everything we do. We are Division II, and there are no limits here. We make our time count. We set our own path. We become champions on our terms. It's time to up your game, because we're here to play and learn. But most importantly, we're here to discover ourselves, our vision, our heart, our drive, to achieve every goal we aim for, because we want to be champions at the highest level, life. At Division II, the opportunities are here. Are you ready?
And we're back here on CSI Sportsnet, live on the ECC network, as the Dolphins host the St. Thomas Aquinas College Spartans for a doubleheader on this Friday afternoon. Spartans denied in the top half of the 1st inning. They stranded a pair, runners on 1st and 3rd, and the College of Staten Island will have an opportunity to score the first runs of the game in their half of the 1st inning. In case you missed it during the pregame, the lineup for the College of Staten Island begins with the left fielder, number 25, Louis Mandil, center fielder Dominic Castiglione batting 2nd, batting 3rd, first baseman Peter Lombardo in the cleanup spot, 3rd baseman Angel Santiago, batting 5th, the designated hitter Thomas Martin, batting 6th, 2nd baseman Shendi Ulaj, batting 7th, the catcher Salvatore Trancucci, batting 8th, the right fielder Brian Burkhead, and batting 9th, the shortstop Nick Cipoletti. They will face Spartan starter Angelo Baez. Baez comes in with a 3.86 ERA. He's appeared in 1 game. That was a start. He earned the victory in that game. He threw 7 innings, allowing 8 hits, 6 runs. Only 3 of those were earned. He walked 2 and struck out 5. He allowed 3 extra base hits in that game, all triples in that one start. Opponents hit .258 against him. And the first pitch to Louis Mandil misses downstairs for ball 1. Mandil lines the 1-0 pitch right into the glove of Andrew Jamison over at 3rd base. And that's a loud first out as Mandil ripped that one. A nice diving pick there at 3rd base to record the out by Jamison.
Center fielder number 21, Dominic Castiglione.
That will bring up Dominic Castiglione, the Dolphins center fielder. Castiglione comes in hitting at .438, 7 for 16 on the season with 7 RBIs. That RBI total tied for second best on this Dolphins ball club. And the 0-1 pitch to Castiglione is in for a called strike 2. We've praised the Dolphins defense quite a bit this week. Castiglione, a big part of that as he tops one foul. Saw a couple of nice defensive plays from CSI in the first inning as Burkhead made a nice over-the-shoulder grab out in right field. And Cipoletti with the quick reactions over at shortstop to snag that inning-ending line drive. Count remains 0-2 on Castiglione, and he swings and misses for strike 3. That's our first strikeout of the game. It belongs to Angelo Baez. And there are now 2 away for Peter Lombardo.
First baseman, number 31, Peter Lombardo.
Lombardo comes in hitting at .375, 6 of 16. Has driven in a couple of runs on the season. Bats with the bases empty here in the bottom half of the first. And he takes low for ball 1. Comes the 1-0 pitch. Check swing, and he held up in time. Not often you see the hitters get the benefit of that call. Possible for us to tell behind home plate whether or not he went around, but oftentimes you see that call go in favor of the pitcher. Not here. And Lombardo grounds the 2-0 pitch over to short. DeMarzo throws onto first in time, and the Dolphins go down 1-2-3 in the bottom half of the first inning. No score from the CSI Baseball Complex. When we come back, the top half of the second inning.
Hobra, a taco joint, Staten Island, where we're proud to have shared our family-first spirit with people from throughout New York City and the world. With indoor dining available both at the bar and on the floor. Or step outside for additional seating and an outdoor bar. Serving beer that's crisp, ice cold, and worthy of a day at the beach. Cocktails that explode with flavor. And great food made with the freshest and healthiest ingredients available. Events feature food and drink specials. Live music. And the best of Staten Island nightlife. Your CSI Student ID saves you 10% on your dining order at Hobra. Visit us at 412 Forest Avenue, Staten Island.
And we're back from the College of Staten Island. No score after the first inning of play between the Dolphins and Spartans for St. Thomas Aquinas. It will be 6, 7, and 8 due up in their half of the second inning against Thomas Joyce, who put up a 0 in the first. Joyce making his first start of the season for the College of Staten Island following a game where the Dolphins employed a pitcher by committee. They used 10 pitchers in Wednesday's game against Dominican College, and Joyce was the last of those 10 pitchers to take the mound. As I mentioned when we got underway, he is the Dolphins starter in today's game against St. Thomas Aquinas. And if you're the Dolphins, you have to be very happy with the way he handled the stacked lineup in the first inning. Gave up a couple of base hits, but was able to strand a pair. However, things don't get any less dangerous down towards the bottom of the order, as we spoke about during the pregame.
Designated hitter, number 23,
Dave will be
Anthony
returning
Gonzalez.
to the booth. He is on stats right now over at the desk in the room to my left as we await the arrival of our statistician. Expect Dave to rejoin the broadcast within the next inning or two, as Anthony Gonzalez leads off the second inning with a flare just foul down the right field line. Gonzalez, the designated hitter for the Spartans, comes in hitting at 143, 2 of 14 on the season. Does have 5 runs batted in despite only a pair of base hits. He's also scored 3 times. Has drawn 5 walks. That gives him an on-base percentage of .364. Make it 4 walks for Gonzalez. Still an impressive on-base percentage, especially with the low batting average. He's quickly behind 0-2 here, leading off the second inning. Here comes the 0-2 pitch, and that misses outside for ball one. Joyce was able to open the first inning by retiring the leadoff batter. Will look to do the same here in the second. Certainly makes things much easier on yourself as a pitcher. And the 1-2 pitch bounces in for ball two. Christopher Conti stands on deck. He's also 2 of 14 on the season with an even 143 batting average. The only lefty in the Spartans lineup. As the 2-2 pitch misses up and away for ball three. Walks have been an ever-present issue for the Dolphins on the mound in the 2 games we've covered here on Sportsnet. Joyce looking to avoid issuing the first free pass of the game and instead allows the third Spartans base hit into left field as that one is roped through the left side for a leadoff single off the bat of Anthony Gonzalez, his 3rd hit of the season.
Infielder number 18, Christopher Conti.
And that will bring up Christopher Conti. As I mentioned, he's 2 of 14, just as Gonzalez was before him. That base hit improves Gonzalez to 3 of 15. It's Conti who has drawn 5 walks. So despite his 2 for 14 at the plate on the season, those 5 walks give him an on-base percentage of .381 as he looks to bunt the first pitch and does so foul. We saw a lot of small ball over the last couple of games early on, specifically by the Dolphins on Monday, as they consistently look to bunt runners over into scoring position. The Spartans will try and do so here, as Conti's behind in the count 0-1, looks at that pitch down and away for ball one. He did not square on that 0-1 pitch. We'll see if that approach changes here. A couple of looks over towards first by Joyce. And his 1-1 pitch finds the outside corner for a called strike 2. And it's apparent the emphasis Joyce is placing on controlling the running game, something the Dolphins did very poorly on Wednesday. Perhaps that's a team-wide point of emphasis, but a bit easier on Joyce, who's left-handed, as he takes 3 looks over towards first and delivers a breaking ball that is sliced down the third base line and into the Dolphins bullpen. Heading over to third is Gonzalez. He is in, and standing at second is Christopher Conti with a double, putting 2 in scoring position for the dangerous Sean Lynch.
Catcher number 51, Sean Lynch.
That's a tough break there for Joyce, who made a good pitch. And unfortunately for him, Conti able to inside out that ball down the left field line. Just tucked it inside the third base bag. Dolphins will bring the corners in here against Lynch, who swings and misses at the first pitch he sees for strike 1. As Dave mentioned in the pregame, Lynch comes in hitting at .643 on the season. He's 9 for 14. Bit of a smaller sample size than some of these stack hitters. Is that one's topped foul, and Joyce quickly gets ahead of Lynch 0-2. This could be a huge strikeout for Joyce if he's able to set down Lynch here. No runner to worry about for Joyce on the base paths. He can focus in on Lynch. Here comes his 0-2 pitch. And that one's fouled away. And I'm not sure that Spartans bullpen saw that one coming in, as one of their relievers took evasive action at the very last moment. Runners stand on second and third, nobody out. The count remains 0-2 on Sean Lynch as Thomas Joyce looks for a big strikeout. Lynch in search of adding to his RBI total, and instead he will look at a called strike 3, a huge punch out for Thomas Joyce to record the first out in the second inning.
25, Matthew Johnson.
And that will bring up the 9th place hitter, Matthew Johnson. As I mentioned, coming in to this half inning, things not getting any less dangerous towards the bottom of the Spartans batting order. Johnson, a .353 hitter, and he rips one foul into the CSI bullpen. Johnson 6 of 17 on the season. 3 runs batted in. Has a chance to add to that total right here. Corners remaining in for the Dolphins. As that one did hit him, and Johnson will take first base. So it's back to the top of the order with the bases now loaded. And that will bring up Anthony Maisano.
Center fielder, number 29, Anthony Maisano.
Maisano flew out in his first at bat to straightaway right field. Line one right into the glove of Brian Burkhead. Nowhere to put Maisano here. Infield in all around for the Dolphins, which is interesting. Now the double play is in order. Though with Maisano being the leadoff hitter, you would presume that he does have some speed and have a good chance of legging out. A grounder on the infield. Dolphins certainly not conceding a run in this spot. Will likely come home with any ball hit on the infield. 1-0 the count on Maisano. The pitch from Joyce on its way, and that is pulled foul. These right-handed hitters are pulling the ball against Joyce early in this game. We've seen a lot of pitches hit down that left field line already. Several have gone foul. One inside outed down the third baseline, went for a double off the bat of Christopher Conte, who stands over at second base, and we've already seen 3 singles into left. As the breaking ball from Joyce misses outside for ball 2. Maisano ahead in the count, 2 balls and 1 strike. As Joyce takes a look in and comes set, here's the 2-1 pitch. And that off-speed pitch also misses out of the zone for ball 3. That puts Maisano firmly in the driver's seat here, ahead in the count, 3-1. Nowhere to put him for Thomas Joyce and the Dolphins, who look to avoid walking in the game's first run. Already 4 hits in the game for the Spartans. Here comes the 3-1. And that is inside for ball 4. So that walk forces home the first run of the game for Maisano. That is his 6th run batted in, and the Spartans take a 1-0 lead. Andrew Jamison will be the batter. He singled to left in the previous inning. A base hit here could put the Spartans ahead by 3 runs, and that one is fouled away. Fought off a pitch in on the hands right there, did Jamison. And he's behind in the count, 0-1. Joyce pitching from ahead in the count. Sees that one popped up, and it will land in the seats, foul. And the count runs to 0 balls and 2 strikes. You'd have to think the Dolphins would be very pleased if Joyce could limit the damage to 1. As with 2 strikes, the Dolphins' middle infielders move back. Corners remain in. Oh, 0-2 pitch upcoming from Thomas Joyce. And that's hit well out to deep left center field. Castiglione and Mandiel giving chase, and Mandiel can't make the catch as he almost got there. That ball rolls to the wall. 2 runs come in to score. Holding at second is Mesano, who had to wait for the runners ahead of him to read that ball. 2 come in to score. It is going to be a very long 2 RBI single for Andrew Jameson, and the Spartans now lead 3-0. That has to be one of the longest singles I have ever seen. As that one ended up all the way at the wall in left center field. Brian Donnelly is the batter. He's 1 for 1, single to left in the first. He's behind here 0-1. Credit to Mandiel for making that a play as well, as that one is popped up, foul territory and out of play off the top of the stacked dugout. Off the bat, I thought for sure that one was destined for the gap, and it did ultimately wind up in between Castiglione and Mandiel, but Mandiel gave it as good of a run as he possibly could have, reaching up and just coming up short with the glove. Nearly stumbled with how hard he was running after that ball. Fortunately, Castiglione was there to back him up on the play. Another 0-2 count, this time on Brian Donnelly. Both runners go with the pitch, but that one is topped foul. You have to think the Spartans might have been expecting a waste pitch there by Joyce ahead 0-2 and tried to take advantage by moving a second runner into scoring position. Count remains no balls and 2 strikes. Joyce takes a look over towards second, following that double steal on the previous pitch. Dancing off the bag is Mesano, and Joyce will step off the mound. Long look in from Joyce here ahead of what will be another 0-2 pitch. This will be pitch number 39 for Joyce. And that breaking ball sails on him. Well out of the strike zone. Trancucci throws behind the runner at second, and Mesano slides back in safely. Trancucci with a very strong arm behind the plate. Showing it off right there on that throw behind the runner. Count now 1-2. Joyce checks on Mesano a couple of times over at second and skips that one in the dirt for ball 2. That pitch puts Joyce at an even 40, and that's not a total you like to see here in the second inning. It'll be interesting to see who the Dolphins go with for game 2 of today's doubleheader as the starting pitcher, and tomorrow in game 3 of this series as Donnelly looks at a called strike 3 for the second out. But the Dolphins have used quite a few different starting pitchers already this year.
James Versage.
Off the top of my head, we've now seen 3 different starters this week, though that doesn't mean much as Wednesday was a pitcher by committee approach. Two away now, still 2 on for James Versage. Versage flew out to deep right center field in the first inning. And he swings over the breaking ball for strike run right there, as Joyce has had a good-looking curveball in this game. He's had control of it. He's had the Spartans hitters off balance. And the 0-1 pitch coming, both runners going, and the throw to second. Got there with plenty of time, but it was a bit wide of the bag on the shortstop side, and that allows Jameson to slide in safely. Taking third is Anthony Mesano, who got a tremendous jump. There was no chance to throw him out at third. And now there are 2 in scoring position with 2 away. The count 1 ball and 1 strike on James Versage. And he looks at a called strike 2 on the outside corner. With 2 in scoring position now, this at-bat becomes that much bigger early in this game. As a base hit here puts the Dolphins in a really difficult spot, down 5 early. A strikeout here keeps them well within striking distance. Here comes the 1-2 pitch. And a half swing by Versage, and that ball is in fair territory as the runner from third stayed put, but Versage is thrown out over at first base for the final out in the top half of the second. Joyce able to limit the damage to 3 runs. The Spartans strand a pair. Our score 3-0 heading into the bottom half of the second. Dolphins come to bat after this break.
For me, just kind of was the glue that kept my family together, I feel like. I don't know what it was that drew me in, but after I started playing for a while and started seeing some early success as a little kid, to see how much it meant to my parents to see me play the game and try to make a difference was really what fueled me to keep playing and stay competitive. Being a triple major is not necessarily easy, but at the same time it is what you make it. Being a tighter-knit university, I have a lot of classes with the same professors, so they know me pretty well. I think it's that personal relationship that really helped me to thrive as a student. I was able to come here and get my triple major, as well as play a super high level of baseball against some of the best players in the country. There's a lot of options here in Division II with a lot of great ball players and a lot of great people, and they make sure that they give you every opportunity to succeed on and off the field.
And we're back here from the College of Staten Island. Spartans leading the Dolphins by a score of 3-0. And after a very quick first inning on the mound for Stack starter Angelo Baez and a long layoff in the top half of the second, he returns to the mound for the bottom half of inning number 2 with a 3-run lead. And the first man he will face is Dolphins cleanup hitter Angel Santiago. During the pregame, I mentioned Santiago's big day on Wednesday, as that would see his batting average rise to 417. 10 hits in 24 plate appearances for Santiago on the season, 3 runs batted in. He'll look to get things started for the Dolphins in their half of inning number 2. His team now trailing by 3 runs. And the 0-1 pitch is fouled back. Santiago quickly in a 2-strike hole. Designated hitter Thomas Martin stands in the on-deck circle behind Santiago. And that's hit sharply on the ground over to short. DeMarzo has it, and his throw over to first in time to retire Santiago for out number 1. Another Dolphin who had a very good day on Wednesday at the plate, and Thomas Martin steps into the box.
Designated hitter number 33, Thomas Martin.
Mentioned before, his 4-for-4 day against the Chargers on Wednesday. Had 3 runs batted in that game as well, and here he looks at a called strike 1. Martin, one of only 3 Dolphins who got the start in that game and finished it, as that's hit well out to left field. That ball carrying and stumbling out toward the warning track is Conti to make the catch for the second out. The wind is blowing right to left, and that certainly assisted that ball off the bat of Martin. However, he didn't get all of it, and Conti was able to regain his composure out and left
Baseman, number 24,
to make the catch.
Shenji Ulaj.
That's 5 quick outs for the Dolphins to open up this game, as Baez has only thrown 14 pitches. That pitch right there, called strike 1 to Shendi Ulaj, number 6, in this half inning. But after a top half of the second, which saw Thomas Joyce work very hard out on the mound, you don't want to see him return to the mound too quickly if you can avoid it as the College of Staten Island, but it appears as if they might be headed in that direction right now, and Ulaj fouls off the 0-2 pitch to stay in the at-bat. Ulaj comes in hitting at .263, 5 of 19 on the season. He has 8 RBIs, 4 of those coming on a grand slam. But those 8 runs batted in, good for the team lead. Ulaj has fought off 2 straight pitches foul. The count remains no balls and 2 strikes. Here comes the 0-2 from Baez, and that's it on the ground towards short once again, and it goes straight through DeMarzo and into left field. That will be our first error of the game. And Sal Trancucci will get a chance with 1 on and 2 out.
Catcher number
in his
13,
first at bat of the day.
Trancucci.
Trancucci comes in, hitting at .308 on the season. It'll likely take, or will take, an extra base hit to chase home Ulaj from first. Trancucci ahead in the count, 1-0 right here. And that's taken outside for ball 2. Hitter's count here for Trancucci, ahead 2-0. We'll see if he looks to take a big swing here. And he does just that. Hits one out to left center field. Charging in to make the sliding catch is Conti, as Trancucci got just a bit under that one and is retired for the final out of the inning. Dolphins strand 1 in the bottom half of the second. Our score heading into inning number 3, 3-0 in favor of St. Thomas Aquinas.
My dad was a soccer coach and bought this little book bag. I could sit in the book bag like facing backwards and look like my legs out. So I'd be in his book bag when my dad coaches and the ball's going around. I'm like kicking at the ball in the back and my dad was like, "We have a prodigy." So he put me into soccer and it just progressed from there. The catalyst was the opportunity to play soccer at a Division II school. On my team, I thrive to work as hard as I can. I mean, whatever you do on the field, there's a positive correlation to whatever else you do, be it personal relationships, homework, the way you carry yourself. I've changed since I got to King University. It's really helped me to develop as a leader. I think it's honestly the best thing that's ever happened.
And we're back here from the College of Staten Island. Our score remains 3-0 heading into the 3rd inning. Thomas Joyce returns to the mound for the College of Staten Island after a 2nd inning which saw him surrender 3 runs and forced him to work very hard out on the bump. And it was a quick 2nd inning once again for Angelo Baez, who's only thrown 22 pitches through his first 2 innings of work. Baez getting the start for the Spartans. And for St. Thomas Aquinas in this game, already 5 base hits. Many of those going to left field as these right-handed hitters have been pulling the ball very well off of Joyce, who does have a good breaking ball working for him in this game when he's had control of it. One of those 3 runs in the second came home on a walk, but for the Dolphins, 1 walk over 2 innings, something that they're certainly content with given their issues finding the strike zone on Wednesday. Joyce has also hit a batter, but the command has been there for him so far. He'll certainly need to maintain that command in this 3rd inning to try and keep that pitch count down, as the Spartans ran up that pitch total to 45 in the 2nd inning. Danny DeMarzo leads things off for the Spartans in their half of the 3rd. 5, 6, and 7 due up for Stack. First pitch of the inning from Joyce misses for ball 1 to DeMarzo, who lined out in his first at-bat. Here comes the 1-0. And that's fouled straight back to the backstop. That evens the count at 1 ball and 1 strike. Here comes the 1-1 pitch. And that skips in. When Joyce has missed, it's either been with the breaking ball sailing up and away. And when he's tried to come inside, he's had issues locating that pitch, but he's painted the outside corner well against these right-handed hitters. Several of them haven't liked that pitch, and when he's kept the breaking ball middle down, that's when he's been able to get them to chase. And once again, the ball hit to left field as Mandiel waits for it and blocks that ball. On with a leadoff single is Danny DiMarzo, and that will bring up Anthony Gonzalez.
Designated hitter, number 23, Anthony Gonzalez.
As we just saw from DiMarzo singling to left, Anthony Gonzalez singled to left in his first plate appearance. Right-handers continuing to pull the ball off of Joyce early on. As Thomas takes a couple of looks over towards first and delivers just off the outside corner for ball one. This next pitch, number 50 for Joyce, working in the top half of the third. And that one is fouled off of the backstop, evening the count at 1-1 strike. DiMarzo without a stolen base on the season. Spartans don't run much. They are 6 for 10 stealing bases this year. 3 of their stolen bases belong to the leadoff hitter, Anthony Misano, which would likely explain why the Dolphins brought the infield all the way in with Misano at the plate, operating under the assumption he'd be a tough man to double up, and based on the stolen base numbers, certainly appears that would be the case. As the runner does take off from first, DiMarzo was going on that pitch, but it swung on and missed by Gonzalez for strike 2. And DiMarzo will have to go back. 1-2 strikes the count on Anthony Gonzalez. The runner on first is Danny DiMarzo. He took off on that last pitch. We'll see if that draws some additional attention from Joyce as he gets set to deliver another 1-2. And that sails up and away, and that's where his breaking ball has missed. That evens the count at 2-2 strikes. Better to miss well out of the strike zone than to hang one, as those hangers are always trouble. He comes down and in with a fastball for ball 3. This is a spot where you really need to come into the strike zone if you're Joyce going up against a 143 hitter, albeit in a very small sample size. Gonzalez did get a base hit his last time, but you can't walk a runner into scoring position, and Joyce picks up the strikeout, throw to second, not in time to get DiMarzo, who was running on the pitch. So credit DiMarzo with a stolen base.
Left fielder, number 18.
As with Trancucci throwing from his knees, it was still a pretty close play. Christopher Conti will be the batter. He doubled down the left field line his last time on what was a very good pitch from Joyce. Joyce ran one in on the hands, and Conti just inside out of the ball right down the line, barely tucked it inside the third base bag. And he holds up on that pitch for ball 1. Even though he missed with that one, those pitches have been the best of what Joyce has thrown in this game. Those off-speed pitches down in the zone have been very enticing to the stack hitters to this point. And that one's given a ride out to straightaway center, but Castiglione will settle underneath it. He will make the catch as the runner at second does tag. The ball got away from Cipoletti. It's short. We'll have a play at the plate, and the throw is not in time. As the Dolphins gift Stack a run, I'm not sure who the error will be charged to, as that ball did come in
Catcher, number
on a
51,
hop,
Sean
but
Lynch.
it looked like Cipoletti should have been able to handle it. We'll see what the official scoring is, as it's Dave who will be making that final call in the room next door. Very unfortunate break for the Dolphins right there as the fourth run of the game comes home. CSI trails 4-0. And Sean Lynch will be the batter. Lynch struck out looking his last time, and he lines one right into the glove of Angel Santiago. So that run scored will go down as an unearned run, but it gives the Spartans a 4-0 lead. Dolphins come to bat when we return after this break.
My path to a college degree would have been completely different had I not run Division II cross country for the University of Mount Olive. Having an athletic and academic scholarship was key for my success. Our coaches were really helpful with balancing out my academics and athletics. I decided to attend graduate school because I wanted to become an athletic director. Receiving the postgraduate scholarship through the NCAA provided me with the flexibility to choose the school that I wanted. So now I know that I can accomplish any goal that I set for myself.
And we're back here from the College of Staten Island. Dolphins trailing 4-0 heading into the bottom half of the third inning. Officially, the error on that play that brought home the fourth run of the game was charged to the shortstop, Nick Cipoletti, and that adds to his team-leading error total on the season, though Cipoletti did make some great plays in Monday's game. That hop, one that I'm sure he believes he easily could have handled, and if he chased the ball down a bit more aggressively, the Dolphins may have been able to prevent that run from coming home. But as it stands, our score 4-0. Dolphins trailing St. Thomas Aquinas in the bottom half of the third. For the Dolphins, it will be 8, 9, and 1 due up in their half of inning number 3. Brian Burkhead getting the start out in right field will lead things off for the College of Staten Island in the inning. Burkhead, a left-handed bat, a rare lefty in this Dolphins lineup, and I believe he is the only lefty in the lineup for the College of Staten Island today, and that would be the case, as Thomas Joyce, also a left-handed batter, is the pitcher. And you have to wonder, if Joyce does come out of the game, does he move over to right field? Do the Dolphins make another change to get Thomas's bat in the lineup? We will see. And the first pitch to Burkhead is in for a called strike one. Burkhead came on as a substitution in Wednesday's game, went 1 for 2 at the plate. And the 0-1 pitch finds the outside corner for a called strike two. Burkhead also scored one of the 7 Dolphins runs in Wednesday's game against the Chargers, as he tops that one foul right here. Count remains no balls and 2 strikes. Comes the 0-2 pitch from Baez, and that misses just off the outside corner for ball 1. I see our statistician making his way up to the booth, which means Dave will take the seat to my left in just a couple of minutes. And that one misses down and in for ball 2. Two balls and 2 strikes the count on Brian Burkhead. And that's off the inside corner for ball 3. So the Dolphins in search of a leadoff base runner with the count now full on Burkhead. Here comes the payoff pitch. And that misses off the inside corner once again for ball 4. So a good at-bat there from Burkhead to work his way back into the at-bat and to draw the leadoff walk.
Nick Cipoletti.
That will bring up the shortstop, Nick Cipoletti. Cipoletti has seen his batting average rise a bit after the last 2 games. Came in to Monday's game on the interstate, hitting under 200. Has that average up to 227 and was one of 2 heroes on Monday for the Dolphins. Cipoletti's double tied the game in the 10th inning, and Stephen Kalika drove in the winning run. And that pitch to Cipolleti misses down and away. Evens the count at 1-1 strike. Welcome back, Dave.
Thank you, Joe.
Dave returns from the stats desk and joins me on the call the rest of the way as that swung on and missed by Cipolleti for strike 2.
Yeah, so second base runner actually of the game for CSI at first base, but first one earned on via error, and now a walk. First one issued by Baez.
And the 1-2 pitch misses up and away to even the count at 2-2 strikes. And if anything here, the Dolphins have made Baez work harder in this inning than he's worked in either of the first two. Very quick first and second innings on the mound for Baez. Here comes his 2-2 pitch to Cipolleti, and that's swung on and missed for strike 3. So Cipolleti is set down on strikes for the first out of the inning.
Yeah, second strikeout now for Baez, and after yielding that first base runner, nice comeback there to get back to the top of the order for Baez, and it'll bring up Mandiel, who actually rocketed one back to third base that was caught on the line by Jemison.
Tough luck line out for Mandiel back in the first. Looks at the first pitch of his second at bat for a called strike 1.
Yeah, he didn't like that call either. Kind of emphatically left the box.
And the 0-1 to Mandiel is in for a called strike 2. I'm not sure he liked that one too much either. Perhaps frustrated with himself, as he's now in a 2-strike hole.
Yeah, and for a hitter who likes to be patient at the plate, Mandiel now can't be too selective here.
That one just misses off the outside corner for ball 1. Mandiel's had a very busy day out in left field. Nearly made a great catch chasing a ball down in the gap and has had no less than 5 or 6 base hits sent his direction. I think all 6 base hits have been to either left or left center, as that's swung on and missed by Mandiel for strike 3, and there are 2 away.
Yeah, left field's been active for both teams, but Mandiel's been very active there. And you're right, he gave that one a long run that he couldn't get to, but made up a lot of ground. Defensively, the Dolphins left and center, Dom Castiglione up now, very good in the field.
And the first pitch to Castiglione is down in the dirt for ball 1. Castiglione was also involved in that play with Mandiel out in left center, chasing that ball down onto the warning track.
He was Baez's first strikeout victim of the game. Baez, since then, has picked up 2, both in this inning.
And Castiglione now ahead in the count 2-0.
Haven't really gotten a chance to see Brian Burkhead on the bases much at all this season so far, but so far it doesn't look like he's made any intention on stealing here. In fact, his lead is a pretty short one.
Definitely one of the shorter leads we've seen the last couple of games. As I mentioned earlier in the broadcast, how the Chargers were running all over the Dolphins on Wednesday. Joyce has done a great job controlling the running game in this one, and we've seen him take many looks over to the bases, and with Trancucci behind the plate and that strong arm, it's a good pairing to help keep the running game at bay.
Yeah, and, all things considered, the Dolphins have, the Dolphins have prevented 8 stolen bases this season, but they have yielded 19, and they only have 2 of their own. So that's one of those statistics that's been just lopsided in a weird way. You just don't see that anywhere, really, that much of a discrepancy in stolen bases. Stack, for example, is a -3 in that department, yielding 9, getting 6.
As that's in for a called strike 3, and Castiglione is set down looking to bring the third inning to a close. Our score when we come back for the fourth, 4-0 in favor of Stack.
Champions know how to seize opportunities. When they see moments of greatness unfold right before their eyes, they push as hard as they possibly can, and then they push harder. Because the heart of a champion never settles, never quits, and never stops giving its all. We are champions. We are Division II. We go big, we give it everything we've got, and we win. On the field, on our campuses, in our communities, for our causes, in our careers. We rise to become champions in everything we do. We are Division II, and there are no limits here. We make our time count. We set our own path. We become champions on our terms. It's time to up your game, because we're here to play and learn. But most importantly, we're here to discover ourselves, our vision, our heart, our drive, to achieve every goal we aim for, because we want to be champions at the highest level, life. At Division II, the opportunities are here. Are you ready?
Welcome back to the CSI Baseball Complex here, the campus of the College of Staten Island. CSI down 4-0 to St. Thomas Aquinas College, which rolls into CSI having not played in 20 days, but have picked up nicely where they left off. They're 6-0 this season and up 4-0 as we begin the top of the fourth inning. Tom Joyce back out for the Dolphins on the mound. He's given up 6 runs so far. And that one is up high for a ball. Batter is Matthew Johnson, who was on base his first time up back in the second inning after he was hit by a pitch from Joyce, and he dribbles that one foul, third baseline. And count goes to 1-1.
Well, just to pick up where we left off during the last break, we were mentioning the stolen base disparity between the Dolphins and their opponents and some stat disparities between CSI and the opposition so far this season. The one that stands out is one we spoke about a lot the other day, and that is fair ball down the line.
Yeah, nice job by Johnson flirting with the line. Mandiel having all sorts of trouble with it in the corner, but does come up and send it over to Cipoletti to keep Johnson at second base. A leadoff double for Stack here in the top of the fourth.
And I think that keeps with the theme of every base hit in this game being left of center field. But as I was saying, Dave, something we spoke about a lot on Wednesday is the walk disparity between the Dolphins and their opponents. The Dolphins have issued 62 walks as opposed to only 35 to the opposition. But on the topic of the hit by pitch that was issued to Johnson in his first at bat, I thought of that. And the free passes the Dolphins have issued so far this year being another really fluky stat disparity that this Dolphins team has experienced in 2021.
Yeah. Maisano is the batter. He's the leadoff hitter. This is his third at-bat here in the fourth inning. He lined out to right field and had a double, part of 3 doubles on the day so far for the Spartans. A 2 RBI double at that. Opened the scoring in this game.
I do have a spray chart, Dave. Every single hit of this game to left field and the one to left center. Mandiel's been chasing the baseball around the outfield for the entirety of the first 3 innings plus.
Joyce has struck out 3 batters and has not walked a batter, but, of course, the hit by pitch is the one that stands out as the free one. Long look at second base and well outside. Trancucci has to get up and chase that one out of the strike zone, so it's 1-2. Joyce only got a handful of innings pitched in their spring break trip last year when Joyce joined the team as a junior transfer. And this is first start of 2021. That one is skied into right field, and it is going to go over the head and in fair territory for Burkhead. And he comes up throwing, and safe at second will be Maisano with his second double of the game, an RBI that scores Johnson. And the score is now 5-0 Stack.
The Spartans finally find themselves a base hit somewhere other than left field as that ball is driven the other way. And I had to wonder through the first 3 innings if the Spartans are just pull hitters or if that's the product of a lot of right-handed hitting versus left-handed pitching matchups. And right there, going the other way is Maisano. And I think that's the first time we've seen that since Christopher Conti inside out of the ball down the left field line. And it was a good pitch by Joyce that he doubled on earlier in the game, but unfortunately for the Dolphins, it found its way inside the third base bag.
Brings up Jemison, who is 2 for 2 on the afternoon already here. And that one is well outside, and Trancucci has to catch up to it, but not before easily taking third is Mesano. So he gets the third on the wild pitch. And the runner just one base closer here with still nobody out. And that one is skied into center field. Castiglione getting under it, making the catch. The throw offline. Lombardo cuts it off. RBI sac fly for Jamison.
Spartans adding 2 more here in the fourth. They've really hit Joyce hard. Even their outs have been loud outs, hit deep into the outfield. But given how prolific, as I mentioned during the pregame, the Spartans lineup has been this season, Joyce has really acquitted himself admirably out on the mound. Hasn't given away many free passes, did walk in a run, but has been in most of these at-bats.
And that one is hit towards left center field on his horse, and making the catch is Castiglione. A nice running catch across his body for Castiglione, and that's what he brings to center field here at CSI.
He brings range. Both he and Mendil showing off that range on one of those early game. Actually, it was a single hit into that gap, one of the longest singles I've ever seen as the runners had to hold on it. But you saw right there Castiglione finally getting to a ball. As the other day, he had 2 hit off his glove, and both of those plays would have been incredible diving catches if he held on.
Versace, one of only 2 players in the lineup who's 0 for 2 to this point. He's flied out to right, and he dribbled one in front of the catcher his last time up. Stack with a very comfortable 6-0 lead here in the top half of the fourth. And that one sent back to Joyce. He fields clean. Throw to first is in time for the third out. So the Dolphins yield 2 runs in the top half of the fourth. They come to bat. Coming up next, down 6-0. Stay with us. More CSI Baseball on CSI Sportsnet, part of the ECC network.
The Kettle Black on Staten Island, a top 5 wing joint in America by Food and Wine magazine. Serving daily lunch and dinner at the bar or on the floor. Perfect for family and group parties with top shelf drink and delicious food. From great times with good friends. Live sports and watch parties. To Staten Island's hottest nightlife. The Kettle Black features live music and DJs weekly. The Kettle Black features daily and nightly food and drink specials. The best Staten Island has to offer is at the Kettle Black. We'll see you there at the Kettle Black, located on 415 Forest Avenue.
Welcome back here to the CSI Baseball Complex. The Dolphins looking for their first run, looking for their first hit. As you see on your scoreboard, St. Thomas with 3 runs in the top of the second, 1 in the third, and then 2 just now in the top of the fourth.
And if you're the Dolphins in search of your first base hit, you have the right men coming to the plate to try and pick up that first base knock. It will be 3, 4, and 5 due up for the College of Staten Island in their half of the fourth inning, trailing by 6 runs. Lombardo, Santiago, and Martin. Santiago and Martin alone combining for 7 base hits in the Dolphins' last game.
Yeah, so Lombardo and Santiago in different innings, both grounded to the shortstop their first time up. Lombardo ending the first and Santiago starting the second. The only blemish for St. Thomas Aquinas so far through 3 innings is, of course, an error on DeMarzo and then a walk issued by Baez. That one is hit back into second base via the pop out. And the first out here registered in the bottom of the fourth.
Another quick out for Angelo Baez. There have been many of those, with the exception being in the third inning. The Dolphins worked some very good at-bats in their half of inning number 3. Unfortunately, couldn't produce a run from it, but once again, it's back to very quick outs for Baez, who really motored through the Dolphins lineup in innings 1 and 2.
That brings up Santiago, who's only missed one game this season, batting .417 coming in, swings and misses through strike 2. Santiago, I believe, has only not hit safely in one game, and that was the second half of a doubleheader against Malloy. And he strikes out on 3 pitches, 2 of them looking, 1 of them swinging, and another quick out here for Baez. We thought the first inning, Joe, and this last inning were quick. If he can retire Martin here pretty quickly, we're talking about a really quick inning here.
I think that was 4 pitches in the inning right there. 1 pitch to Lombardo and then 3 to Santiago, and has a chance to surpass his quickest inning of the game, which right now is the first, in which he threw 9 pitches.
Brings up Thomas Martin, who flied out to left his first time up, a well-hit ball. Martin was sensational on Wednesday. He went 4 for 4. 3 RBI in that loss. And that one is hit weakly down to third base, foul ball. Martin, promising freshman, played first base and is in the designated hitter spot today. Baez takes a look and now delivers the 0-2, and that one is in the dirt, skips in front of Lynch.
Martin made the most impressive bid for a base hit by a Dolphin thus far. Hit one well out to left field. The wind carried it a bit out toward the warning track, and Christopher Conti stumbled out there to make the catch and hold on, regaining his composure at the last moment. He was definitely taken by surprise with the way the wind carried that ball.
Mm-hmm. Part of another good swing by Martin, and that one is laced out to right field, giving it a run, but getting by Versace in right. Martin easily into second base. That'll be scored a double for CSI, their first hit of the game, and with 2 outs, the Dolphins have a runner in scoring position.
And Martin would not be denied on that swing. Got the base hit that he just missed picking up in his first plate appearance. Despite a tremendous effort by James Versace out there in right field, he nearly got to that ball and made the sliding catch. But instead, it's a runner in scoring position for the Dolphins with 2 outs. And if you're CSI trailing by 6, it's a run you would really like to score.
So Shendi Ulaj will be the batter. Ulaj with 5 hits this season, 4 of them for extra bases, 3 doubles and a homer. Dolphins would love one of those right now. Instead, it's low to Lynch to open up this at-bat. Ulaj batting average slipped down a few percentage points after Wednesday's .263 now on the season. That one is taken outside. Ulaj, a Division I transfer last year from nearby Wagner College. Again, was used very sparingly in 2020 before the COVID-shortened season at 8 games for the Dolphins.
Right here, he'll have a chance to add to his team-leading RBI total. He has 8 on the season, as I mentioned earlier in the broadcast. 4 of those came on a grand slam. Dolphins will be happy if he could tack on at least 1 more right here. Would be very pleased with 2.
Yeah, 7 of his 8 RBI came over the weekend, last weekend against Bridgeport. He added another one on Monday in that 14-13 win over Bridgeport. And that one does hit the outside corner for a strike. Baez has lost 1 batter in this game. That was Brian Burkhead to lead off the third. Ulaj still ahead of the count here. Martin with a generous lead. And that one hits the low corner for a strike, 3-2, as Shendi flipped the bat and was making his way over to first. I thought he had a case there, Joe. That pitch looked really low from our angle.
Definitely agree with you there, but that's certainly not going to help his case with this next pitch.
Absolutely not. If it's close, he better be swinging. Here's the pitch. Strike 3. Struck him out looking. Ulaj takes a look. A very similar pitch. But the Dolphins strand the runner at second base. They do pick up their first hit, but at the end of 4 complete, it's the Spartans 6 and the Dolphins nothing. Stay with us. More ECC baseball on CSI Sportsnet.
Being a champion takes more than talent, more than the perfect pass, more than using your head. Being a champion takes the spirit to always push harder, the ability to overcome any hurdle, and the fire to be the best. Welcome to Division 2, where the pursuit is yours to create. And the question isn't, can you do it? It's, will you?
Welcome back here to the CSI Baseball Complex. Batters 5, 6, and 7 due up for St. Thomas Aquinas. In case you joined us late or were misinformed, this was supposed to be a single game here at the CSI Baseball Complex. Instead, they've made it a doubleheader because of the incoming rains tomorrow that would have jeopardized playing 2 games at St. Thomas Aquinas. They decide to play 2 in Staten Island today, only 1 at St. Thomas Aquinas tomorrow. That's scheduled for 1 p.m. So this game, Joe, is scheduled for 9 innings, and then they'll play another for 7 innings following about a 30-minute break.
Well, that's the flexibility afforded to you when you play a 3-game series with 2 games being at the home venue and 1 game at the road venue, depending on which side of that doubleheader you're on or what side of that series you're on, home and away. But regardless, when you have 2 different sites and 2 different days to schedule with, it gives you that additional flexibility, and these 2 teams utilizing that to get the extra game in today rather than waiting till tomorrow, where weather could jeopardize the ability to play that game. And we, of course, are scheduled to be on the air tomorrow. It remains to be seen if the weather will permit that. But CSI Softball returns home after a couple of road doubleheaders, one against Queens College, a pair of victories, and then a pair of defeats against Malloy.
Yes, sir. And Dolphins, of course, softball team is back in action tomorrow, weather permitting. They'll play Mercy right here at the CSI Softball Complex. And it's a doubleheader we would love to bring you on CSI Sportsnet, but of course, weather permitting and whatever Mother Nature has to say, she will rule the day for us on Sportsnet, as that one is lined foul by DeMarzo.
Well, Dave, I have good news and bad news. The good news is right now the rain is supposed to stop by 9 a.m. tomorrow with no rain in the forecast until later in the day. The bad news is my weather app has rain incoming, 100% chance at 4 p.m.
Yeah, so that will probably knock us, off.
That's today, Dave.
Yeah, that's today. When we wake up tomorrow, we'll make another decision. We will have live stats no matter what. But with lack of indoor facilities for our staff and, of course, our broadcast, we are always at the mercy of weather for softball. Here, we're inside. We're in the press box. Our camera crew, our cameras are located either indoors or covered. And as that one is spoiled foul by DeMarzo. DeMarzo 1 for 2. He lined out to short to end the first. And then he singled, stole a base, and scored in the inning. 3rd inning.
Our camera crew, the Legion of Tripods.
Right. Always faithful, though.
Always.
And that one is foul.
They'll come to work even with a broken leg.
Right. A little tape, a little duct tape, and you're all good. Yeah, we love tripods. They never get sick. They never have appointments. They're never running late.
They don't speak.
They don't speak. They don't talk back. They don't get paid. It's great.
I have a feeling at 4 p.m., if the rain does come, as my app says, we're going to be very happy to be indoors.
Right. And that one is swung on. Might have gotten a piece, was DeMarzo, but right into the glove of Trancucci. So for Joyce, he strikes out another batter. Should mention, Joe, that only Nick Metzger has gone longer in a game. He lasted 6 innings in the game against Bridgeport on Monday. And Joyce working into his 5th. He's yielded the 6 runs. I believe 5 of them have been earned. And that one skips ahead of Trancucci to start the at-bat to Gonzalez, who's also struck out in this game. He did have a base hit and scored a run to lead off the 2nd inning.
And there is action in the Dolphins bullpen for the first time today as Stephen Kalika begins throwing.
Another left-handed pitcher. Cut down in foul territory. Joe gave you a lot of the averages when St. Thomas Aquinas first came up to bat, but as a team batting .343, and they've spread out 8 hits already in this one. And of their 8 hits today, Joe, 4 have been for extra bases, all doubles, as that one again finds the dirt in front of Trancucci and ends up at the backstop. 2-1 the count.
And they've out-hit their season mark today by a slim margin, and even 8 of 20, 400 in the game for Joyce thus far in his now 4+ innings of work. Make it 4 1/3. Has allowed the 6 runs, 5 of those earned.
Yeah, and coming into the game, Stack with 26 extra base hits, 19 doubles, 6 triples, and a home run. But you do the math, 26 extra bases out of 69 total hits. It's a little over a third. This team likes to find some gaps inside corner strike 2, and that prevents Gonzalez from taking first base. Payoff pitch upcoming here with 1 out. It is Joyce versus Gonzalez. And Gonzalez gets a small piece of that one, fouls it straight back.
This next pitch will be number 78 for Thomas Joyce. And you think reasonably maybe one more inning after this, possibly, but with Kalika warming up, this could be the final inning of work for the Dolphins starter.
And well inside for ball 4. That's the first bases on balls yielded by Joyce in the game. He did hit a batter. Second, Joe?
He walked in a run.
Oh, that is correct.
Left fielder, number 18, Christopher Conti.
Can't find it on my scorecard, though. I must have mislabeled it.
I will tell you exactly where it was once I can find it.
Is that Maisanos?
Yes.
Okay.
Top of the second.
I got that wrong somehow, but we'll get back to that. Christopher Conti is the batter. He's 1 for 2. He doubled and flied out. And there's another one in the dirt that Trancucci has to do well to keep in front of him.
Well, after what we saw on Wednesday, 2 walks through 4 1/3, something I think the Dolphins would be content with. Unfortunately, they find themselves behind 6 runs, but that not entirely the fault of Joyce.
Outside corner for a strike, 2-1 now, with Gonzalez at first base. Gonzalez has not attempted a stolen base this season. And that's another one that's in the dirt. Joyce has been good with his control today, has really missed the strike zone here in this inning. Hasn't really been close with the ones he's missed. And there's another one that hits the outside corner for a strike. And Joe, very generous strike that time.
I thought so. I thought so.
Trancucci's glove was well outside. The home plate is literally right in front of us. We have a pretty good vantage point, at least for inside-outside pitching. And there's a swing and a miss, strike 3. So Joyce works himself all the way back. And a big second out here as Sean Lynch will come up to bat.
And the result of that at bat is a testament to the importance of framing pitches. We could see where it appeared Trancucci caught the ball, and I think he caught it underhanded with the glove facing upward, but he was able to frame that one on the outside corner, buying Joyce another pitch, and he took full advantage, picking up the strikeout.
So as for Lynch today, he's 0 for 2. He is one of Joyce's strikeout victims. He struck out looking in the second inning of play, and then he lined out to Angel Santiago at third base to end the third. And he has to tiptoe out of the way of the first pitch, 1-0. That one is hit and nubbed straight ahead to Joyce. Spins, makes the throw in time to Lombardo, and the Dolphins get out of the 5th inning with no runs having cleared, and the score remains 6-0 in favor of Stack. CSI coming to bat in the 5th when we come back.
My dad was a soccer coach and bought this little book bag. I could sit in the book bag like facing backwards and look like my legs out. So I'd be in his book bag when my dad coaches and the ball's going around. I'm like kicking at the ball in the back. And my dad was like, "We have a prodigy." So he put me into soccer and it just progressed from there. The catalyst was the opportunity to play soccer at a Division II school. On my team, I thrive to work as hard as I can. I mean, whatever you do on the field, there's a positive correlation to whatever else you do, be it personal relationships, homework, the way you carry yourself. I've changed since I got to King University. It's really helped me to develop as a leader. I think it's honestly the best thing that's ever happened.
And we're back from the CSI Baseball Complex. Dave had to step into the other room for just a moment, but the Dolphins remain behind 6-0 entering the bottom half of the 5th inning, and Dave's back.
Thank you, Joe. Some instructions down the hall and getting our lunch orders in, Joe. I mean, that's the most important. It's the most important thing. So bottom of the 5th inning, as Joe mentioned, the Dolphins did get their first hit of the game. In the bottom of the 4th, that was a double by Thomas Martin. They're trying to scratch a little bit more here as they will send up Trancucci to start the bottom of the 5th. There's 7, 8, and 9 hitters in the order, making their second turn against Baez here, who works his 5th inning.
Well, I mentioned the numbers for Thomas Joyce during the last half inning for Baez thus far, and his 4 innings of work, of course, hasn't allowed any runs in the game. He has struck out 6, and Dolphins with only a single base hit in the game, a couple of base runners, but Baez has been in complete control from the start.
Trancucci, one of the batters who did get a good bat on the ball last time up. He lined out to left field. Swung through that first pitch, though. And swings through another 0-2 quickly. And it's the other thing that we've seen from Baez, too, is his quick work. Angelo not wasting any time up there, and just a brief pause between pitches, and he gets set for an 0-2. Catching a small piece of that was Trancucci, enough to skip away from Lynch, who might have been shaken up on the play.
Well, that'll slow down Baez just a bit, maybe take him out of his rhythm, and give Trancucci, who appeared a bit overmatched on a couple of those pitches, a chance to regroup and attempt to get on to lead off this inning. He'll have to battle out of a 2-strike hole to do so.
Count remains 0-2 here to Trancucci, and that is strike number 3 as it hits the outside corner, and Trancucci is down on strikes. Second time around the order, Baez has now amassed 5 of his 7 strikeouts. Brian Burkhead, who walked his first time up, the only walk issued by Baez, is now up with 1 out. Outside corner, strike 1.
Took a look down at both bullpens. They are both dormant right now, so this game on the Spartan side certainly belongs to Baez. And the Dolphins had Stephen Kalika throwing, and we'll see if he is warm.
And that one is hit on the ground to short. High throw, but corralled nicely by Donnelly, and the Dolphins have 2 outs.
As I was saying, we'll see in the next half inning if Kalika is warm and ready to come in, or if they were just having him toss should Joyce get in trouble. Pitch count for Joyce at 86, and Baez will throw number 65 to Nick Cipoletti right here.
Cipoletti was strikeout victim number 2 for Baez on the game. He's picked up 5 more, his second turn around the order, as we mentioned, and Cipoletti has to duck up out of the way of ball 1. Baez Hard to believe. I'll finish this thought here. As he skies one down the right field line, that'll be easily in fair territory. Cipoletti does not think twice, goes straight to second base, and sliding in with a double. CSI's second double of the game is Nick Cipoletti.
And unfortunately for the Dolphins, both times they got a runner in scoring position, it was with 2 outs, and they're in need of another big 2-out base knock. This time, Louis Mandiel will get the opportunity. Of course, first base is open, but Spartans probably won't utilize that as Mandiel is in search of his first base hit of the game. He's 0 for 2.
Yeah, to finish my thought, I was going to say it's hard to believe that Baez has the third highest ERA on Stack's team, and he has been stellar here through 4 2/3. And that one pops in and out of the glove of Lynch, but holding steady is Cipoletti at second base.
If he keeps this up, he won't have the third highest ERA much longer, as the sample size for the Spartans team is very small. Nobody with more than 2 appearances through 6 games. So Baez can work his way up that leaderboard if he continues to put up zeros.
And he came in at 3.86 ERA. Only 3 pitchers on this team have over a 3.0 ERA. And there's one on the inside corner for strike one. 1-1 now to Mandiel. Mandiel lined out sharply to third and struck out swinging the last time he was up. That was in the third. Baez this time with a longer look. And at Lynch, he looks over his right-hand shoulder, delivers high and outside for ball 2.
Certainly makes the task of driving in that run from second easier on Mandiel when he's hitting from ahead in the count. Might get a good pitch here. The count at 2 balls and 1 strike.
Baez delivers, and there's a high fastball that Mandiel swung through. So the count will go to 2-2. In Baez's first start of the season, he went 7 strong innings for Stack. So a 2-2 pitch upcoming to Mandiel. Swung on and missed, strike 3. So Mandiel out on strikes. It is strikeout number 8 for Baez, and we are through 5 full innings here from the CSI Baseball Complex. It's St. Thomas Aquinas 6 and Staten Island nothing. More ECC baseball coming up next.
Champions know how to seize opportunities. When they see moments of greatness unfold right before their eyes, they push as hard as they possibly can, and then they push harder. Because the heart of a champion never settles, never quits, and never stops giving its all. We are champions. We are Division II. We go big, we give it everything we've got, and we win. On the field, on our campuses, in our communities, for our causes, in our careers. We rise to become champions in everything we do. We are Division II, and there are no limits here. We make our time count. We set our own path. We become champions on our terms. It's time to up your game, because we're here to play and learn. But most importantly, we're here to discover ourselves, our vision, our heart, our drive, to achieve every goal we aim for, because we want to be champions at the highest level, life. At Division II, the opportunities are here. Are you ready?
Welcome back to the CSI Baseball Complex. The Dolphins have made the first pitching change of the game. Coming in to pitch the top of the 6th inning is number 22, Stephen Kalika.
And we saw Kalika on Wednesday, pitched one of only 2 scoreless innings for the College of Staten Island in Wednesday's game. On the season, Kalika has appeared in 3 games, all of those coming in relief. He's pitched to a record of 0-1, an ERA of 9. In 6 innings pitched, he's allowed 11 base hits, 7 runs, 6 of those earned. He has walked 3 and struck out 4.
Yeah, and I believe Thomas Joyce exits the game having given up, obviously, all 6 runs in the game. I think 5 of them have been earned, Joe. I don't know if you want to back me up on that, but
I do.
All things considered, Joyce pitched admirably, especially in the wake of Wednesday's 13-walk 4 hit-by-pitch performance from CSI's 10 pitchers collectively. Joyce only did walk the 2 batters, hit 1. And Kalika, who is known more for his control, comes on now. Another left-handed arm here for CSI. And he will face 9-1-2 for St. Thomas Aquinas. And there's a ball for ball 2 as Kalika has missed outside on both of his first pitches. Johnson was the victim of the hit by pitch his first time up, and then he doubled down the left field line and scored a run back in the 4th inning. And that one is skied in the air towards left field. Louis Mandil hardly has to move, makes the catch, and there's 1 out.
I said this the other day at least 1 or 2 times as well. That sounded a lot more dangerous off the bat than it turned out to be, as Mandil barely had to move to make that catch for the first out of the inning.
So Maisano was up. And Joe, let me know what Maisano has done in this game so far. This is where I may have messed up my scorecard earlier in the game.
He lined out to right back in the first. He walked in the second. That forced in a run, if I'm not mistaken, though it's hard to read on this.
You're right.
And then he
doubled,
yes.
With an RBI.
Doubled.
So 2 RBI in the game for Maisano. He has scored a run. And as Joe mentioned, he did walk. And that's where I missed my second walk by Joyce. Up high for a ball 3-0. So Kalika, who registered 1 quick out, is now way behind here on Maisano. He does work quickly, though. Hits the outside corner for a strike.
Speaking of Joyce, Dave, and you went through his line just a few moments ago when the inning started. If you showed us this line following up Wednesday's game and Monday's game against any other team, perhaps, we would think the Dolphins might be right in the thick of this game, not knowing, of course, what their production looked like at the plate. But given the games we've seen, 6 runs through 5 innings, not all that bad, as we've seen football scores, as we've mentioned several times already, 13-10, 17-10, 14-13, 21-7. Today, not fitting the bill.
And a swing and a miss, strike 3 on Maisano. Great way to come back by Kalika as he gets, obviously, his first strikeout of the game. And Andrew Jemison comes up. And, Joe, if you can give me the line on Jemison as well. I know he had a base hit back in the 1st inning. And
he did. He singled in the 1st and the 2nd. Sacrifice fly in the 4th.
Okay, and in the 2nd inning, what did he do?
Singled.
He singled again? Okay.
Yes. And then he stole second base.
All right. Thank you very much.
It was that long single in between.
Right. I was wondering.
Castiglione and Mandil that I almost put in as a double off the bat when it landed and then realized that would be an error. Also, something I just said was an error. I said we didn't have a football score. We do have a couple of field goals on the board, so that theme continues.
High and outside for another ball. So again, Kalika falling behind 3-0 to the batter. He was able to work himself all the way back against Maisano. Let's see what he can offer here on Jemison. Outside corner, strike 1. Jemison looked like he was taking all the way here with 2 out. But a 3-1 pitch upcoming. We'll see if he's allowed to be a hitter. 2 for 2 on the day. And that's a swing and a foul straight back. Jemison 2 for 2 with an RBI. Undoubtedly lifting up that batting average of his, which is healthy already. Came in .357 and takes up high for ball 4. So on base for the 3rd time in the game is Jemison. And it'll be up to Brian Donnelly here with 2 out. Donnelly is 1 for 3. Had a base hit back in the 1st inning. Has since struck out looking and flied out to center field. And that one skips behind Donnelly, getting all the way to the backstop. So Alan Morrell, who had come in for the Dolphins, that's a defensive substitution that we missed, Joe. But Alan Morrell, who came in to replace Trancucci, which leads me to think that Trancucci might get the ball in game 2, or maybe even to end this game if needed.
He would have been my projected Game 2 starter. If I had to guess, either him or Esposito.
Esposito, I would think, would be the guy.
If not tomorrow.
Right.
Who knows what the status of tomorrow's game will be with the weather.
Right. Anyway, on Donnelly, that last pitch, that'll be considered a wild pitch. That went behind Donnelly and in the dirt. And that got Jemison to second base. So he's 2-0 here and up high for ball 3. So for the third consecutive batter, Stephen Kalika has started the at-bat 3-0. Was able to work himself all the way back against Mesano, but lost to Jemison, who's now at second base. 3-0 pitch coming here to the number 3 hitter. Dead red for a strike. So Kalika now, 3-1 offering. Swung on and missed. Strike 2 by Donnelly.
Such an unorthodox inning here for Kalika, who's fallen behind 3-0 3 times. And through his first 20 pitches, 12 have been out of the strike zone.
Yeah, Kalika walking his 4th batter of the season now in his 7th inning of work. And that one is lined into potentially the gap in left center. But Mandiel on his horse over the shoulder making a catch on the fly. So the Dolphins get out of the jam, and we head to the bottom of the 6th inning with the score still St. Thomas Aquinas 6 and the Dolphins nothing.
Hobra, a taco joint, Staten Island, where we're proud to have shared our family-first spirit with people from throughout New York City and the world. With indoor dining available both at the bar and on the floor. Or step outside for additional seating and an outdoor bar. Serving beer that's crisp, ice cold, and worthy of a day at the beach. Cocktails that explode with flavor. And great food made with the freshest and healthiest ingredients available. Events feature food and drink specials. Live music. And the best of Staten Island nightlife. Your CSI Student ID saves you 10% on your dine-in order at Hobra. Visit us at 412 Forest Avenue, Staten Island.
Forgot to use my ID.
The voice of Joe Foreman on the Hobra commercial. We'd like our friends at Hobra and the Kettle Black, of course, Rob Cassatelli and the crew there. Hobra and the Kettle Black housing our CSI Sportsnet show, The Coaches Show, which Joe and I co-hosted last year. Better times, pre-COVID, obviously, when we can get together, and that'll come back at some point. In the meantime, bottom of the 6th, the Dolphins still looking for their first run of the game. They've gotten hits in each of the last 2 innings against Angelo Baez, both doubles with 2 outs. Looking to get something started here to start an inning for the first time. And Dominic Castiglione, who has struck out twice in this game, once swinging, once looking, gets his 3rd turn against Baez.
Very uncharacteristic of this Dolphins team to put up 5 zeros on the scoreboard through the first 5 innings at the plate, but that's exactly where things stand right now as they trail 6-0.
And Castiglione, who came into the game with 16 at-bats, had only 2 strikeouts all year. He's doubled that here in this game. Prides himself on making contact and driving the ball. Takes outside for strike 2, 1-2.
Castiglione did not like that call.
No, neither did we, I don't think. But at least it's been consistent, Joe. I mean, I've seen that outside strike a lot in this game, and that one's low for a ball, 2-2. And I've seen the outside strike for both the right-handed hitters and the left-handed hitters.
Credit to Baez. He's been attacking that spot and sent a lot of Dolphins back to the dugout unhappy.
See where Baez goes with this one. And Castiglione does make contact, gets it down the third base line, fielded cleanly, and a great throw by Jemison to get out Castiglione to start the bottom half of the 6th.
Not sure the Dolphins have gotten the leadoff man on once in this game. I'll have to double check that. And that would be, yes, they did. They got Brian Burkhead on via a walk in the third. And that just seems like ages ago, as the Dolphins really haven't mounted much of a threat against Baez, who appears to be getting stronger as the game goes on.
Lombardo has made contact, but has hit into 2 outs. One was a grounder to short and popped up weakly to second his last time up. And that one is hit on the ground again towards shortstop. DeMarzo makes the catch, and he gets Donnelly off the base, but Donnelly applies the tag instead, and there's 2 down.
A rare miscue in the field in this game. 1 error per side, and the last error was made over at short by DeMarzo earlier in the game. The Dolphins' error, just an unfortunate break as the ball rolled by Nick Cipoletti, but in contrast to some of the other games we've covered here on Sportsnet this year, a relatively clean game out in the field for both sides.
So that'll bring up Santiago, who's also 0 for 2. He grounded to short, struck out looking his last time up on 3 pitches. Baez attacks him for a called strike. And that one is lined, hot shot down the first baseline, but in foul territory, about 1.5 feet foul. But Santiago again down in the count, 0-2. Santiago has struck out 5 times this season, facing his old team, the Spartans of Stack. Low corner for strike 3, and Santiago is down on strikes. And a 1-2-3 inning for Baez ends the 6th completely. We head to the 7th inning of play. It's the Spartans 6 and the Dolphins nothing. Stay with us. More ECC baseball action coming up next.
Wayne State Medical School has been my dream medical school since I was 5. Athletics are important, but so is service. So is research, so is becoming a better person. And we expect you to do well athletically, but don't forget the reason you're here, which is to give back to your community and to get good grades. It was my sophomore indoor season. It was the first year with our new head coach. And he comes in and he's like, we could be a national contending team if you guys work hard. And I heard him and I was like, well, I want to be a national champion. I want to be an All-American. And I bought in because he bought into our team. And I qualified to go to indoor nationals. I decided I wanted it, so I went and grabbed it.
Welcome back to the CSI Baseball Complex. Stephen Kalika getting set for his 2nd inning of work. Neither team has scored the last 2 innings, but Stack has done all the scoring in this one. 3 runs in the 2nd, 1 in the 4th, in the 3rd, and 2 in the 4th. And that's been the way of it, 6-0, as Angelo Baez has been motoring in the bottom half of innings, and Kalika's job is to keep this one at bay.
Kalika certainly didn't make it easy on himself in the previous inning through 21 pitches, 12 of those out of the strike zone, but Spartans couldn't make anything of it. Stranded a runner on base, and they come to bat here in the top half of the 7th, leading by 6.
And there is one that hits the low corner for a strike. Versage, one of only 2 Spartans to not have reached base in this game. He's the cleanup hitter. He's 0 for 3. And he swings through strike 2. He's hit 2 very weakly in front of the catcher, and his last put out was to Joyce at the time. Back to the pitcher. He did fly out to right field his first time up. And that one is hit on the ground right at Lombardo. Lombardo trots over to first, steps on the bag, and there's one away.
There's a quick first out for Kalika, who really saw several prolonged at-bats in the previous inning and makes pretty quick work of Versage right there for out number 1.
That brings up the shortstop, Danny DeMarzo, who we spoke about in the top half of the inning. DeMarzo 1 for 3. Lined out to short, has a strikeout, but also a base hit. That one goes up the middle and skips past the glove of Shendi Ulaj. That'll be marked as a base hit for Stack as they get their 9th of the game.
That likely the softest of the 9, as they've hit the ball pretty well so far in this game. Haven't been cheated at the plate.
Yeah, Ulaj had a chance, but obviously going across his body to try and cleanly field that wasn't going to happen. And so Anthony Gonzalez is now the batter. Gonzalez has been on base twice. He's 1 for 2. He singled and scored. Back in the second, he struck out swinging, and he was walked. The 0-1 count, high and outside for a ball, 1-1. DeMarzo at first base has not stolen a base or has not tried to steal a base this season. Kalika will check him back, though. Kalika getting set now with a 1-1 pitch upcoming. And that one trails 2 inside. Morel keeping it in front. Tosses back. It's 2-1 the count.
DeMarzo standing over on first. He did take off for second earlier in the game, but Dolphins have done a really good job keeping tabs on the runners, especially over at first.
That one high off the glove of Morel. So via the passed ball, DeMarzo will get himself to second base and in scoring position with the count 3-1. Dolphins 1-5 inside the ECC conference this season. We mentioned their victory against Bridgeport on Monday. And that one is skipped right in front of Ulaj at second base. He throws to first in time. Moving over to third on the play was DeMarzo, but the Dolphins have registered the second out of the inning.
And that's a big second out with the runner having been in scoring position at second. Getting that second out now prevents the possibility of the sac fly. But Anthony Gonzalez is the batter. He has singled in this game, also struck out and I should say Christopher Conti is the batter, as I didn't input the last at bat following the pass ball. So it's Conti coming to the plate.
Yeah, Conti has that double that was rocketed down the left field line in this game. He also has scored a run. He flied out to center on another well-hit ball, but he did strike out his last time up, and that was against Thomas Joyce. And that one is hit sharply down the third base line and foul, 1-1. Dolphins have scored 51 runs in their 7 games, so they've been used to putting up some decent numbers as the count goes to 2-1. So you'd like to think, obviously, the way Baez is pitching, that this lead is pretty secure. But we've seen the Dolphins explode for runs before, Joe. So this runner at third base could be important, as that one is lifted into left field. Mandiel makes the catch cleanly, and that retires Stack in the top half of the 7th. So we are through 6.5 here at the CSI Baseball Complex. When we come back, the Dolphins take their turn of the 7th. Stay with us.
My dad was a soccer coach and bought this little book bag. I could sit in the book bag like facing backwards and look like my legs out. So I'd be in his book bag when my dad coaches and the ball's going around. I'm like kicking at the ball in the back. And my dad was like, "We have a prodigy." So he put me into soccer and it just progressed from there. The catalyst was the opportunity to play soccer at a Division II school. On my team, I thrive to work as hard as I can. I mean, whatever you do on the field, there's a positive correlation to whatever else you do, be it personal relationships, homework, the way you carry yourself. I've changed since I got to King University. It's really helped me to develop as a leader. I think it's honestly the best thing that's ever happened.
Welcome back to the CSI Baseball Complex. The Dolphins looking for their first run of the game against Angelo Baez, who's been sensational. Checked with Joe during the inning. 81 pitches so far through the first 6. He's been very efficient, and the Dolphins are looking to scratch anything together here as they are running out of outs. Bottom of the 7th inning. Thomas Martin does lead off, Joe, and he has one of the Dolphins' 2 hits, and that was a sharply hit double to right field.
He's hit the ball very well twice, once to left and once to right, the second going for a double, as you just mentioned. Before we went to break, you spoke about how we can't count this Dolphins team out late in the game. They've been putting runs up on the scoreboard fairly consistently for at least their last 4 games now. And something else that we've spoken about in prior broadcasts, we are accustomed to seeing this Dolphins team make a push late in games. They often wait until what seems like the very last moment to make their comeback attempts. We'll see if that holds true in this one.
Yeah, never really out, ever. Martin took a ball in his first pitch, and he ropes that one into left field. Doing a nice job of tracking it was Conti to hold Martin at first, but Thomas Martin continues to stroke the hot bat. He's 2 for 3 in the game, and that will bring up Shendi Ulaj now as the Dolphins get another leadoff runner on base.
Well, I think it's more than fair to say that no Dolphin is swinging the bat better than Thomas Martin right now. He came in the team's leading hitter and in all likelihood will finish this game as the team's leading hitter. He's gotten on with a pair of base hits now, and it's left to Ulaj.
Yeah, 9 of 16 at the plate. And remember that Martin joined the team late. He was on the shelf when the Dolphins officially started their season and was activated just days before the Dolphins' first game. So he's only been eased back into the lineup, which is why he has a good 7-8 at-bats less than most of the normal starters on the team. Meanwhile, for Ulaj, he should get himself something good to hit here. He is up 2-0 in the count. Martin at first has not tried to steal any bases this season. Outside corner, strike 1.
That's been the bread and butter for Baez in this game. Whenever he falls behind in the count or needs a third strike, he's gone to the outer half where there have been strike calls to be found.
Yeah, we'll see if he lives there again. He's gotten a lot of Dolphins looking on that pitch as well. And there's inside corner, just missed as Lynch could not control it in the glove, so 3-1 the count.
I don't know if this was isolated water here on the window, if we have our first raindrop. Oh yeah, it's starting to rain. Here it comes.
Swing and a miss, strike 2 for Ulaj, who that pitch looked a little low and outside, but Ulaj offered at it. Big pitch here for Baez, who's got 9 strikeouts under his belt here through the first 6 innings. And stepping out of the box is Ulaj. And there is ball 4 as Martin trots over to second base. And for really the first time in the game, this is the third time the Dolphins have a runner at second base, but a little bit of trouble. And now we'll have a visit and a talk to Baez on the hill.
First time in this game, the Dolphins have put 2 men on base at the same time. And taking a look down toward the Spartans' bullpen, it was dormant. And there are a lot of bodies down there in that right field bullpen, but no movement until this point, as you see one player getting loose with the bands, not on the screen, unfortunately, just cut off from the view of our monitor. But I can assure you there is action and some stirring down there now in that right field bullpen as there's a conference at the mound ahead of Alan Morell's at bat, his first of the afternoon, and it's going to be a big one right here with 2 on and nobody out.
So Alan Morell is 0 for 5 on the season. This is his 4th appearance in a game this season. He has walked once. He has struck out twice. As Joe mentioned, we are getting a few more raindrops on our plexiglass screens ahead of us. So runners at first and second for the first time in the game for the Dolphins. Morell looked to square up to bunt and fouled it. Foul. Fouled it foul? I guess.
Fouled it back?
Only place to foul it, I guess. Is foul.
Yeah. Fouled it.
Fouled it back.
Fouled it foul into the batter's box. Fouled it down, maybe?
Fouled it down. I'll go with fouled it down.
Dolphins have been consistent in this approach, bunting with runners on first and second and nobody out to put two in scoring position. Really hasn't mattered who's at the plate.
He squares up again, and that one gets away from the catcher Lynch. So Morel pulled the bat back. And so the Dolphins get it done the easy way, as moving over to third is Martin and to second is Ulaj. And with a 1-1 count, Morel will be allowed to swing the bat with first base open.
Well, you have to think Morel is happy about that. Only 5 plate appearances on the season. Was asked to bunt right here, but bunt won't be on now as the infield moves back for Stack, and Morel can swing away.
Burkhead on deck for the Dolphins. And Morel catches a piece of that back. So 1-2 the count now. First time in the game, the Dolphins have had a runner at third base. They've stranded 2 in the game, both on 2-out doubles by Martin and Cipoletti. Here's the pitch. Swung on and missed. Strike 3 on Morel. That's the 10th strikeout for Angelo Baez, who came into this game with 5 strikeouts, now has the team lead with 15. And Brian Burkhead will be the batter. Burkhead officially 0 for 1. He did walk his first time up. He grounded to short the second time around. And that one skips ahead of Lynch. Nice job by Lynch to keep it in front. Ball 1.
Dolphins really turning to the bottom of the batting order here. 7, 8, and 9 coming to the plate with 2 on, and this is where your depth is really tested as a lineup.
Burkhead is up, and that one is fouled back. I meant to say Cipoletti is on deck, and he has one of the 2 hits that the Dolphins had coming into this inning. That was another really good stroke down the right field line for a double. If that happens again, the Dolphins would score 2. But first, Burkhead wants his opportunity. A 1-1 count upcoming. And that one is hit right at third base, and no play as Jamison tried to issue a tag. Oh, no, actually, I'm sorry. That was hit on a line to Jamison. I thought that might have skipped right in front of Jamison's glove. It did not.
It almost did.
So catching it on the line was Jamison for the second out. Runners have to hold, obviously. Martin at third, Ulaj at second, and now it's up to Nick Cipoletti. We mentioned he doubled his last time up with 2 out. Struck out his first time up against Baez. In the dirt and kept in front by Lynch, so ball 1 on Cipoletti.
Good heads-up base running over at third by Martin, not to get doubled off on that play. That one very easily could have fallen in front of Jemison over at third.
Rain comes down a little bit harder. It's light. Inside corner, strike 1, but you start to see most of the bleachers in front of us now getting a lot of water on them now. Most of the players have their hoods up.
Rain expected through about 5 p.m. according to the forecast I'm seeing right now.
Framed up nicely by Lynch. Outside corner, strike 2. So after putting one in the dirt, Baez comes back with 2 strikes. And a big pitch upcoming here for Cipoletti. He's had a couple of big hits so far early in his career. See if he can come up with another one here. Bottom of the 7th, Dolphins looking for their first runs. Swung on and missed, strike 3. Baez with his 11th strikeout, and this one came at a huge time. Keeps the Dolphins scoreless as we go to the 8th inning. We are through 7. It's St. Thomas Aquinas 6 and Staten Island nothing.
Champions know how to seize opportunities. When they see moments of greatness unfold right before their eyes, they push as hard as they possibly can, and then they push harder. Because the heart of a champion never settles, never quits, and never stops giving its all. We are champions. We are Division II. We go big, we give it everything we've got, and we win. On the field, on our campuses, in our communities, for our causes, in our careers. We rise to become champions in everything we do. We are Division II, and there are no limits here. We make our time count. We set our own path. We become champions on our terms. It's time to up your game, because we're here to play and learn. But most importantly, we're here to discover ourselves, our vision, our heart, our drive, to achieve every goal we aim for, because we want to be champions at the highest level, life. At Division II, the opportunities are here. Are you ready?
And we're back here from the College of Staten Island. Dolphins were turned aside in their half of the seventh. Got the first two batters of the inning on base, advanced them to second and third on a wild pitch, but they were stranded there as once again it was Angelo Baez who has now eclipsed the 100 pitch mark, putting up a 0 on the scoreboard in the bottom half of the seventh. For the Dolphins, it's Stephen Kalika returning to the mound for the top half of the eighth. He will face 8, 9, and 1, and Sean Lynch looks at a called strike one.
Lynch, one of only two Spartans that has not reached base today. He struck out swinging, lined out to third, and hit one right back to the pitcher for a ground out. His last time up, back in to end the fifth inning.
And the 0-2 pitch just missed, and the count is now 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Yeah, that was a hair too high, but we've seen that get issued for a strike.
My perspective here is slightly off center, nearly directly behind home plate, but slightly off to the right. So anything on the outer half to a right-handed hitter, from my perspective, looks further outside than it actually is. So if I slid over maybe to your seat, those pitches on the outside corner would look like they did indeed catch the corner, but tough to tell from here as that's grounded back to Kalika, who fields his position perfectly and makes the throw over to first for out number 1.
Yeah, that's not an easy play for Kalika, but one of his calling cards is his fielding. When he plays first base, he could scoop just about anything up. He's really good at that, and now he did it elevated from the pitcher's mound, and that was a very good first out here for the Dolphins.
The 1-3 put out opens the 8th inning, and that will bring up Matthew Johnson, who bunts the first pitch foul. Johnson 1 for 2, hit by a pitch, doubled, and flew out in his 3 plate appearances thus far.
Yeah, and Angel Santiago at third was playing actually pretty deep, and I think that's why Johnson put the bunt on, and Kalika had to really race to get over.
For the second time, a pitch pops out of the glove of Morel behind the plate. That evens the count at 1 ball and 1 strike, and Sal Trancucci came out of the game, did not head straight down to the bullpen. We suspected he might get into this game to pitch, perhaps game 2, as once again, that one's lined right at Louis Mandil, who comes in to make the running catch for the second out.
Yeah, we mentioned how busy Mandil has been in left field, especially in the early innings. Just about everything hit out to left, but Kalika trying to work on what would be his first 1-2-3 inning. But he'll have to get through Maisano, who's been very busy.
Well, we've seen some Dolphins pitchers struggle over the last 3 days, dating back to Wednesday. Joyce, as we mentioned earlier, pitched pretty well in this game. But Stephen Kalika, if he gets through this inning without allowing a run, has now pitched 3 scoreless innings in the last 2 games. And Nick Cipoletti commits his second error of the game there to prevent the 1-2-3 top half of the 8th. And reaching on the error was Anthony Maisano. And there are 2 away. I got fooled, Dave, by that logo on the front of the jersey. I was looking for a number, and instead I'm looking at the helmet of the Stack Spartan. So that's not going to help me. It's Andrew Jemison who will be the batter.
Yeah, Jemison trying to prolong the inning there, and that's a tough break for Kalika, who should have been out of it. That was one of the weaker hit balls, actually. I mean, it had some pace on it, but it was easily fieldable by Cipoletti, who we've seen field some really, really tough hop grounders in his position. That one was just missed.
First pitch of the at-bat to Jemison is fouled away down the left field line for strike 1. Jemison 2 for 2. Singled in his first 2 plate appearances before hitting a sacrifice fly to center and walking in his last at bat. Kalika looking over towards first, and the runner goes, and then thinks better of it as wandering about maybe a third of the way down the line, sprinting a third of the way down the line was Maisano. That was not a wander. That was a hard sprint.
Surprised he pulled up, actually, to be honest. Maisano 3 for 4 in stolen base attempts this year.
Not going on the 0-2 pitch, and that's topped foul down the third base line. No balls and 2 strikes to count on Andrew Jemison. And Stephen Kalika looking to put the 2-out error by Cipoletti behind him. And another 0 up on the scoreboard for the Dolphins pitching staff as that one's fouled away. Yeah, I'm not going to try and track that ball.
Yeah, somebody has their car parked.
Too close.
Yeah, like in the danger zone. And I hate to say it, but it could be. No, I don't think so. I thought it was the new car of our athletic director, TJ Tibbs. I know he has a new one, but that's not. I don't think that's his.
He definitely knows better than to park in the danger zone.
His is darker than that. That's a light gray.
Count is still 0-2. That's it softly on the ground to third, backhanded by Santiago, and he makes the play over at third base for the final out of the inning. So another 0 up on the scoreboard for Dolphins pitching. That is 4 straight scoreless innings for the CSI pitching staff, but Spartans have been 7 innings better as they put up 7 zeros. They will look to make it 8 in the bottom half of the 8th when we come back.
The Kettle Black on Staten Island, a top 5 wing joint in America by Food and Wine magazine. Serving daily lunch and dinner at the bar or on the floor. Perfect for family and group parties with top shelf drink and delicious food. From great times with good friends. Live sports and watch parties. To Staten Island's hottest nightlife. The Kettle Black features live music and DJs weekly. The Kettle Black features daily and nightly food and drink specials. The best Staten Island has to offer is at the Kettle Black. We'll see you there at the Kettle Black, located on 415 Forest Avenue.
And we're back here on CSI Sportsnet as that last half inning came to a close on a play that baffled Dave and I. Dave got the clarification.
I'm still a little baffled because the catcher's interference got Maisano over to second base, I guess, on the previous pitch or whatever. But it's still not a force at third base because Maisano didn't have to go to third. So I don't know. That's weird. I mean, I know we don't have a replay of it and we can't re-show it, and we got a new pitcher in the game, but it was just kind of a weird event that just happened here. Is I could swear that Santiago just kind of stepped on the bag.
Well, I think Justin Baenz was just announced into the game, so if that is number 13 on the mound, that is correct. So Baenz comes on.
Yes,
That's him. That's Justin. Yep. A new pitcher for Stack, and again with the interference, I think Santiago tagged the runner out over toward third base. Very nonchalantly, though. It looked like he did go first, step on the bag, but either way, the final out of the previous half inning is recorded over at third base. I'm still trying to score it. As for the Dolphins, it's the top of the order. Mandiel, Castiglione, and Lombardo due up in the bottom half of the 8th.
Yeah, and they'll face Justin Baenz, as Joe mentioned. Justin has only pitched 2 innings this season. He does have a 0 ERA. He only allowed the 1 hit. He has struck out 3. He did allow a double as his lone hit. Opponents are batting just 143 against him. He's only faced 7 batters. This is his 3rd appearance on the season. It's a non-save opportunity, obviously, with the Spartans up by 6. But the Dolphins are down to their final 6 outs of the game. And as Joe mentioned, it'll be the top of the order for the Dolphins. So if the Dolphins want to get themselves started, this is the perfect opportunity to attack the stack pitching here in their relief.
Well, it was a big opportunity for the bottom third of the Dolphins' order in the previous inning with 2 on and nobody out. Eventually, it was 2 in scoring position and nobody out after a wild pitch to Alan Morrell, even the count on him at 1-1, but Morrell went down on strikes, and the inning fell apart from there as the Dolphins couldn't bring in even 1 run. And looking at the first pitch of the bottom half of the 8th for a strike is Louis Mandil. He's 0 for 3, has struck out twice. A tough luck out back in the first as he lined one straight over to third base. And it was snagged over there by Andrew Jemison. Count on Mandil even here at 1 ball and 1 strike. And the pitch from Byens is in for a called strike 2. And once again, I forgot to input the pitching change on my digital stat sheet, so we'll do that very quickly. But count 1 ball and 2 strikes here on Mandil, looking to get on for the first time in this game ahead of Dominic Castiglione, who stands in the on-deck circle. And the 1-2 pitch is swung on and missed for strike 3, and Mandil goes down on strikes for the 3rd time.
Yeah, he is really struggling at the plate. I don't think I've ever seen Mandil strike out twice in a game, let alone 3 times, but twice swinging, once looking. He did line out the first time, but now it's on to Castiglione, who struck out the first 2 times before grounding out to third his last time up.
First pitch to Castiglione is down in the dirt for ball 1. It's been a very busy day for the Dolphins outfield in this one. Castiglione much more involved early on in this game as Mandil has handled the bulk of the load out and left. Dolphins hoping to see Castiglione get involved in the offense a bit. As that's hit out to right field, giving chase is Versage, and he makes the running grab for out number 2.
We've been very complimentary of the Dolphins' outfielders, but stack outfielders have been just as good. Versage has made a couple of nice plays in right. We've seen Conti track down a couple of balls in left, and that was another ball that could have given other teams some trouble, but Versage was right on it. And a quick 2 outs here for Baynes.
And you're right, Dave. Both teams deserve credit for stellar outfield play in this game. The Dolphins have made a couple of nice running catches out there, and we've seen Versage navigate right field very well. On top of that, for the Spartans, as the first pitch to Peter Lombardo misses for ball 1. Lombardo 0 for 3 in this game. A lot of 0-fers for this Dolphins lineup to this point, as they have been held to 3 base hits in the game. And the 1-0 misses upstairs for ball 2.
Lombardo, too, a very good hitter who's been held to an 0 for 3 performance so far.
2 of the 3 Dolphins base hits belong to Thomas Martin. The other belongs to Nick Cipoletti. And that's it, as the 2-0 is fouled back toward the parking lot. And that was in a dangerous location. I can just tell by the way that came off the bat.
Yeah, I couldn't track it.
Yeah, it's best that I'm seated on the right side of the booth where I don't have an angle to view the parking lot, though I parked even further away today than I did last time. My car was facing the field for our last game. Now it's facing the administrative building just beyond the lot. And the 2-1's in for a called strike 2.
Dolphins have been shut out once already this season. That was by Malloy. 9-0, that score was.
And that one sails upstairs for ball 3.
But a good trivia question would be, when was the last time the Dolphins were shut out twice in a single season? And that we'd have to hit the history books for. Doesn't happen very often.
Didn't think about that. How many shutouts have I ever covered? It's not many, if any. I'd have to double check, as that one's fouled back. I can't remember every game I've covered since it's been several years, of course, but if I went down the schedule and looked for the past 6 seasons, I could probably say with pretty good accuracy which games I covered on Sportsnet and which I covered either on Stats or Public Address. I just have a memory for those things. As the count remains full on Lombardo, and he checks the swing and takes ball 4.
Yeah, it was a close pitch. I know Byens wanted it, but Lombardo gets on base for the first time in this game. And Angel Santiago, another CSI Dolphin who's looking for his first turn on the bases. He grounded out and has struck out the last 2 times. Part of 12 strikeouts in the game tossed by Stack. They came in with 53 strikeouts in 48 innings.
Santiago looks at ball 1 right here. Runner on first is Lombardo, 2 away for the Dolphins. And that one's hit on the ground to short, fielded by DeMarzo, who tosses underhand over to second for the 3rd out of the inning. 8 shutout innings for Spartans pitching in this one. They're 3 outs away from picking up an East Coast Conference victory over the College of Staten Island. But first, they come to bat in the top half of the 9th.
Being a champion takes more than skill, more than endless drills, more than using your head. Being a champion takes the heart to give it your all, the agility to thrive from any angle, and the relentless drive to be the best. Welcome to Division II, where the pursuit is yours to create, and the question isn't, can you do it? It's, will you?
And we are back from the College of Staten Island. 6-0 our score, entering the 9th inning for the Spartans at this point in the game. 6 runs on 9 base hits and 1 error. For the College of Staten Island, no runs on 3 base hits and 3 errors. So the Dolphins will hope to put up another 0 on the scoreboard here in the 9th and give themselves a chance in the bottom half, though it would look like a very slim chance right now the way the Spartans have pitched. But for the Dolphins, you have to be happy with the work you've gotten on the mound from your 2 left-handers in this one, Thomas Joyce and Stephen Kalika.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, for Joyce, I mean, obviously he surrendered all 6 of the runs, 5 of them earned, but he didn't lose anybody, you know, with the walk too much. It was only 2 walks. He did hit a batter, and got to give Stack credit. You know, when they hit the ball, they hit it well. They had 8 hits against Joyce, and 4 of them were for extra bases, but Kalika has come in and has really settled down after getting behind in the counts to a number of batters. A couple of scoreless innings for him, and now the goal is to keep St. Thomas Aquinas at 6, and the Dolphins hoping to scratch some things together in the 9th.
Well, I mentioned it in the last game, Dave, as the first pitch of the inning to Brian Donnelly is in for a called strike 1, that the Dolphins would be looking at the arms they ran out on the mound in that last game and trying to get a feel for who they could trust in games moving forward. And against a very strong lineup for the Stack team, you got to look at both Kalika with a scoreless inning in that last game and Joyce, who only surrendered 1 run in his inning of work on Wednesday, and both of those pitchers getting into this game and pitching well. And I think the look the Dolphins got at each of them on Wednesday factored into the decision to get them into this game.
And, Joe, I got clarity on what happened in the last inning. This was Versage actually up at bat, and that was because Jamison earned on via batter's interference. He was given first base, and that put Maisano at second. It put Jamison at first, and then Donnelly on the first pitch swinging hit into a fielder's choice. So that's what happened. We missed the batter's interference, and because Donnelly offered at the first pitch and grounded out, we thought it was still Andrew Jamison at the plate. So that's what did it for us.
Well, you know what that means,
You can't
Dave.
go back. You can't go back.
That means it's going to be very tough to figure out how to correct that, but we are going to try in between innings or in between games. So I'll use your scorecard for the last 6 outs of the game. I'll leave mine on hold right here where it is, and we'll try and get that fixed if possible.
Yeah, and it's Versage who's up. He's 0 for 4, and he hits that one back for a foul ball. But he's only one of 2 Spartans who have not reached base today. The other is Sean Lynch, who actually came into the game batting .643. Of course, limited at bats as he was only appearing in his 5th game today. Swung on and missed strike 3, so a nice strikeout there for Kalika.
Well, Stephen Kalika has been very impressive out of the bullpen once again. A 1-2-3 inning on Wednesday, and has moved right through this Spartans lineup here today. As now I'm going to have to refer to the printout. Back to paper for me, Dave.
It's Danny DeMarzo.
Beat me to it.
Sorry.
Well, you'll have to provide the stat line for DeMarzo on the game now that I'm statless once again. Technology fails, paper wins.
Yeah, 2 for 4. A couple of singles. He's stolen a base, and he has scored a run.
Actually, could still use the defensive alignment, which I'll need right here, as that one's skied out to right field. But without the alignment, I know that's Brian Burkhead out there. It's much easier when the home team is out in the field and Burkhead makes the catch for the second out.
Yeah, so one of the things that you and I were talking about, Joe, on Wednesday was that the Dolphins wanted to see efficiency from their pitchers, and it's taken a couple of days, but they've gotten it so far. One more out for Kalika to get out of this inning.
And his first pitch to Anthony Gonzalez misses for ball one. Gonzalez, the designated hitter for the Spartans. And he looks at a called strike, evening the count at 1. And the 1-1 pitch is in for a called strike 2.
It seemed to be a frustrating Gonzalez, who's up. He's 1 for 3. He has earned on twice, though. He has a single and a walk.
And that one's fouled away. And, Dave, I think I might have just corrected it very quickly.
There you go.
Nope, that's not going to do it.
Because it's hard because you almost have to go back 2 innings because the CSI would – you have to kind of like erase them so you can go back and continue that other inning.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one, but – count, it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. We'll worry about that in between innings.
We got you.
Here comes the 2-2 pitch, and that's just low for ball 3.
I called it a strike from up here, Joe. It was pretty close.
You know, in my opinion, it was called a strike earlier. It was a pitch we thought was low that rung up, I believe, Shendi Ulaj. Could be mistaken, but either way, count 3 balls and 2 strikes. Payoff pitch upcoming from Stephen Kalika.
There it is.
And there's that outside corner called strike 3. It has been consistent all day long, and Gonzalez goes back to the dugout, disappointed to wrap up the top half of the 9th. Final opportunity for the Dolphins in the bottom half of inning number 9 when we come back.
Champions know how to seize opportunities. When they see moments of greatness unfold right before their eyes, they push as hard as they possibly can, and then they push harder. Because the heart of a champion never settles, never quits, and never stops giving its all. We are champions. We are Division II. We go big, we give it everything we've got, and we win. On the field, on our campuses, in our communities, for our causes, in our careers. We rise to become champions in everything we do. We are Division II, and there are no limits here. We make our time count. We set our own path. We become champions on our terms. It's time to up your game, because we're here to play and learn. But most importantly, we're here to discover ourselves, our vision, our heart, our drive, to achieve every goal we aim for, because we want to be champions at the highest level, life. At Division II, the opportunities are here. Are you ready?
And we are back from the College of Staten Island. Bottom half of the 9th inning, upcoming Dolphins trailing 6-0. Last chance for CSI in this front half of a pair between the College of Staten Island and St. Thomas Aquinas. For the Dolphins in their half of inning number 9, it will be 5, 6, and 7. Martin, Ulaj, and Morel due up for the College of Staten Island as they look to prolong this game, potentially win it. It is going to take quite the rally, and Spartans pitching has given us no reason to believe that they will be surrendering 6 or more runs in this inning, but we've seen crazier things happen here on Sportsnet, Dave.
We sure have. That's why they play the 9 innings, to give teams the full 27 outs. The Dolphins will try to utilize every single one. And who better to start than Thomas Martin, who's been terrific. He's 2 for 3. And even on his 1 out was a fly out to left that was hit well as well after a 4 for 4 performance on Wednesday.
Behind in the count 0-1, Martin pops one up just beyond the infield dirt. And making the catch in shallow center field is Matthew Johnson for the first out of the inning. And that will bring Shendi Ulaj to the plate. Taking a look into the on-deck circle, I think that's Noah Lund, who is going to pinch hit for Alan Morrell behind Shendi Ulaj. First pitch to Ulaj is downstairs for ball one. This is as quiet as we have seen the Dolphins offense in a game, certainly this week, but perhaps this entire season. As Dave mentioned, how rare it is to see this team get shut out. And Ulaj looks at a called strike one right there to even the count at one. But not often this Dolphins team is kept off of the scoreboard. Not often any team is kept off of the scoreboard here at the CSI Baseball Complex. Just not a common occurrence. The Spartans are 2 outs away from pitching the shutout. 1 ball and 2 strikes, the count on Ulaj. And the pitch is just out of the zone, off the inside corner. 2 balls and 2 strikes, the count. Two balls, 2 strikes, 1 out, bottom half of the ninth. And the pitch to Ulaj once again misses off the inside corner for ball 3.
So Ulaj not going to make it easy for Byans.
Here comes his payoff pitch. And I'm shocked that wasn't called strike 3 the way this game has gone with that outside corner strike. But it is off the plate, and Ulaj is on with a 1-out walk. That will bring Noah Lund to the plate. It will be Lund's first plate appearance of the day. He comes in hitting an even .250, 2 for 8 on the season. He scored 3 runs, has also drawn a walk. This will make it an appearance for Lund in all 7 games. He's gotten 1 start. We saw Lund get into Wednesday's game late as well. Got into both games this week late. And they'll check on Ulaj over at first base.
Yeah, that time Donnelly had to do well just to keep that one in front of him as it skipped in on him on a short hop.
And the first pitch to Lund's on the outside corner for a called strike 1.
It's coming down pretty hard now, Joe, actually.
I'm looking for the rain. I can't see it, but I can hear it.
You can see it
and you
coming.
You can see it on the concrete.
On the bleachers, you could see it kind of the contrast.
Yeah. Our window remains relatively clear.
I'll tell you what, though, Joe, it is getting really, really cold out there. I mean, we only have the windows open a crack, and you could just feel the ventilation coming in.
I have to admit, I was really, really cold during the pregame, as that one is hit into foul territory and running out of room.
Yeah, and now the concrete that kind of borders the field is almost all wet.
That's how I spotted the rain. I knew I could hear it, and I took a look at the bleachers first, not the concrete, but it's starting to come down.
Yeah.
And I told you we'd be happy we were up here in the booth in just about an hour or so, and that was about an hour ago.
Well,
maybe a little bit longer.
Whatever app you're using, we're going to use that for tomorrow to gauge whether or not we're going to be covering our softball games.
And that one swung on and missed by Lund for strike 3. So Noah Lund goes down swinging in his first at-bat of the day. And with the Dolphins down to their final out, that will bring up Brian Burkhead. And speaking of the weather once again, when I was checking on the forecast for the rest of this game, I did check in again on tomorrow. And the forecast for tomorrow, again, improving slightly in our favor. Rain now set to stop by 8 a.m. So it moved back an hour. We'll see how much time it affords us. It appears as if it's moving in the right direction in terms of when the rainfall is expected to stop. And I know Mike Babusky is hovering over the screen.
That's true.
Checking to be sure he'll get his first call of CSI softball this season. And Brian Burkhead is behind 0-2 as we are ready to scramble for any warmer area we can find should this game come to a close right here. As it feels like the temperature has dropped 10 degrees in the last 5 minutes. It's getting cold up here in the booth quickly.
Well, this is when you miss Mike Babusky doing baseball games, Joe, because he had that like parabolic dish. It looked like
Yeah.
a satellite that came come in. You'd walk into this booth, it'd be like 140 degrees in here. But listen, I would give anything for that. So, Mike, if you're listening, we do miss you here on Sportsnet.
Always, as Brian Burkhead goes down swinging for the final out of the game, and the Dolphins are shut out for the first time this season, and for the first time I can recall in quite some time. For St. Thomas Aquinas, the final line, 6 runs on 9 base hits and 1 error for the College of Staten Island. No runs on 3 base hits and 3 errors, but this game is the first of 2 when Dave and I come back on CSI Sportsnet. Dolphins and Spartans play a 7-inning game in the back half of today's East Coast Conference doubleheader. Until then, thank you for watching, and be sure to rejoin us in approximately 30 minutes.
And welcome back, Dolphins fans, to Game 2 of our scheduled doubleheader between the College of Staten Island Dolphins and the St. Thomas Aquinas Spartans. Our records haven't been updated, Joe, but St. Thomas, of course, with a 6-0 win over the Dolphins, extended them to 7-0. The Dolphins 1-6. 1-7, I should say. And let's take a look at the starting lineups for Game 2, Joe. Let's see who's coming up here for Stack.
Well, taking the mound for the College of Staten Island is John Esposito, and the lineup he will face for St. Thomas Aquinas, very similar to what we saw last game with a couple of changes. Leading off, center fielder number 29, Anthony Mesano. Batting second and playing third base, number 31, Andrew Jemison. Batting third and playing first base, number 5, Brian Donnelly. In the cleanup spot, the right fielder, number 44, James Versage. Batting fifth and playing shortstop, number 24, Danny DiMarzo. The designated hitter is number 12, Kyle Lagrutta. Batting seventh and playing left field, number 18, Christopher Conti. Batting eighth and catching, number 38, Billy Minute. And batting ninth, the second baseman, number 25, Matthew Johnson. So taking a look at that lineup for St. Thomas Aquinas, the changes in the designated hitter spot and at catcher, the other 7 spots, or I should say 6 spots in the batting order, the same. Rayan Mustafosky will be the pitcher for St. Thomas Aquinas in this one, and I'll have the numbers on him in the next half inning when he takes the mound for the first time today. But first, the numbers for John Esposito, the Dolphins starting pitcher. On the season, Esposito comes in having appeared in 3 games, all starts. He's pitched to an 0-2 record, a 14.04 ERA. In 8 1/3 innings pitched, he's allowed 16 base hits, 13 runs, all of those earned. He has walked 2 and struck out 11. We mentioned it ahead of the first game of the day, Dave, that it would be Thomas Joyce facing the tough task of slowing down this stacked lineup. This time, it's John Esposito who'll be looking to slow down the lineup. A lineup that the Dolphins did a fairly good job with in that first game. Joyce only giving up 5 runs, earned runs, I should say, in his start. He gave up all 6 runs, but Stephen Kalika came on and pitched shutout innings for the last 3 innings of that matchup with the Spartans in Game 1. So a very strong showing for a pair of Dolphins left-handers in that first game. They'll be hoping that Esposito can deliver more of the same, especially given what we saw from Esposito on Wednesday when he struck out 2 of the 3 batters to face him in a 1-2-3 first inning against the Chargers.
Yeah, and he was really strong in that first inning, Joe. I believe he struck out 2 out of the 3 batters. It was a good start for him. Unfortunately, the Dolphins' relief wasn't as up to par. But, you know, Esposito's had a couple of tough starts to start his 2021. But he is, by all intents and purposes, the Dolphins' ace of the staff, at least based on the 2019 numbers. And then, of course, the very limited 2020 campaign. But we're still waiting to see the real John Esposito to start the season. So we hope that this could be a continuation of a good pitching performance from CSI starters or CSI's pair of lefties in Game 1, as you mentioned. And we'll see if John Esposito can continue that. You gave us the numbers. Obviously, the 0-2 record, the 14.04 ERA. But those are very deceiving numbers because John Esposito, we've seen him pitch really, really well, and he's looking to regain that form.
He certainly is, and we spoke about already how well he pitched on Wednesday. I mentioned it several times during that game and already touched on it at the top of this broadcast just a couple of minutes ago. But Esposito has been reliable for the Dolphins, despite the numbers on the season. You can throw a lot of that out. We know how tough the lineups are that he has faced so far this year. He's been thrown right into the fire, typically getting thrown into the first game of these conference sets and against Malloy. I'm not sure he pitched the very first game, but when he did pitch against the Lions, he got hit pretty hard. So for Esposito, he's coming off of a good outing, easily his strongest of the season, albeit only one inning of work. However, he was only one of, I think, 2 Dolphins in that game, the other being Stephen Kalika, who did not allow a run. So we'll see if he can replicate that performance against another very tough lineup in the Stack Spartans team.
All right, so here we go. Anthony Maisano, who led off for a Stack in Game 1, is our leadoff again here for the Spartans. And he takes low and away for a ball 1 to start Game 2. Game 2 will be a 7-inning contest between these two teams. Stack with the 6-0 win in the opener, their first ever victory against the College of Staten Island. And that one was high and inside and backed Maisano way off of home plate. It has stopped raining. The sun peeked out for just a little bit here, Joe, but overcast skies have crept back in. It's pretty cold here at the College of Staten Island. There's a strike on the outside corner, strike 1, so Esposito throws his first strike. Venture to guess we're in the mid to high 50s right now, but always a few degrees cooler here at the CSI baseball complex as Maisano swings and misses at strike number 2, so Esposito works back and evens the count.
All right, Dave, I have my lineup set on my scorecard, and now digitally we're ready to go. And if you couldn't tell listening, we were scrambling a bit ahead of first pitch.
And there is a line shot. It's caught on a short hop by Cipoletti. The throw to first is in time, and the first out has been registered 6-3.
Cipoletti always busy over there at shortstop. It seems the ball always seems to find him on the Dolphins infield. And a lot of the plays he's been forced to make over the past week, not routine, tough hop there, short hop, but he handled it nicely and recorded the first out.
So Andrew Jemison is the batter, as he was second in the order in Game 1. And he swings and hits that one through the left side of the infield past the sprawling Cipoletti. And in there for a base hit will be Andrew Jemison.
And there's another base hit through the left side and into left field. We saw a lot of that early in the first game of this doubleheader. And Jemison continues to swing a hot bat on the day. Had a big hit early in that game. I believe it may have plated the first couple of runs, maybe the second and third runs. Either way, Jemison cashing in Game 1 on early here in Game 2.
Yeah, he was 2 for 2 in the opener. Had a couple of singles. He reached on via a walk. He had a sac fly RBI. He reached via batter's interference. So busy day is right, and officially 3 for 3 now on the afternoon. Brian Donnelly is the batter. He finished 1 for 5 in the opener. He did have a base hit the first time he was up. He struck out looking, flied out to center, flied out to left, and hit into a fielder's choice. Grounded out. And after the check over to first base, now the delivery from Esposito is a strike. Mentioned Donnelly coming into the game, .458 batting average, so that took a little bit of a dip after Game 1 by virtue of the 1 for 5 performance. And that one is a chopper over to Santiago. The throw to first, not in time. And legging out an infield single is Brian Donnelly.
And there's another soft single. It's been a recurring theme all week long. This one, however, stays on the infield. We've seen a lot of flares shallow in the outfield, but that one played on the backhand by Santiago. Nothing more he could do. It was a strong throw over to first base, but Donnelly able to beat it out. And now there are 2 on with 1 away for James Versage.
Yeah, so James Versage now comes up. He was one of only 2 Spartans to not reach base in the first game of this doubleheader. And he skies that one straight in the air And getting under it is Castiglione, makes the catch, but advancing to third on the play will be Jamison. And now he is going to come all the way home. The throw to second is not in time. And by virtue of the failed cutoff, once again by Cipoletti, I looked down to take care of my scorecard, Joe, so I'm not quite sure how that skipped away from Cipoletti, but a run ends up coming in off of that foul ball and the failed cutoff attempt by Castiglione to Cipoletti.
Well, Dave, I would have to guess that it was very similar to the play from last game because I, too, looked down at my scorecard to put it in as an F8. Unfortunately, we don't have the replay right in front of us. I'm going to pull it up on my phone so we can get a look at it, hopefully before this inning comes to a close. But
see if Joe can get us a replay on that at some point. Meanwhile, up at bat, it'll be Danny DiMarzo with a runner at second base and now one in. Scoreboard shows a third hit for Stack, but there's no chance of that. There was only 2 hits in the inning and possibly a CSI error. Well, that has been flashed on the board. DiMarzo will face an 0-1 here. And that one is cut on foul. So a little bit, if Esposito can get DiMarzo, that's going to be a hard luck run that he ends up giving up, which would, at this point, stand to be unearned, as runners should probably be at the corners right now. There should be 2 outs in this inning. There's only 1 on the board right now on the scoreboard, but we do have 2 outs here on our scoreboard.
Well, we tried to help them, Dave.
It's circulating. It's getting there.
Replay not set up for the error. Now it's good.
Very good. There's an outside pitch for a ball. What'd you get on that, Joe?
Which means in between innings, I'll be checking my phone. I'm still trying to score that play.
Gotcha.
So I'm already 4 pitches behind.
So a 2-2 pitch here. Runner goes to third base. That one is skied towards right field, but Burkhead seemingly there, makes the catch, and the Dolphins are out of the inning, but not before. Stack puts up a run on 2 hits, an unearned run, 1 Dolphin error, and at the end of 1/2 inning of play, it's St. Thomas Aquinas 1 and the Dolphins nothing.
My dad was a soccer coach and bought this little book bag. I could sit in the book bag like facing backwards and look like my legs out. So I'd be in his book bag when my dad coaches and the ball's going around. I'm like kicking at the ball in the back. And my dad was like, "We have a prodigy." So he put me into soccer and it just progressed from there. The catalyst was the opportunity to play soccer at a Division II school. On my team, I thrive to work as hard as I can. I mean, whatever you do on the field, there's a positive correlation to whatever else you do, be it personal relationships, homework, the way you carry yourself. I've changed since I got to King University. It's really helped me to develop as a leader. I think it's honestly the best thing that's ever happened.
Welcome back to the CSI Baseball Complex here. The Dolphins yield a run in the top half of the first, and they'll take their swings here against starter Ryan Mustafosky for Stack. We'll give you the line on Mustafosky. He is 1-0 with a 2.25 ERA. He's only pitched 4 innings. That 4 innings was part of a start, his only appearance. He gave up 3 hits. 1 run, it was earned. 4 walks, 5 strikeouts. 2 of the 3 hits he allowed were for doubles, but opponents are batting just .200 against him. Again, limited work, only 4 innings pitched for Mustafosky.
Well, Dave, in just a moment, we're going to get a look at a replay from that previous half inning. Unfortunately, we can't share it with you on our monitor, but we're taking a look down at my smartphone right now on the ECC network. You can tune into the game anywhere with the ECC Network app, available on mobile devices and streaming devices as the ball was hit out to right center field. The question is E8 or E6. And that could go either way. It was a short hop in front of Cipoletti, a very similar play to the last game. That one he tried to field off the hop on the backhand. It got by him and rolled over to the shortstop position. And unfortunately, there was nobody backing up Cipoletti immediately behind him. So the error really could have gone on either the throw or the backhanded attempt. The throw is fair. It was officially charged E8.
Right.
The throw hopped short of Cipoletti, so fairly ruled an E8. Either way, I think that run ultimately goes down as unearned now for John Esposito. So
it most certainly does.
Another unearned run on the board for the Dolphins.
So Mandiel will try to give the Dolphins a start as that first pitch escapes Minute, who is one of the changes that Joe remarked about. One of the few changes in the lineup, and no change with the leadoff hitter for CSI, Louis Mandiel. Had, for all intents and purposes, a tough day at the plate in Game 1, although it was very good in the outfield for CSI last inning. He finished 0 for 4 officially in the first game with 3 strikeouts. He'll face a 2-0 pitch, and that's too low for ball 3. Dolphins would love to get the leadoff runner here at first base. Mandiel also has very good speed on the base paths, although he has not stolen any bases this season, but we're a way away from that, as that one is down low, scooped up by Minute, and Mandiel on 4 pitches is at first base.
Mustafosky not close on any of those pitches. And if you're the Dolphins coming into this game having been shut out in Game 1, it certainly has to help your confidence if you can get on the scoreboard early in this game and break that mentality of not being able to score. Not that I believe the Dolphins think they can't score on this stacked team, but so far today they haven't put a run up on the scoreboard, and to shatter that quickly and early in game number 2 could go a long way toward building their confidence.
But coming in with a strike now against Castiglione is Mustafosky. Castiglione officially 0 for 4 in the opener. He struck out twice, grounded out, and flied out. And that one is fouled straight back. But, Joe, you and I know full well that if the Dolphins are doing well offensively, chances are the top of that lineup are doing some spectacular things. And Mandiel, Castiglione, and Lombardo in the first game, a combined 0 for 11 with a walk between the 3 of them. Now, batting third in this game will be Tommy Joyce, as that one is fouled away. But that top third of their lineup has to produce. We've seen them do it time and again.
Yeah, it's been the middle of the order doing the most damage, typically the 4, 5, and 6 spots, maybe 3, 4, and 5, depending on the alignment Mike Morrow chooses to go with. But the top of the order certainly needed to be a little bit better in that first game.
Mandiel is going, and that one is hit through the left side of the infield. Mandiel, no doubt about it, going to third, and the Dolphins are going to have runners at the corners with nobody out on the single for Dominic Castiglione.
And the Dolphins couldn't have drawn that one up any better. Mandiel running on the pitch. Castiglione pulls it through the vacated hole on the left side. Mandiel goes first to third. The Dolphins now have runners on the corners with nobody out. And speaking about that first game, for just another moment, we mentioned at the top of the order, really didn't come through that game at the plate, but Castiglione comes in with some of the best batting numbers on this Dolphins team. That's not to be lost in what was a lackluster performance for the top third of the Dolphins batting order in Game 1. He comes through with an early base knock in this game.
And swinging the bat for the first time this afternoon for Game 2 is Thomas Joyce, the Game 1 starter for the Dolphins. Joyce comes into the season just a hair south of batting 300, 296. 7 starts, 8 for 27 from the plate. Of those 8 hits, 3 for extra bases, 2 doubles, and a home run. We saw the home run hit right here as that one hits down low for a ball. More numbers on Joyce. He has 7 RBI, which is tied for second on the team. He's been walked 3 times. He was hit once. He does have 9 strikeouts, which is second on the team. And that one is hit straight up the middle. The check back to third, and now caught in a rundown is Mandiel. Mandiel now caught between the catcher and the shortstop, and he is out at third. Runners at first and second. None of that happens, Joe, without the incredible glove of Mustafosky on the hill.
Well, Mustafosky made a great play to snag that ball, and then a heads-up play to check on Mandiel immediately over at third base. They caught him in no man's land, Dave. He really had nowhere else to go, and I thought maybe worst-case scenario, the Dolphins end up with runners on second and third and one out if Mandiel gets caught in the rundown and tagged out at the plate, but he tried to get back to third, and that forced Castiglione to hold at second.
So a tough way to record the first out. Runners at first and second now with one out, and Angel Santiago, who also had a very tough first game. He went 0 for 4 with a couple of strikeouts. Fielder's choice, couple ground outs to shortstop. But we know how well he swung the bat as well, as he takes that one well outside for a ball, 1-1. But again, if Mustafosky doesn't have that glove up in time, that could be a base hit screaming down the middle and could even lead to a run, maybe two, with the speed that Castiglione had at first base. Swing and a miss, big swing by Santiago, runs the count to 1-2. So that fielding play by Mustafosky was certainly a big one, not only in getting the out, but preventing a run from scoring easily, maybe two. The 1-2 pitch to Santiago, and that swung on and hit sharply to right field. That's going to get down, and before Versace can get to it, one run will score in Castiglione. The big throw over to third base, knocked down by Jamison well, but the Dolphins have runners at the corners again, this time with one out, and the score tied at 1.
Before I talk about that base hit, that was some throw to third base out of right field, but Angel Santiago strikes against his former team, as I don't think it can be understated how big of a hit that is for the Dolphins right now. They were in danger of perhaps not scoring a run in this half inning should Santiago have been retired. Instead, he ensures they get a run home, another runner in scoring position at third in Joyce, and that sets it up for the red-hot Thomas Martin.
Yeah, Martin went 2 for 4 in the opener, but really 3 that were well hit. He lined out to left field, he doubled, he singled, he popped up harmlessly to second his last time up. And he takes a called strike 1 to start this at bat. Santiago is at first. Joyce is at third. Here's the pitch. Swung on and hit towards the left side again. Jamison bobbled it. Now the throw to first is not in time. So Thomas Martin will get on via the E5, but it will be an RBI for him, as coming in to score from third was Joyce. The Dolphins have their first lead of the afternoon. It's 2-1, and the inning continues with just one out, as Santiago able to gain second. Joyce now at first for Shendi Ulaj.
Very uncharacteristic error in the field for St. Thomas Aquinas. We've seen very little of them this season, of course, only 9 innings thus far.
And that one gets away from Minute behind the backstop, as Ulaj tried to get to that via the bunt, missed it, but it was well outside. And now the runners advance. And now a timeout, as Mustafosky will be visited on the mound by assistant coaching staff of the St. Thomas Aquinas Spartans. Base runners will also huddle together.
If you're the Dolphins, you have to love the way this first inning has played out. You've run up Mustafosky's pitch count a bit. He's at 15, but still only one out in the inning. They get the benefit of an error. They cashed in on a runner in scoring position, and now 2. First with the base hit by Santiago, and then right there on the error, Joyce immediately making the call to come home. If that ball's handled cleanly, they might have had a play at the plate on Joyce, but I don't think the Spartans were looking for that, as the corners weren't all the way in. So I think the run would have been conceded from third base. Either way, Joyce comes home to score. The error allows Martin to reach, and now a passed ball puts 2 in scoring position for Shendi Ulaj, who's had a couple of key hits this past week. He'll be looking for another big hit right here.
So an eventful bottom half of the first inning. We've had a walk, we've had a couple of hits, we've had an error, a passed ball, and 2 runs home for the Dolphins on 2 hits. Shendi Ulaj, who took ball 1 after trying to square up to bunt, sees that one down low as Mustafosky has missed, and the count 2-0.
Curious to see if Ulaj gets the green light here. Should he get a good pitch to hit, first base is open, so Mustafosky doesn't have to come right after him.
Ulaj officially 0 for 2 in the opener, as that one is outside high for a ball 3, but he was on base 3 times. He earned on via error and then was walked twice. 3-0 pitch with first base open is low and outside for ball 4. So now the bases are loaded for the Dolphins for Brian Burkhead, the freshman right fielder, who made his first start in right field in Game 1 and went officially 0 for 3 with a walk. And the walk would be just fine for Brian in this situation, nowhere to put him, and 1 out.
This could very well be the biggest at bat of his Dolphins career.
And that one is roped foul, first base side, so the corners are playing a few steps in, Joe, but middle infielders obviously at double play depth, as that would end the inning for the Dolphins. 0-1 count coming up to Burkhead. And that one is skied, third base side, foul ball.
How far in those corners need to play right now is largely dependent on how they view Santiago's speed over at third base. So typically the faster you perceive the runner on third to be, the more you'll creep in. But, of course, that opens you up to a sharply hit ground ball getting by.
That one is strike 3 called on Burkhead, as coming inside was Mustafosky. And now the Dolphins are down to their final out of the inning, and it will be on the bat of Sal Trancucci.
Trancucci got pulled from Game 1 a bit early. We speculated he might pitch in that game. He did not. Perhaps Mike Morrow just wanting to give him a rest.
Yeah, he was 0 for 2 when he was lifted. He lined one sharply to left field, but struck out his second time up. Big spot here with the bases jammed. High and outside, ball 1.
Catching 16 straight innings, not something to be taken lightly, and you want your best defensive catcher in there for as many meaningful innings as possible. The Dolphins trailing by multiple runs in Game 1. Coach Morrow deciding to pull his starting catcher.
And there's a swing and a miss at a ball low in the strike zone for strike 1, 1-1. At the very least, Joe, the Dolphins erase that tough run giving up in the top of the first inning that came in via the error on the would-be throw into the infield on a normal base hit. And there's a lace up the right side past the outstretched glove of the second baseman, Johnson. 1 run comes in, and the ball is bobbled at home plate, and the Dolphins score 2.
Well, Dave, I can't recall ever seeing a play like that at the plate. I was looking at the monitor to see if we were going to get a close view of it, but we do have a great view of it from here behind the plate. And I'm not sure what happened, but Minette just dropped the ball.
Yeah, he did.
As Martin was approaching, he didn't want to run him over,
Nope.
which is not legal anymore as far as I'm concerned. We'll get a look at the replay here. And you can see Martin tiptoeing in, and
dead to rights.
He just dropped the ball.
Yeah, and a great look there by Joe Masha, our engineer, to give us that second chance to see it. And you're right, that just in and out of the glove. And, yeah, Martin had to kind of tiptoe in. But Nick Cipoletti gets a chance. Counts officially as a 2 RBI hit for Sal Trancucci, and that one is hit right side, but fielded cleanly by Johnson. He gets the force at second base, but the Dolphins do damage. 4 runs on 3 hits. They're aided by a pass ball, an error, and at the end of 1 full inning of play, it is the College of Staten Island 4 and St. Thomas Aquinas 1. More ECC baseball coming up next.
Being a champion takes more than talent. More than the perfect pass, more than using your head. Being a champion takes the spirit to always push harder, the ability to overcome any hurdle, and the fire to be the best. Welcome to Division 2, where the pursuit is yours to create. And the question isn't, can you do it? It's, will you?
Forget it.
Welcome back here to CSI Baseball Complex as we get set for the top of the second inning. Dolphins sending out John Esposito again as expected, who gave up a run, but it was an unearned run in the top half of the first. It came in on a failed cutoff attempt in the outfield. I thought I saw 2 errors on our scoreboard for CSI, but by my count, I only have 1 for the Dolphins in that first inning. But due up for Stack in this top of the second inning is batters 6, 7, and 8. Kyle LaGruda is a designated hitter. His first action of the day. Christopher Conti and Billy Manette will be up to bat in this one. And if they get to it, Matthew Johnson is the number 9 hitter.
And you are correct, Dave. There is 1 error charged to the Dolphins thus far. That is the correct amount. The scoreboard outside is right, and my scoreboard is wrong. Somehow I have 5 runs scored, so we're gonna have to undo a little bit and figure out exactly what happened. Okay, it occurred on the last play.
That was a lot of stuff going on in that first inning. We saw a little bit of everything, but new inning, new slate here for both teams, and Stack for the first time on the entire afternoon will have to come from behind. And in this one, plenty of innings to do it. We're playing 7 here as the sun comes back out on Staten Island, New York, and that one hits the strike zone for strike 1. LaGruda, this is the first time we're seeing him. He's batting .143 this season. This is only his 3rd start. Very limited appearances, but he's 1 for 7 officially from the plate. He has 1 RBI. He has walked once as well. The 1-1 pitch coming to him is inside for ball 2.
Well, if you're John Esposito, you are afforded a lead, something that we haven't seen a Dolphins pitcher afforded since Monday's game, where they led by as many as 5 runs, ultimately squandered that lead before coming back to win. So if you're Esposito, you do have the comfort of pitching from 3 runs ahead, and I'm not sure there's been an instance this season where Esposito has pitched from ahead.
I was just going to say this is the first time he has pitched with a lead. As I remember the games that he's pitched and hasn't had one. And there is a soft liner that goes under the glove of Cipoletti. And you know what? It's tough to field that ball, but I don't know, Joe. Let's see what they flashed it up immediately as an error, and I'd happen to agree. It's a tough play, but it's a play that needs to be made. And leadoff hit for Kyle LaGruda.
Well, that would be Cipoletti's 2nd or 3rd error. I think it's his 3rd error of the day, one being on a booted ground ball in game 1, the other letting one of the throws get by him from the outfield. So that right there, error number 3, leadoff base runner for the Spartans.
So Conti is the batter now with the leadoff runner on. Take a look at Conti in the first game. He went 1 for 4. He had a double in his first plate appearance. He also scored a run. A couple of fly ball outs. He did strike out once. And that one is cut on and fouled away again. LaGruda does not have a stolen base. He's at first base now, and it's pretty evident that Conti's not laying one down to advance him over. Esposito hits one right up the middle of Cipoletti. The underhand throw to second, the throw to first, not in time, but CSI does get the lead runner via the fielder's choice. That erases LaGruda, and with 1 out, it'll bring up Billy Manette.
That appeared to be a tailor-made double play off the bat, but hit just a bit too slowly. Good effort there by the Dolphins to try and turn it. Ulaj had to rush the throw to first. It was a bit wide, but thankfully for the Dolphins, not any worse than that, as Martin was able to reel it in, and the fielder's choice accounts for the first out.
There's a pitch inside for a ball, and according to my stats, Joe, this is Billy Manette's first at-bat of the season. You do not have him with an appearance this year at all in Stack's season statistics to date. And that one is outside for a ball. So no body of work for Billy Manette, who bats 8th in the lineup and is catching. Had that drop that allowed CSI's fourth run to score. And that one is screamed down the left field line. That could be extra bases for Minette. Easily taking third will be Conti. And in there with a sliding double is Billy Minette in his first at-bat of 2021.
And that's one way to make your presence known in this stack lineup, a lineup full of heavy hitters. Billy Minette comes on in his first plate appearance of the season, and he rips one down the left field line and once again forces Louis Mandil to go chasing a ball in the outfield. For the first time in this game, Mandil giving chase, but now there are two in scoring position for Matthew Johnson.
And the Spartans one swing of the bat away from making this potentially a one-run game as Johnson takes one inside and Trancucci wants to discuss the pitch with Esposito. For Matthew Johnson, he went 1 for 3 in the opening game. He was also hit by a pitch, but he did double and score a run in the game. He gets a double here. It's a 4-3 ball game.
Well, not to discount Johnson, who's hitting .353, but it doesn't get any easier near the top of the order for Esposito to record the second out here. Whether or not a run comes home would be huge.
Yeah, this is Esposito's first turn around the order, and he's yielded the 4 hits. And that one hit straight up into the glove of Ulaj. He wants to get the one, but it's overthrown. That'll lead to one run easily. Holding up at third is Minette. So the Dolphins do not register the out via the E4. Although an RBI is scored on the play, it's now a 4-2 ball game.
And that's as difficult as an error for the Dolphins as you can imagine. A softly hit ground ball, an easy 4-3 put out, plenty of time to make the throw, and Ulaj just airmailed it. Thomas Martin, 6'3" over there at first base, and needed every bit of it to just get a glove on that ball. Unfortunately, he couldn't bring it down. Runner advances to second, no outs recorded on the play, and it's now 4-2.
There's a swing and a miss. Scoreboard needs to be fixed here at the stadium. It still says 4-1. They'll get that fixed. And there is a swing and a miss for strike 2 on Mesano.
They're working on it, Dave.
Yeah, yep.
They're working on it. It might even be coming over the mic. We'll have to talk about what I wrote down in between innings.
Yep. I think the count is 0-2 on Mesano, but let's see. This is a strike and strike 3. Mesano is down on strikes. First strikeout of the game for John Esposito. That's a big one with runners at second and third. And Andrew Jemison, who singled through the left side of the infield, ended up scoring in the inning. And he takes a healthy cut but misses on that Esposito pitch.
That error at second, the difference right now between inning over and an opportunity for the Spartans to tie the game with a base hit. So Esposito can really bail out Ulaj if he can pick up this third out right here.
And that one is framed by Trancucci, but 2 inside for a ball. Mentioned how Jamison did in the opener. He's 3 for 3 on the afternoon in total when you add the sac fly and the walk he was issued. Fouls that one back. He also reached via a batter's interference. So he's been on base 5 of 6 times that he's been up here at the CSI Baseball Complex. And the one time he wasn't on base, he ran in a run via the sac fly. Pretty efficient day. That one outside for a ball, 2-2.
That catcher's interference threw my scorecard into dismay,
Yeah.
and that was the end of that. We missed it.
Yeah.
Apparently, we were the only ones who missed it.
I guess, yeah. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Stack got their second run of the inning, and strike three as Esposito puts one by. Andrew Jemison limits Stack to scoring the 1 run in the inning. It was an earned run, but the Dolphins take a 4-2 lead as they approach their bottom half of the second inning. Our score, 4-2. More CSI and ECC baseball coming up next.
Champions know how to seize opportunities. When they see moments of greatness unfold right before their eyes, they push as hard as they possibly can, and then they push harder. Because the heart of a champion never settles, never quits, and never stops giving its all. We are champions. We are Division II. We go big, we give it everything we've got, and we win. On the field, on our campuses, in our communities, for our causes, in our careers. We rise to become champions in everything we do. We are Division II, and there are no limits here. We make our time count. We set our own path. We become champions on our terms. It's time to up your game, because we're here to play and learn. But most importantly, we're here to discover ourselves, our vision, our heart, our drive, to achieve every goal we aim for, because we want to be champions at the highest level, life. At Division II, the opportunities are here. Are you ready?
Welcome back here to the CSI Baseball Complex. The College of Staten Island up 4-2 after 4 runs in the bottom half of the first inning against Stack's starter, Mustafowski. Ryan getting into trouble in that first inning. Saw an error by his team and then kind of a drop ball at home plate that allowed CSI's 4th run to come home. He faces Louis Mandiel as the Dolphins batted around in that first inning.
That play at the plate was so bizarre, Dave. I still can't get over what happened on that play and how they had a surefire out at the plate and just straight dropped the ball.
Yeah.
So unusual.
Yeah. Mandiel in the first inning walked, but he was erased at third base when a sharp hit line drive was hit directly back to Ryan Mustafowski, who played it to third base and was able to get ultimately Mandiel caught in a rundown and then out on the play. Dolphins scored all 4 runs after that out was registered as Mandiel takes low, 2-1.
Mustafowski's had no command of the strike zone thus far. There's no action in the bullpen, and Mandiel's patient approach that we spoke about last game is working to his advantage right here. Unfortunately, in Game 1, he struck out 3 times, but is on the verge of drawing his second walk.
And that one is inside for ball 4. So Louis Mandiel, who struck out 3 times in the opening game, is on base twice now via 2 walks in Game 2.
You can't ask for much more out of your leadoff hitter getting on to lead off 2 separate innings to open the game. And if you're John Esposito and the Dolphins, you'd love to see CSI get that run back that they gave up in the previous half inning very quickly and seize the momentum right back.
Castiglione now the batter, who got his first hit of the afternoon in his first at-bat against Mustafowski. He's 1 for 1. He did score a run. That single was through the left side of the infield.
The vacated hole following a stolen base attempt by Louis Mandiel,
right,
who went first to third on the play.
And he's going again, and there's another one hit into center field. Mandiel will have to go all the way back to first. We'll see if they could double him up. They cannot, as the throw was a little wide of target. Long fly ball, an eventful out. Dolphins first of the bottom of the second.
Good swing put on that ball by Castiglione. If it tailed a bit more to the right, he might have been able to find the gap out there in right center. But lost in that is that Mandiel had a great jump over at first base. If Castiglione's not swinging there, Mandiel is probably standing over at second.
Thomas Joyce, who grounded into a fielder's choice his first time up. That was that play at third base with Mandiel back in the first inning. Takes one well outside for ball 1. Dolphins 4 runs coming on their 3 hits. The check back to first is not in time, obviously, to catch Mandiel, who trotted back.
I have a feeling they're going to be keeping a close eye on Louis Mandiel from this point forward.
Yeah, certainly a big run if he can get into scoring position. He stays put, and Joyce swings through that pitch that was on the inside of the hands. 1-1.
There's also action in the Stack bullpen. Tough to read the number on the back of that jersey. It's 50-something, but that second digit is throwing me way off. It's a left-hander.
53, it looks? Yeah, 53.
Yeah, 53. I couldn't tell if it was a 3 or a 7. There. Will Kendall. If he did get into this game, it would be his second appearance of the season.
Mm-hmm.
One of those ERAs above the 3 mark.
He's the only one throwing right now. Mandiel is going. Here is the throw by Manette. It is not in time to catch Mandiel, who has his first stolen base of the 2021 season.
Well, Mandiel got a much better jump when he was running on the previous pitch during the Castiglione at bat, but right there making up for a bit of a lesser jump with his speed. Slides in safely, and it wasn't a bad throw from Manette either, but not in time. The Dolphins once again have a runner in scoring position, this time for Thomas Joyce.
Count is 3-1 now to Joyce. First base is open. And that one's up high for ball 4.
The Dolphins rally in the first, spurred along by some command issues from Mustafosky, and of course the error behind him. And I don't think that will prompt the pitching change, though. It looks like Kendall is done throwing.
Yeah,
he's moving in.
He was actually waving his hands, letting his coaching staff know that he is ready if needed. First and second with 1 out here. Mustafosky walking his 4th batter of the afternoon, and Angel Santiago steps in, who got his first hit of the game against Mustafosky in the first. That was a line shot to right field. He also came around and scored in the inning. He'll see an 0-1 upstairs for a ball.
With that pitch now, Mustafosky has missed with 20 out of 39 pitches on the game, so he's been out of the zone more often than he's been in it thus far, and that's a big reason why the Dolphins have an early lead.
Mustafosky looks in. Here's the delivery, and that one is cut on, and that's going to drop into the gap in right center. Fielding in cleanly is Versage, but 1 run will score for the Dolphins. It's Angel Santiago's second RBI single of the game, and the Dolphins have a 5-2 lead.
Well, I'll tell you, Coach Mike Morrow is hot over there at third base. He wanted Joyce to turn second and continue over to third. He was waving him to come down the line and continue along the base paths, but he did not, and they're going to have a word with one another right now as Stack, conversing on the mound, will make a pitching change.
All right, so we'll step aside, take a break. When we come back, 1 out here in the bottom of the second, and the Dolphins with a 5-2 lead. Stay with us. I guess we're staying here, Joe, for this one. 5-2, the Dolphins lead, and I think we determined that Will Kendall will be the batter. The new pitcher. The full line on Kendall this season, he's 1-0 with a 4.50 ERA. This is only his second appearance, as Joe mentioned. His first appearance was a start, actually, where he went 4 innings, gave up 2 runs on 2 hits, both earned. He did walk 4 in those 2 innings, but struck out 5. He did give up a double. Opponents batting just 154 against him. But, of course, the obvious thing that we're seeing, Joe, he's a lefty. He's the first one the Dolphins will face today.
Well, I did mention Kendall's appearance total on the season. I was prepared to make my chicken vodka roll disappear during that break. So I'm very disappointed.
Nope. Joe said no, absolutely
our
not.
Engineer decided we're staying on. I didn't have much left, so I would have taken care of it during the break. But if you're a fan of the Dolphins, you have to be pretty happy with where your team stands right now, ahead by 3 runs. Another standing in scoring position, runner on first as well. 2 on, 1 out. And as I said before, when he came to bat for the first time in this game, the red-hot Thomas Martin is set to step into the box. And I think he was trying to get a better look at Kindle there. He was creeping toward the
Right,
box during the
right.
warm-up tosses. And
He was told to step
the
aside.
home plate umpire said, get out of here. So he'll head back to the on-deck circle.
Yeah. Things you do, once in your college career before you say, I'm not going to do that again. But, yeah, we got the line on Kindle, and the line on Martin has been pretty good as well. Now, he did earn on via an error in the first inning, but he has been a highlight for the Dolphins all season. Went another 2 hits in the first game. His reach on an error in the first also came with an RBI.
A lot of warm-up tosses here for Kindle. Maybe it's because we didn't go to break. It seems like it's much longer.
Maybe.
I talked about it at softball last week when we covered the game on Monday, that if you don't break as soon as the new pitcher comes in, sometimes you'll get caught in that commercial break and the action resumes. But Kindle getting his warm-up tosses in, and they're ready for Martin in the batter's box now as the Dolphins' hottest hitter with a chance to extend the CSI lead, which is 3 right now. We're only in the second inning. Keep in mind this game, only a 7-inning affair.
Yeah, 2 important base runners because every one counts here in this one. And that one is swung on and hit in the air, and that's going to carry foul, I think, actually just inside the park. Takes a one-hopper out on the grass. So that's just a long strike for Martin, but this is only Stack's second conference game of the season. They come in with a record of 6-0. That obviously became 7-0 after game 1, but just 1-0 in the conference, and these games do count towards conference play. And the Dolphins can't factor into the postseason, Joe, because of their provisional status, but, that's only the top 4 teams in the ECC make the playoffs. And, if you're one of those teams that comes, a game out of playoff contention and you see that loss against Staten Island on your record, that's a huge, huge loss. Now, Bridgeport's been given one of those losses, and the Dolphins would love to interrupt some postseason plans of some of the other teams.
Absolutely. And all I have to say regarding the Dolphins' last conference game is don't forget what happened last time the Dolphins played a conference opponent. They had a 5-run lead, saw that get away, and then won it in thrilling fashion. And I'm not sure they can afford to play that closely to the end against St. Thomas Aquinas, as the Spartans are a different beast coming into the CSI baseball complex with national accolades already piling up in a very young season, which has seen them off for the last 20 days.
Yep, they've been ranked as high as 22nd in the nation and 2nd in the NCBWA Northeast region. They've since gone down to 3rd, and they dropped out of the top 25, but that's really just due to the inactivity that they've had, as they've been stuck at 6-0 for just about 3 weeks to the day. 2-2 upcoming here to Martin. Swung on and missed for strike 3. So Martin is down on strikes, and the Dolphins are down now to their final out of the inning. It'll be up to the bat of Shendi Ulaj to keep it going. 2 outs now with runners at first and second.
And that's a huge punch out for Will Kindle out of the bullpen, as I realize I need to make that pitching change in my app here. But Kindle picks up a mammoth-sized out number 2, striking out who arguably right now is the Dolphins' most consistent hitter.
Lefty versus righty again here with Ulaj the batter as he takes a strike call. Ulaj walked his first time up. It's part of the 3-walk afternoon for Ulaj, who walked twice in the opener. Kindle doing what he needs to do, which is throw strikes after Mustafosky, the starter, walked 4. And there's one that skips away from Manette. That could be either a wild pitch or a pass ball. I think it'll be wild as that one hit the dirt. Manette had to go across his body to try and scoop that up out of the dirt. Either way, it gets both runners in scoring position now for CSI's RBI leader in Shendi Ulaj coming into the afternoon with 8. Big moment for him now.
What a big base hit this would be if Shendi could come through here with 2 in scoring position.
Big at-bat, no doubt about it. That one's well high and outside for a ball. Sitting in the on-deck circle is Brian Burkhead, who struck out looking his first time up. A long look in from Kindle. Stare down continues. Kindle finally comes, and it's swung on and missed by Ulaj.
Taking a look in the on-deck circle is the left-hand hitting Brian Burkhead. I'm not sure that the Spartans were thinking about it, but a lefty versus lefty matchup would be upcoming if Ulaj was issued the walk, but that more of a factor with the count 2-1.
2-2, high and outside again to Ulaj. It's now 3-2. Interesting decision here on where Kindle decides to put this ball. Ulaj has laid off the outside pitch. Let's see what happens here. The delivery from Kindle. Swung on and missed, strike 3. And Stack gets out of the inning having yielded just 1 run. The Dolphins strand 2 runners. Both teams exchange a run in the second. We go to the third with the CSI Dolphins 5 and St. Thomas Aquinas 2. Stay with us. More CSI and ECC baseball coming up after the break.
Hobra, a taco joint, Staten Island, where we're proud to have shared our family-first spirit with people from throughout New York City and the world. With indoor dining available both at the bar and on the floor. Or step outside for additional seating and an outdoor bar. Serving beer that's crisp, ice cold, and worthy of a day at the beach. Cocktails that explode with flavor. And great food made with the freshest and healthiest ingredients available. Events feature food and drink specials. Live music. And the best of Staten Island nightlife. Your CSI Student ID saves you 10% on your dine-in order at Hobra. Visit us at 412 Forest Avenue, Staten Island.
Welcome back here to the CSI Baseball Complex. You see CSI starter John Esposito getting ready for his 3rd inning of work. CSI Dolphins up 5-2 after being blanked in the opening game. They've put up 4 runs in the bottom half of the first against Stack starter Ryan Mustafosky, and then 1 more that was charged to Mustafosky before Will Kindle came on and recorded the final 2 outs of the inning. Dolphins are still up by 3.
And after the Dolphins really got shut down by Angelo Baez and Stack bullpen in Game 1, they've come storming out of the gate here in Game number 2, putting up 5 runs in the first 2 innings, 4 base hits, already surpassing their Game 1 total in the hit column. So if you're Mike Morrow, you have to like what you've seen from your team swinging the bats, and you have to like what you've seen on the mound from John Esposito as well against a very difficult lineup to navigate.
Stack has 3 hits in the game, and Brian Donnelly has 1 of them. He had an infield single to Angel Santiago, a high chopper down the third baseline. 1-0 count upcoming. And that swung on and towered into left field. Mandiel going back. He's running out of real estate. It's over the fence and gone. Brian Donnelly. A solo home run shot to lead off the 3rd inning. And Stack has their 3rd run of the game. It's 5-3.
Well, Dave, I think we have a good one in store for us in this game, as these 2 teams have already combined for 8 runs in 2+ innings. And I know you're a fan of the pitcher's duel more so than the slugfest, but I think we might be headed towards slugfest in this one, as right now the Dolphins have seen their lead trimmed to 2 runs. That's the 2nd home run that we've seen hit this week by a Donnelly, as Bridgeport had Ryan Donnelly.
Yeah.
I was scratching my head before the game, double-checking to make sure we had the right name in our lineup sheet, but Brian homers here and pulls his team to within 2 runs.
And Versage fouls one off here on his first pitch he sees from Esposito. But give credit to Stack. They come out with a 1-0 lead, fall behind, and scratched away for 1 in the second. Now 1 here in the 3rd. Straightaway center field, Castiglione makes the catch against Versage, as he has flied out twice to Castiglione in this game. And there's 1 away here in the 3rd. As Anthony DiMarzo will come up to bat. think I called him Anthony DiMarzo. That's Danny DiMarzo. My error. Sorry to the DiMarzo family tuning in.
We did have an Anthony DeMarco, Dave, and I could see how you made the mistake.
Well, 1-0 to DiMarzo, who flied out to right field his last time up. Was in the middle of a lot in that first game as well. Had a couple of hits, both base hits in the game. In the opener, a 6-0 Stack win that got them to 7-0 on the season. They are the only undefeated team in the ECC as far as their overall record is concerned. And that one is swung on and laced into left field. Mandiel charging towards it and gets it into Cipoletti to keep DiMarzo at first base. But it is a one-out base hit for Danny DiMarzo.
And not to be overlooked on that play was that Mandiel, nearly overrunning that ball, was able to square himself up in front of it and put himself in a good position to make a strong throw back into the infield. If he doesn't do that and ends up fielding that ball on the run with his momentum taking him toward the Dolphins bullpen, the runner ends up on second base. So DiMarzo will have to hold it first.
Yeah, I'm just looking at your scorecard. I can't figure out for the life of me. I know Kyle LaGruda has a base hit, or was that an error?
He reached on an error.
He reached on an error. So they ended up scoring that an error. I think we had given it a hit, but if that's the case, then I got to mark that. So LaGruda, that was the one that kind of went under Cipoletti's glove. And I think, right?
I don't think we scored any of the questionable calls a hit that I recall, you and I.
Maybe I did. That's all right. E6.
Because I have the same
No, you're right.
line
Yeah,
as the
that's
scoreboard.
E. Yeah, that should have been an E6. And there's a swing and a miss. Fouled into Trancucci's glove for another strikeout for Esposito. So for Esposito, that's his third strikeout. And all three of the strikeouts have come when facing the order for the second time around. So advantage pitcher for a few of these batters. And it brings up Christopher Conti, who grounded into a fielder's choice to shortstop the last time he was up.
I said it last time DiMarzo was on base. I'm not sure if it was in this game or the previous game, but when he was on, he did attempt to steal in that last game, and now with two away, I think that becomes more of a threat here.
That one is fouled off. After this inning, Joe, me and you will compare some statistical notes because I'm still struggling with where the third error is.
Usually I'm struggling.
Well, I do have, now that I moved that error, I only have 2 errors on the Dolphins. So I missed something somewhere.
Well,
I have an error on...
You changed that from a hit to an error.
To an error, which gives the Dolphins 2 errors on my scorecard. I also have an E4 on that Shendi Ulaj missed throw over the head of Thomas Martin. I don't remember another one. Oh, I know where it was. I got it. E6, Cipoletti on the throw in from center field. That was where the first run scored. All right, it's making a lot of sense now. Things are coming together. Lots of marks. It's only 2.5 innings in.
Yeah,
We got a lot more baseball left.
It takes paper stats, digital stats, the official statistician, and our engineer to get
and a lot of second guessing. There's one lined foul, so the count remains 1-2 to Christopher Conti. He represents the tying run in this game. As Stack playing from behind for the first time against the College of Staten Island in 2021. There's the pitch, fouled off and spoiled again. And we talked about this, I think, offline, Joe, but the Dolphins came into this afternoon's contest with an 4-0-1 record all time against St. Thomas Aquinas. They actually tied the first ever meeting between these two teams 6-6. And since then, Dolphins had won all 4 meetings against Stack in the past. Of course, that was a race today with Stack's first ever win in the series.
Big question now is, was I born the last time these two teams played?
I'd have to look that up. I don't think it was.
Wasn't too long?
It was in the 2000s, I think.
Oh, I was certainly born then.
And that one is ripped up the middle for a base hit. Castiglione is able to corral it and send it in, holding DeMarzo at second, but third hit of the inning for Stack. That one right up the middle. And there's 2 men on with 2 out, and the tying run now at first base.
This next pitch for Esposito to Billy Manette will be number 50. And as I age myself, if the game was played maybe late 90s, early 2000s, I might have been on campus here, at least at some point close to when that game was played, when the Staten Island Yankees occupied the stadium. I was a frequent fan who attended Staten Island Yankee games.
That one is skied in the air, left center field. Having to charge is Castiglione. He makes the catch with Louis Mandil bearing down on him. The Dolphins are out of the inning, but Stack scores another run. A solo home run by Brian Donnelly gets St. Thomas Aquinas to within 2. We go to the bottom of the third after this.
Champions know how to seize opportunities. When they see moments of greatness unfold right before their eyes, they push as hard as they possibly can, and then they push harder. Because the heart of a champion never settles, never quits, and never stops giving its all. We are champions. We are Division II. We go big, we give it everything we've got, and we win. On the field, on our campuses, in our communities, for our causes, in our careers. We rise to become champions in everything we do. We are Division II, and there are no limits here. We make our time count. We set our own path. We become champions on our terms. It's time to up your game, because we're here to play and learn. But most importantly, we're here to discover ourselves, our vision, our heart, our drive to achieve every goal we aim for, because we want to be champions at the highest level, life. At Division II, the opportunities are here. Are you ready?
Welcome back to the CSI Baseball Complex. The College of Staten Island with a 5-3 lead over St. Thomas Aquinas College. They scored 4 in the first to take a 4-1 lead over St. Thomas Aquinas after falling behind 1-0. Dolphins added a single digit in the second, and now they get set for the bottom of the third against Will Kindle, who came on in relief, strong relief, of the starter Ryan Mustafosky. That one is delivered low for a ball. Kindle came in and struck out Thomas Martin and Shendi Ulaj to end that inning and leave runners at second and third for CSI in the second. Those were 2 big base runners in this close game here.
2 king-sized outs recorded by Kindle that may pay dividends for his team later.
Lefty versus lefty now as he faces Brian Burkhead for the first time. Burkhead struck out looking back in the first inning when the Dolphins batted around. That was against Mustafosky, obviously. And that one is delivered low for a ball 2.
And each at bat to open innings 1, 2, and 3 for the Dolphins have seen CSI hitters getting ahead in the count. The first 2 innings, Louis Mandil drawing walks, and now Burkhead ahead in the count, 2-1.
The delivery is swung on and missed, escapes the glove of Manette, but it's a 2-2 count upcoming as they'll get that fixed on the scoreboard.
From your mouth to the scoreboard operator's ears, Dave.
Right. 2-2 count upcoming to Burkhead, and that one may have caught Burkhead right in the stomach area, and he gets a free pass over to first. I believe he's the first hit batter by the Dolphins all afternoon.
Well, if that got him in the stomach, probably not so bad. If it got him in the rib, that's painful.
Yeah. He wears a real baggy uniform, so I saw like the uniform kind of sway on him. But Salvatore Trancucci will be the batter. He had a 2 RBI base hit in the first inning to right field. Timeout is called.
Well, that makes it the leadoff man on in 3 straight innings for the Dolphins as well.
Mm-hmm.
All via a free pass, 2 walks, and a hit batter.
Yeah, good point. Strike 1 on Trancucci. Brian Burkhead, idle at first base. He does not have a stolen base. He is a true freshman for the Dolphins. Trancucci squares up to bunt. That pitch was nowhere near the strike zone outside. Perhaps a pitch out attempt by Kindle, who wears number 53. Joe, I really appreciate the huge numbers on the back of these stacked jerseys. We've seen some interesting number and color combinations of some teams, and Stack does it right, let me tell you.
I'm going to place something on the table. I did promise them last broadcast and wanted to show you that I did bring them. We have binoculars.
We do have binoculars.
No need for them today.
Yep. 2-1 the count to Trancucci. The check back to first, not in time, as Burkhead slid in, got dirty. The Dolphins wearing all white today. Kindle fires in high and outside. 3-1 the count now will go to Trancucci. Game 2 of a 3-game weekend series between the Dolphins and the Spartans. Game 3, 1 o'clock tomorrow in Spark Hill, New York.
Dolphins hoping it'll be the rubber game of this 3-game set.
And that one's down low for ball 4. So a hit batter, a base on balls, and that will bring up Nick Cipoletti, who grounded out his first time up to second base. And you wonder if he's going to lay one down here, Joe, to try and get runners to second and third with the leadoff coming out, or do you try to maximize Kindle's inability to find the strike zone right now?
Sorry to cut you off, Dave. Don't wonder. He's bunting. I'd be shocked if he's not.
He is indeed. It's bunted straight back up. This might be a tough play. The throw not in time. Infield single off the bunt attempt by Nick Cipoletti, and the bases are juiced as CSI goes up to the top of the order.
Well, after he stepped on first, I thought Cipoletti grabbed the hamstring, but I think I just saw incorrectly. I'm taking a look at that leg, see if he's flexing it out a bit, but he looks fine, and I think I just saw it incorrectly, as I mentioned, so disregard that. Another conference at the mound for the Spartans, and for the Dolphins, it's bases loaded, nobody out, and leadoff hitter Louis Mandil steps into the box. He's drawn 2 walks in his first 2 plate appearances. And the way things have gone for the Dolphins in this game and in this inning in particular, he might not have to swing the bat here to drive in a run, but a big base hit could drive in 2, potentially 3 with Cipoletti's speed over at first base. So a big spot for Mandil.
Yeah, and, the Dolphins with the bases loaded, Joe, the hardest hit ball has been 15, 20 feet ahead on that bunt by Cipoletti. Great job that he did laying that one down. That was going to be tough, whether it's fielded cleanly, thrown with a bullet to first base in line. It still would have been tough. Second mound visit of the day, 1 each from Mustafosky now and Kindle. So Louis Mandil, who had a tough game 1, has been on base twice via the walk here in game 2. Bases loaded, nobody out. Big moment in the game for both teams. And that one is cut on and hit sharply up the middle. Chance to turn 2. They get 1, they get 2. A double play. No RBI for Mandil, but it does score a run. And the Dolphins are up 6-3.
Well, that's not the way the Dolphins wanted to get the run home, but the 6 CSI run does come in to score, and the Dolphins now lead by a score of 6-3. And just going back to that bunt for a moment, I just thought of it prior to that last pitch. The fact that Kindle was a lefty made that play at first infinitely more difficult for him, and I think that may have been the difference, allowing the runner to beat it out and potentially earning the Dolphins a run right there.
The runner who beat it out was Cipoletti, who was erased just now on the 6-4-3 double play, but it is Trancucci at third base. 1 run already in. 2 outs here. And that one is inside for a ball, 2-0. Well, all things considered, Joe, bases loaded, nobody out. If Kindle can escape this frame, having only given up the 1 run, that is a win for the Spartans.
No doubt about it. Castiglione can help the Dolphins rest a bit easier following this half inning should he come through with a hit here, but he might not swing the bat as the count is now 3-0 on Castiglione with Thomas Joyce standing on deck.
Yeah, interesting, and I obviously know what Mandiel is thinking there, but with his control issues, Mandiel hopped on the first pitch, and here goes Kindle, of course, walking Castiglione on 4 pitches, and now you wonder if maybe Castiglione tries to get to second base easily and try and draw a throw.
I think that's certainly a good possibility, Dave, and it's a lefty versus lefty matchup with Thomas Joyce stepping into the box. And I said it before in the previous game, I'm not sure how heavily the teams weigh these types of matchups at this level, but typically left-hander versus left-hander is considered advantage pitcher, so we'll see if it plays out that way here.
Fielder's choice and a base on balls for Joyce, who chops one over to first base, fielded cleanly by Donnelly for the 3rd out. But the Dolphins do register a run. They do it on the benefits of just 1 hit, and at the end of 3 complete, it's CSI doubled up on St. Thomas Aquinas 6-3. More CSI and ECC baseball coming up with Joe Foreman calling the play-by-play for the remainder of the way right here on CSI Sportsnet.
The Kettle Black on Staten Island, a top 5 wing joint in America by Food and Wine magazine. Serving daily lunch and dinner at the bar or on the floor. Perfect for family and group parties with top shelf drink and delicious food. From great times with good friends. Live sports and watch parties. To Staten Island's hottest nightlife. The Kettle Black features live music and DJs weekly. The Kettle Black features daily and nightly food and drink specials. The best Staten Island has to offer is at the Kettle Black. We'll see you there at the Kettle Black, located on 415 Forest Avenue, Staten.
And we are back from the College of Staten Island. 9 runs scored through the first 3 innings of this one, 6 belonging to the College of Staten Island and 3 belonging to the Spartans of St. Thomas Aquinas College. Our score 6-3 Dolphins entering the top half of the 4th. And John Esposito returns to the mound for the College of Staten Island. He has been pitching with a 3-run lead since the top half of the 2nd inning, or at least opening innings with at least a 3-run lead. He surrendered a run in each of the first 3 innings, and coming up here in the 4th, he will face 9, 1, and 2 in the Spartans lineup.
Man, I think for John Esposito, what he's hoping for is a 1-2-3 or an inning unscathed from being scored upon. You know, first inning really wasn't his fault, gave up the unearned run. Inning number 2 was a kind of a manufactured run that was scored thanks to 2 walks that he, I'm sorry, not the 2 walks, but a manufactured, helped along by another error. And then, of course, the solo home run shot in the 3rd.
Well, not to be lost in this week's games, and we've spoken about the command issues for Dolphins pitching and how well they've swung the bat. So both positives and negatives to be taken from these games. The Dolphins throwing the ball in from the outfield has been a problem. The ball trickling away from the cutoff man being overthrown, balls not being handled cleanly, and that's resulted in some additional runs scoring that wouldn't have otherwise come in to score, as Matthew Johnson is quickly ahead in the count 2-0. But if those things are cleaned up and those runs are shaved off of the scoreboard, games could quickly become a lot closer for this Dolphins team instead of playing from behind multiple runs at a time. As Esposito now behind on Johnson 3-0.
Yeah, the Dolphins do have 3 errors in this game, and when you're playing a team as good as Stack, you don't want to give up any free passes, and of course the errors really hurt.
Well, we've seen the damage the leadoff walk can do in each Dolphins half inning as Johnson draws a leadoff walk here for the Spartans to start off the 4th, and that will bring up Anthony Mesano as on the way down to first base. Johnson was clapping, trying to hype up that visitor's dugout a bit. We heard a lot of noise coming from the Dolphins dugout in each of the first 3 innings. CSI leads by 3 runs, and Spartans hoping to change that right here.
First walk issued by Esposito in this game, and it happens on 4 pitches.
And the first pitch to Maisano is in for a called strike 1.
Maisano's 0 for 2. He grounded out and struck out in this game.
That called strike ends the streak of 4 consecutive misses for Esposito. And it's clearly a point of emphasis for this Dolphins pitching staff to keep tabs on the running game after Wednesday. You can see that every pitcher who's taken the mound for the College of Staten Island today has paid close attention to each and every runner who gets on base. Here comes the 0-1 pitch, and that breaking ball just missed.
Didn't miss by much. But getting back to the base running, you know, when we interviewed Mike Morrow on the Dolphin Pod, one of the things that he mentioned was the big difference between Division III and Division II is just a lot more running and a lot more, you know, base running emphasis put on Division II baseball.
There's a big swing and a miss there by Maisano for strike 2.
Runners in motion, hit and runs, stolen bases, bunts. There's just so much more that happens at the Division II level. And, you know, sometimes you wonder why that is, but a lot more manufacturing of runs at this level.
I remember hearing him say that during your interview, and whenever I listen to the Dolphin Pod now, I just find it so weird hearing my own voice open the show and during the breaks.
Well, forever a part of it.
Yeah.
That's what we promised.
An OG Dolphin podcaster. 1 ball and 2 strikes the count on Maisano. He hits one on the ground to short, could be 2. Cipoletti on to second for 1, throw to first, not in time. As the Speedy Maisano beats it out, but the lead runner, Matthew Johnson, is cut down at second, and there's 1 away.
Still, it's good to see the Dolphins turn that the right way. Cipoletti fielding it clean, taking his time, getting the throw over to second so that Shendi Ulash could pivot and make the throw to first. It wasn't in time. That's okay. If you're going to try for the double play, you got to get that first lead out. Otherwise, it renders the rest moot.
That will bring up Andrew Jemison. He is 1 for 2 with a single and a strikeout. And he looks at the first pitch he sees for ball 1.
That strikeout was the first time he was officially put out in the game. Did have a sacrifice fly in the first game, but he's been good.
It's been a big part of the Spartans' offense, and he tried to add 2 runs right there as he took a huge cut at that 1-0 pitch and came up empty.
Yeah, and on deck is the home run hitter, Brian Donnelly. So, you know, if Jemison can find a way to get on base, Spark can tie it with 1 swing of the bat.
1 ball and 1 strike, the count on Jemison. Runner at first is Maisano, who's stolen 3 bases this year. And Jemison did get a piece of that, but it winds up in the glove of Trancucci for strike 2. One and 2 the count. Esposito looking for strikeout number 4. And that just missed. I know Sal Trancucci thought that was strike 3.
Yeah, Esposito trying to keep that ball down in the strike zone and thought he had it there.
Different umpires have different strike zones. In game 1, Jemison's already back in the dugout after that last pitch, and the new life afforded to him allows him to drop that one just inside the foul line. Fair ball in the right field corner. Throw to second is not in time. And once again, a throw from the outfield gets away from the Dolphins. Nobody is covering third. Not that it mattered as that one rolled out towards left field. Coming in to score is Anthony Maisano. And a complete disaster for the Dolphins right there. There's no better way to put it, Dave.
Well, Joe, listen, I've attended 2, 3, 4 CSI practices in full. And this is a team that practices hitting the cutoff man about 99% of the time. And for the life of me, I can't understand why they just time and again try to avoid the cutoff. There's no reason there. Instead, there's a run in. Now the double, the hitter who hit the double is now at third base, and it could be disastrous inning now because of a failed cutoff.
I'm not sure what the official scoring is going to be. I guess
It's an
error
error.
on
Yeah,
the ball getting
absolutely.
by, but
It's a double. It's an E9. There's no RBI. Jameson gets up all the way to third, And Maisano scores on the play. For now, it's unearned, but it can be turned into an earned run.
The only issue I have is I'm not sure if that ball gets by, if Cipolletti's not taken out by the slide. Not that we can really account for that, as the ground out by Donnelly gives the Dolphins a huge second out and holds the runner at third. So Cipolletti with a nice job to hold the runner as well, looking him back.
Yeah, and Cipolletti with 2 errors in the game just made a sterling play right there. Gets on the lip of the infield grass and kind of makes up for that error on the previous play. Although the Dolphins need that one more out.
Cipolletti came into today leading the CSI team in errors. Of course, that's in part due to the increased opportunities you get at shortstop. As cleanup hitter James Forsage is the batter. And I'm not sure. Is the count on the scoreboard correct, Dave? I think it's 0-1.
It's, yeah. That's
0-1.
what I have. Yep,
okay.
0-1.
That's correct. And that'll make it 1-1. So Forsage with a big run over there at third base that he could potentially bring home to make this a one-run game. John Esposito has been betrayed by his defense thus far. 4 errors in the game for the Dolphins. As that half swing is enough for strike 2. And Esposito is 1 strike away from a huge out here in the 4th inning. Stack with a run in each of the first 4 innings, looking to make it 2. Esposito looking for out number 3, and he just missed.
Yep, and I think Forsage knew it. I think he just looked at it like bat down, shoulders down. He was getting ready to take a walk back into dugout. New life.
In game 1, just like Jemison, he'd be back in the dugout,
Right.
Dave. 2 balls, 2 strikes, and 2 outs. The pitch from Esposito is fouled away. Lights are on here at the CSI Baseball Complex, though. That has coincided with an increase in temperature. It's definitely gotten warmer here in the booth since the end of last game.
Yeah, it's really contingent with the sun coming down, Joe.
Skies have opened up a little bit, too, as the rain that we saw at the end of last game stopped. And a bit more blue in the sky now as the count runs full on Forsage. Huge pitch up coming here for Esposito, who's already thrown 69 pitches to this point. Whether or not he has to face another batter could go a long way in deciding how long he remains in this game beyond this inning, as the 3-2 pitch is fouled straight back. So at least one more payoff pitch up coming to Forsage. On deck is Danny DiMarzo, stacked shortstop. Should Forsage keep this inning going?
Forsage is 0 for 2 in the game, but he has hit 2 sharply to the outfield, but he's going to earn on via the walk. The second in the inning for Esposito, second in the game.
Well, DiMarzo has also hit 2 to the outfield, and his 2 at-bats to this point in the game, and he will come up now with the tying runs on base. An extra base hit could tie the game.
Of course, the infield getting set for runners at the corner situation with 2 out. DiMarzo, as you mentioned, has hit 2 to the outfield, 1 for an out. The other one was a sharply hit ball into left field for a base hit. If that happens, 1 is scoring for sure. Dolphins hanging on to a 2-run lead.
His base hit in his first at-bat, or I should say second at-bat, went to the left side. This one's hit out toward right center, and that will find the gap for a 2-out hit. Being waved home is Forsage. He takes the turnaround third. The relay throw to the plate, not in time. It nearly got by Trancucci, who got a glove on it, and Esposito backs up, and you could see how frustrated John Esposito is with himself and perhaps even with his defense, as the Spartans have tied the game. Just as I said, a 2-out extra base hit could do, and our score is now knotted up at 6.
Yep, so 3 runs in this inning. And, of course, aided by the walks that have been issued. I know 1 was erased via the fielder's choice, but the runs at this point, Joe, are earned on Esposito.
4 of the 6 I have earned. Is that for this inning or for the entire start?
Well, for the inning, all 3 are earned now.
Yeah, 4 of the 6 runs Esposito has allowed are earned. That's Kyle LaGrutta taking a called strike 1. LaGrutta reached on an error and struck out in his 2 at-bats. Great game thus far here at the CSI Baseball Complex. These two teams going back and forth through the first 3.5 innings. Spartans with a chance to take the lead here in the fourth, but that won't do it. As we'll see, this one is coming down over our heads, I believe. And, yep, lands on the press box and will roll behind us. Count now, no balls and 2 strikes on LaGrutta.
Yeah, LaGrutta got on via an error to start off the second inning of play. He did strike out, as Joe mentioned, against Esposito, who's gone the distance so far. He's struck out 2, but has walked 2, both in this inning. And although one erased on the fielder's choice, the other one came in to score.
That one's hit sharply, but right into the glove of Shendi Ulaj. That is the 3rd out of the inning. But the Spartans have come all the way back and tied this game at 6. Heading into the bottom half of the 4th inning here at the College of Staten Island. Dolphins come to bat after this break.
Champions know how to seize opportunities. When they see moments of greatness unfold right before their eyes, they push as hard as they possibly can. And then they push harder. Because the heart of a champion never settles, never quits, and never stops giving its all. We are champions. We are Division II. We go big, we give it everything we've got, and we win. On the field, on our campuses, in our communities, for our causes, in our careers. We rise to become champions in everything we do. We are Division II, and there are no limits here. We make our time count. We set our own path. We become champions on our terms. It's time to up your game, because we're here to play and learn. But most importantly, we're here to discover ourselves, our vision, our heart, our drive, to achieve every goal we aim for, because we want to be champions at the highest level, life. At Division II, the opportunities are here. Are you ready?
We welcome you back into the CSI Baseball Complex. Dolphins and Spartans tied at 6, and among our viewers who we welcome back is Jennifer Pizzuto, always worthy of a shout-out. Dave's wife watching at home. So, Jen, thanks for tuning in as always. One of our most loyal viewers, if not the most loyal. I'm not sure if Toby has his eyes fixed on the screen.
He does,
Dave.
he does. I just got the text.
Great. So, Toby and Jennifer both tuning in. For those of you who don't know, he was introduced during our first broadcast of the season. Tobias Pizzuto is Dave's dog.
That's
Really
right.
adopted last year, and great to have them watching here as the Dolphins now will come to the plate, trying to get back in front in this game, Dave. CSI appeared to be in control of this one, but the Spartans just kept chipping away with 1 run in each of the first 3 innings, and then some miscues in the field for the Dolphins, ultimately prolonging that last inning, though the runs are earned against Esposito. He's had a lot of tough luck out there on the mound in this game. We'll see if his offense can pick him up.
Yeah, see if the offense can pick him up against a new relief pitcher for a stack. It's number 34, T.J. Gregory, who comes in. Now, Gregory that has a 0 ERA, but he's only pitched 1 2/3 innings. That's actually spread over 2 separate appearances. He has 2 strikeouts in 1.2, has not given up a hit. So opponents are batting a 0 against him, but such a minimal body of work as he goes up against Angel Santiago to start things off. Batters 4, 5, and 6. Santiago, the only member of the Dolphins who is 2 for 2 today. He's got a pair of RBI base hits in the game.
Although the Dolphins have seen this lead get away, they have to be confident with the way they've swung the bats in this one. After Angelo Baez completely shut them down in Game 1, the bullpen finished the job for Stack in that first game, but the Dolphins have been all over the first 2 pitchers to come into this game for St. Thomas Aquinas. Kindle fared a little bit better than the starter, Mustafaski, but the Dolphins have done a great job at the plate in this game, and we'll be looking to Santiago here to get things started in the 4th. We have not seen a 0 up on the scoreboard yet in this game. Here comes the 2-1 pitch, and that is grounded through the left side for a base hit. So once again, the Dolphins have the leadoff man on. That, I believe, makes it 4 straight innings where the Dolphins have had the leadoff man reach. That is correct, and that will bring up Thomas Martin.
First hit allowed of the season for TJ Gregory in his 1.2 innings. And Thomas Martin, who is yet to hit one in this game, did have an RBI grounder that was ruled an error, and he ended up scoring a run back in the first inning, but struck out his last time up. That was against Kindle, who came on in relief.
The first pitch to Martin is fouled back, and we got word from Joe Masha that we had some potential spectators looking to get on campus for this game to come and watch. Just a reminder that right now there is a no spectator policy here at the College of Staten Island applying to all of our spring sporting events. Of course, you can catch all of the baseball home events here on CSI Sports. That is part of the ECC network. Softball, weather permitting, also on the ECC network, as a half swing by Martin, and home plate umpire rings him up for strike 2.
Yeah, we remind our fans that before every game we post a game day article on our website that has all the information on how to tune in, and also tells our fans that there is no spectator attendance for our games. And when that ban is lifted, I guess, we would have word sent out that we could allow. But for right now, the City University of New York, no fan attendance, no spectators allowed.
Hopefully by the fall for soccer. We'll see, as that one is chopped foul down the third baseline and out of play into the Dolphins bullpen. So Martin will see another 1-2 pitch in just a moment.
This is why we try to cover every single sporting event that we have on CSI Sportsnet. Soccer in the fall, basketball and swimming in the winter, and baseball, softball in the spring. With the exception of some weather-related events, we will be there with you.
And that one is swung on and missed by Martin for strike 3. So Martin, who's been a tough out all week, goes down on strikes with the runner on first, and now with one out in the inning, Shendi Ulaj will be the batter. And a big reason why our viewers get both myself and you on the call, Dave, is because there are no spectators. So they get the A team for the broadcast. For baseball, anyway, we can't leave out Mike Babuski, of course.
Yeah, well, Babuski does our softball games, and I hop on sometimes to do baseball and try to yield for some time for Nick Durst, who we might welcome on a little bit later in the year. But the other reason why we're together, Joe, is because we have an outstanding staff that's working in the other booths here that allow us to spread out a little bit more and to have two people on the broadcast. Joe Masha is our engineer who takes care of the scoreboard on your screen, the different camera cutaways, and of course, the pitch counts and things like that. Sal Caruso is our official statistician in the other room. Marco Miranda is our public address announcer and musician and DJ. And Jackie Bruno, the head women's basketball coach, is doing our scoreboard that you see on your screen there in left center field. So because we have such an exceptional staff, we're able to kind of, you and I both, covering this game as opposed to one of us being in another room doing a couple of different jobs.
It's a lot less lonely in the booth when there's someone else to share the call with. As in a game like yesterday, or I should say Wednesday's game, going the distance by yourself in a 28-run marathon that sees one team win the game by double digits, sometimes a very difficult task, as the count is 3-1 on Shendi Ulaj. And that's swung on and missed for strike 2 as Gregory looks to avoid walking a runner into scoring position.
I think it looks like number 6, Joseph Scarmadella.
I think it's 0.
It's 0? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Yanni Orfanides.
Wow, you were quick on that one, Dave. I would have had to take a look at that before I went for that pronunciation. Much better than I am at it, apparently. As that one is fouled away, so we'll see at least one more 3-2 pitch upcoming.
There's no action in the Dolphins bullpen, though, and Esposito has gone the distance so far through 4 innings.
74 pitches for Esposito thus far, as Ulaj got a piece of that one, but it's straight into the glove of Manette. And that's another strikeout for TJ Gregory, who's now punched out the last 2, and there are 2 away.
Yeah, so Gregory's looked pretty sharp after giving up that leadoff single through the left side of the infield. Brian Burkhead now is the batter, officially 0 for 1. He was hit by a pitch and scored a run in the 3rd inning.
First pitch to Burkhead is swung on and missed. He chased out of the zone at that off-speed pitch for strike one. And you mentioned Nick Durst before. I've been speaking to him on and off now since the closure and the last time he worked an event, and I know he's eager to get back on as a softball engineer / color commentator. So we might get that 3-person broadcast we've been looking for. I know Nick is eager to come back.
Yeah, we'd love to have him on. See if it can work out with some of his other gigs that he has going on. But
he's everywhere, Dave. He is everywhere. I've been on his football football betting show, or at least a football talk show over the weekend that he hosts. I believe it's part of the Landry Football Talk Network online, if I'm not mistaken. But he was part of a guest speaking gig at St. John's, I believe he said.
Well, he runs his own podcast for
of course.
In the Zone website, and You Know I'm Right podcast that's available on Spotify and wherever else you listen to podcasts. Some exceptional guests on his show.
As the 1-2 pitch misses down and away to even the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Santiago still standing over at first. He led off the inning with a single. Covered so much on that football show, I couldn't really whittle it down to one thing that we spoke about. Covered during the season, the playoffs and sports betting and all that fun stuff. As that one's hit on the ground to second, bobbled for a moment, and looked like Burkhead started getting ready to turn first base, but he's ultimately thrown out at first, and that will bring the inning to a close. Dolphins are kept off of the scoreboard for the first time in this game. Our first 0 up on the scoreboard in the bottom half of the fourth. When we come back, top half of inning number 5.
Wayne State Medical School has been my dream medical school since I was 5. Athletics are important, but so is service, so is research, so is becoming a better person. And we expect you to do well athletically, but don't forget the reason you're here, which is to give back to your community and to get good grades. It was my sophomore indoor season. It was the first year with our new head coach. And he comes in and he's like, we could be a national contending team if you guys work hard. And I heard him and I was like, well, I want to be a national champion. I want to be an All-American. And I bought in because he bought into our team. And I qualified to go to indoor nationals. I decided I wanted it, so I went and grabbed it.
We're back here on CSI Sportsnet. Dolphins and Spartans tied at 6. And the Spartans will come to bat, not trailing in this game for the first time since the top half of the first inning, with a chance to take the lead from the College of Staten Island in the top half of inning number 5. John Esposito returns to the mound for the College of Staten Island. And as I mentioned in the previous half inning, he has thrown 74 pitches thus far. No action in the Dolphins bullpen. There's been plenty of action in the Spartans bullpen throughout this game, but it appears as if the Dolphins will be leaning on their ace to get them through at least one more inning, possibly 2.
Yeah, and you mentioned in the bottom of the fourth, Joe, about how the Dolphins should still feel confident knowing that they've been able to touch some of these stacked pitchers and score the 6 runs. Well, so can the Spartans. They've put up 6 runs now against CSI starter John Esposito, the chipping away. And then the big inning, last inning, was really the lone inning that we saw Esposito struggle a little bit with control. He walked 2 in that inning. And then when you mix in, the error that didn't prolong the inning per se, ended up being a big one. And now Stack, which is finishing up their 3rd turn in the order and potentially their 4th turn against Esposito, should be feeling pretty confident themselves.
Those 2 walks Esposito issued in the last inning were his first 2 of the game. That's a tough hop on Cipoletti. And let's see, what are you writing down there? E6 once again is Cipoletti, who had a tremendous game on Monday in the field, has had a rough day. I think that's error number 4 on him between the 2 games today. And that will add 4 more to his team-leading total for the season. And on to lead off the inning is Christopher Conti, and that will bring up Billy Manette.
Yeah, it's a tough play, Joe, but it is a grounder. It is up the middle. It's a play that Cipoletti should be able to make, and he just doesn't look confident fielding that ball at all. He looked kind of short-armed it a little bit, and It's a tough break for the true freshman who's been having a rough day, but Dolphins got to squeeze their way out of this jam now.
Manette ahead in the count, 1-0. He's doubled and flied out in his first 2 plate appearances. Here comes the 1-0 from Esposito. And that's chopped down the line. Fair ball as the home plate umpire immediately pointing fair. Into second standing is Manette. Conti goes first to third. And now there are 2 in scoring position for the Spartans once again with Matthew Johnson coming to the plate.
Yeah, and Louis Mandiel did a really nice job really getting to that ball. He was sprinting from the moment that was hit, and it's for that reason only that Conti is still at third and not home with the go-ahead run. But now a huge hole for the Dolphins to try and climb out of. Second and third, nobody out.
Well, the Dolphins' defense has been a big reason why Esposito has thrown as many pitches as he has and why they find themselves with their lead is gone, but now find themselves in danger of falling behind as Matthew Johnson looks at ball 1. He's 0 for 1, reached on an error and walked. And the 1-0 is downstairs in the dirt for ball 2.
Yeah, knowing how tough it's been, striking out these players, you're going to have to rely on that defense behind you for a lot of outs. And that's what makes it tougher to get out of jams like this with 2 runners on and nobody out.
Here comes the 2-0, and that's chopped foul toward the Dolphins' dugout. And there's no reason for Cipolletti to lack confidence over there at short after the game he had on Monday. Not only got it done in the field, but at the plate as well. And the one mistake he did make, he immediately redeemed himself and threw out a runner at the plate to keep the Dolphins within a run. And that ultimately proved to be the difference. The CSI would walk off and win by a run. As that's it sharply right at Cipolletti, and he made that one look easy as he throws out Johnson over at first base for a big out number 1.
Yeah, he made a very similar play in the last inning. After the CSI error in the outfield, he came back and got one right at the lip of the grass and played it cleanly. He's a really good fielder, and that's, you never want to score a game that way, Joe, but when you know that the play can be made because the player making it is, has the capability to, it's even more of a reason why the play before has to be an error because Cipolletti can make that play.
As far as I'm concerned, the play before has to be an error because I'm a former pitcher, as that one's in for a called strike 1. But
there are no such thing as hits if you're a pitcher, Joe. Everything is an error.
That's right.
It's sometimes it's just an error with the pitch you make. It's like a brain error.
Exactly. 0-1 the count on Anthony Misano, and he swings and misses for strike 2. So perhaps Esposito energized a bit after picking up that big first out. If he could finish off Misano here, he puts himself in a position to get out of this inning unscathed. And of all the innings not to surrender a run, for this to be the one where he achieves that would be impressive, to say the least, as that one is fought off foul. A good defensive swing there by Misano to stay in the at-bat.
Misano is one of the 3 strikeout victims of Esposito's today. That was in his second turn around the order. But he's still looking for his first hit against CSI sophomore.
There's pitch number 85, and it's lined softly into shallow left field. 1 run is in. Mandiel boots it. A second run will score, and going to second is Anthony Misano. Credit him with 1 RBI on a single. He advances on the error by Mandiel. Manette scores on the error by Mandiel. Conti scores on the run batted in by Misano, and the Dolphins now trail by 2, 8-6.
Dolphins' 6th error of the game. And again, it allows just for another advancement of a base. And now with the new count, up comes Andrew Jamison.
And the first pitch to Jamison is down low for ball 1. Jamison is 2 for 3. He singled, struck out, and doubled in his first 3 plate appearances.
Runner goes.
Runner goes to third, and the hole on the left side is vacant. That will allow the runner, Misano, to score from second base. Credit an RBI single to Andrew Jamison, and the Spartans have now jumped in front by 3. Our score is 9-6.
Yeah, so Misano scores, and Manette's unearned run turns into an earned run. Maisano's run for now is unearned. Doesn't really matter. Esposito's day is done.
And tough luck for John Esposito out on the mound in this one as we will head to break with the Dolphins trailing by 3. When we come back, our score 9-6 in favor of the Spartans. John Esposito's day is done, and taking a look at who is coming in, I'm not quite sure. We'll share that information with you after the break. This is CSI Dolphins Baseball exclusively on CSI Sportsnet as part of the ECC Network.
For me, just kind of was the glue that kept my family together, I feel like. I don't know what it was that drew me in, but after I started playing for a while and started seeing some early success as a little kid, to see how much it meant to my parents to see me play the game and try to make a difference was really what fueled me to keep playing and stay competitive. Being a triple major is not necessarily easy, but at the same time it is what you make it. Being a tighter-knit university, I have a lot of classes with the same professors, so they know me pretty well. I think it's that personal relationship that really helped me to thrive as a student. I was able to come here and get my triple major, as well as play a super high level of baseball against some of the best players in the country. There's a lot of options here in Division II with a lot of great ball players and a lot of great people, and they make sure that they give you every opportunity to succeed on and off the field.
And we're back here from the CSI Baseball Complex. New pitcher for the College of Staten Island as Dave will head down the hall to assist with official statistics. Until he returns, I'll have the call for this game between the Dolphins and Spartans. Joe Foreman and David Pizzuto with you from the CSI Baseball Complex. Dolphins now trailing by 3 against St. Thomas Aquinas. Just a quick recap of how we reached this point. Stack scoring 1 in the top half of the first. Dolphins jumped out to a 4-1 lead in the bottom half. Each team scored a run in the second and third, which brought us into the fourth with a score of 6-3 in the top half of the fourth. Stack got even with a 3 spot against John Esposito. Dolphins failed to score, and with the score even at 6 entering this top half of the fifth, Stack has added 3 more to go in front, 9-6, chasing Esposito from the game. He leaves 1 runner on base. That is Andrew Jemison standing over at first. That run is Esposito's responsibility with 1 away here in inning number 5. And Michael DeForte is the new pitcher for the College of Staten Island. His first assignment will be Brian Donnelly, the first baseman for the Spartans. The numbers for DeForte on the season. This is his 4th appearance. He's pitched to a 12 ERA in 6 innings. He's allowed 7 hits and 9 runs, 8 of those earned. He's walked 7 and struck out 4. So another Dolphin with more walks than innings pitched on the season. And that certainly makes it very difficult to keep runs off the scoreboard. DeForte will check on the runner over at first, and Jemison slides back in. This matchup, a battle of East Coast Conference teams. Dolphins cannot qualify for postseason play, but this game counts in the standings all the same, as the Spartans want to maintain their unbeaten record both overall and in the ECC. Today marked their first action since March 20th. And they return to the diamond with a victory 6-0 over the Dolphins in Game 1. As that's hit out to left center field, Mandiel settles underneath it, and he will make the catch for the second out. That will bring up the cleanup hitter, James Versage.
A big out registered by DeForte.
As Versage is 0 for 2. He's flown out a couple of times in this game. Also has walked. If I'm not mistaken, that walk, you mentioned it, Dave, was his first time on base between the 2 games as the runner is going. Trancucci's throw arrives at second base on a hop, not even close. And Jemison swipes second base. And you could tell he was itching to go from the moment DeForty took the mound for the College of Staten Island, and he did take a look over to first and throw once, but didn't keep close enough tabs on him.
Lots of problems with that base. You could see it on the top of your screen every time somebody bangs into it and comes up off its mooring, and got to be reset.
The Dolphins will take care of that, and we'll take a quick break as they adjust second base and get it back anchored into the dirt. When we come back, it's 9-6 Stack over Staten Island here on CSI Sportsnet.
Being a champion takes more than skill, more than endless drills, more than using your head. Being a champion takes the heart to give it your all, the agility to thrive from any angle, and the relentless drive to be the best. Welcome to Division 2, where the pursuit is yours to create, and the question isn't, can you do it? It's will you?
We're definitely getting go ahead.
We're definitely coming back from break, Dave, as you and I were enjoying some of our meal that we left unfinished in between games.
I was going to say, we're definitely getting the heater in here for next game because
no doubt.
It is cold in here.
I actually have a great heater. I'll throw it in the back of my trunk. This thing might
Is there anything you don't own?
No.
Binoculars, heater, you got it all.
I know. My basement is full of eccentric items that I've hoarded over the years. As the first pitch to James Forsage is flown out to right. I should say our first pitch coming out of the break, and it's a 2-pitch at bat, but a quick out. So after the resetting of second base, DeForty returns to the mound, throws one pitch, retires Forsage, and the top half of the fifth inning comes to a close. Our score heading into the sixth, 9-6 in favor of St. Thomas Aquinas.
Hobra, a taco joint, Staten Island, where we're proud to have shared our family-first spirit with people from throughout New York City and the world. With indoor dining available both at the bar and on the floor. Or step outside for additional seating and an outdoor bar. Serving beer that's crisp, ice cold, and worthy of a day at the beach. Cocktails that explode with flavor. And great food made with the freshest and healthiest ingredients available. Events feature food and drink specials. Live music. And the best of Staten Island nightlife. Your CSI Student ID saves you 10% on your dining order at Hobra. Visit us at 412 Forest Avenue, Staten Island.
And we're back from the College of Staten Island. Bottom half of the fifth inning, as I incorrectly said, top six, heading into the break. Dolphins certainly wouldn't be okay with that, as they have 9 more outs to play with in this game. Just a reminder, this game is game 2 of a conference doubleheader between the Dolphins and Spartans. Game 1 went 9. Spartans won 6-0. This game scheduled for 7 innings. Dolphins trailing 9-6. For the College of Staten Island, it will be 8, 9, and 1 due up against a new pitcher for Stack. And after this warm-up toss, hopefully I'll be able to get a number.
It is 0, Joe.
All right, it is 0. We did talk about that before. And that would be Yanni Afranides coming in out of the Spartans bullpen. So Afranides will face Trancucci, Cipoletti, and Mandil in the Dolphins' half of inning number 5.
Yeah, and he's making his 3rd appearance on the season. He's got 3 1/3 under his belt. He's given up 3 hits, 1 run. It was earned. He's walked 1. He's struck out 1. 2 out of the 3 hits he's given up, Joe, have been long ones. A double and a triple that he's given up. But opponents are batting just .231 against him.
Well, for the purpose of solidarity, Dave, I'll stand and call the inning.
I'm just standing up because I'm cold, and I'm trying to hop on.
It just doesn't feel right sitting down with you standing right next to me in the booth.
Yeah, make you nervous, stand over you?
Maybe, I don't know. Something just doesn't feel quite right. I don't know what it is. Can't explain it as Trancucci goes behind in the count 0-1.
You know, the Dolphins are not out of this thing, Joe. They've got 9 outs to work with here. They've been able to get some runs across if they can stay patient. And, you know, I know it may be a little overstated, but, you know, I think that inning where Mandil hopped on the first pitch and hit into the double play when Kindle was having such a tough time finding the strike zone. I think that kind of turned things around in this one. I felt like the Dolphins were due for a big inning. And then a couple of at-bats later, Kindle walked the next batter, and then Joyce hopped on the first pitch and ended up grounding out to first base. And you think if the Dolphins were just a little bit more patient with those at-bats, maybe things would be different. As you could see, Trancucci being patient and drawing a 3-1 count.
Well, that's absolutely fair, Dave. And to that point, if you're facing the St. Thomas Aquinas team, we mentioned the national accolades and how they're unbeaten this season and how they're among the favorites in the East Coast Conference. You have to make the most of your opportunities against this team. And the Dolphins simply didn't do that in that half inning as Trancucci draws the leadoff walk. That will bring up Nick Cipoletti, who's 1 for 2, hit to a fielder's choice and bunted for a hit in 2 at-bats.
Yeah, and Trancucci, that was his second walk of the game. He's 1 for 1 officially because he has a 2 RBI base hit as well. And Cipoletti, remember, legged out a bunt in that inning against Kindle, that same inning we were talking about. Mandiel hitting into the double play.
Here comes the first pitch to Cipoletti, and that's off the inside corner for ball 1. So Afranides has come out of the bullpen and hasn't thrown strikes to this point. He has missed with 4 of 5 pitches.
Yeah, you can see obviously his delivery is a little unorthodox, at least not what the CSI batters are used to seeing.
I'll make that 5 of 6 with that miss to Cipoletti. And the 1-0 is chopped in front of the plate by Cipoletti, and on to second goes Trancucci. That will bring up Louis Mandiel with a runner in scoring position and 1 away.
Yeah, and we've seen Minette have some trouble behind the backstop for Stack, but he did a really nice job of, first of all, calling off Arfanides off of that bunt and then playing it, squaring up, making the good throw.
So credit Cipoletti with the sacrifices. I looked up at the last moment. Now I have to look down to score, so I took my eyes off the action at the wrong moment. Mandiel, the batter. Mandiel drew a couple of walks in his first 2 plate appearances, and then, as you mentioned, Dave, that momentum-swinging plate appearance where he hit the grounder over to short. Did score a run for the Dolphins, but turned into a 6-4-3 double play.
Yeah, it got a job done. It did score a run for the Dolphins, but the double play, I think, was more important to Stack at the time. But he's got a good opportunity here to do something with a runner at second base. Can't tie the game up with a swing. You may as well try to get on base, try to move Trancucci over, give Dominic Castiglione a chance.
Long look in here from Afranides. I have to think Mandiel might call time soon. This is some stare down. Now he comes set on the mound. Delivers side arm and a half swing by Mandiel as he fouls that pitch back.
Yeah, so Mandiel yet to register a hit on the afternoon, but he has gotten on base the twice that Joe had mentioned via the walk. He has a stolen base in the game. He has also scored a run.
0-1 the count as Afranides taking his time out there on the mound. He's brought the pace of this one to a grinding halt. Here's the 0-1 pitch. And that breaking ball misses low. Evens the count at 1 ball and 1 strike. No action in the Dolphins bullpen. More throwing going on in that visitors bullpen. Looks like number 49 tossing out in right field as the 1-1 pitch misses outside for ball 2.
Yeah, and part of the Dolphins being patient is trying to get their timing down against Arfanides and the way he tosses the ball.
That's Mateo Reyes throwing out in right field. 2 balls and 1 strike, the count on Mandiel. That's down in the dirt for ball 3, so Afranides has lost the strike zone here. The bunt by Cipoletti perhaps may have bailed him out a bit, as he has not been close on quite a few pitches. He's thrown 11 pitches, 8 out of the strike zone. Cipoletti did wait until he had a strike on him to lay that bunt down as the 3-1 pitch is on its way, and Mandiel walks for the third time.
So now the Dolphins are in business. They got one of their better hitters up at the plate, 2 runners on. We saw just 2 days ago, Dominic Castiglione paced a 3-run homer over the wall here in CSI Baseball Complex, and if he can do that here, he ties the game up. But the tying run at the plate against Orphanides, who's now lost 2 batters out of 3.
Big at-bat here for the Dolphins. Extra base hit could bring them back within a run. Probably would with Mandiel's speed. And as you said, Dave, a home run would bring them even. As Castiglione looks at a called strike 1. Dom is 1 for 2. He has singled, flown out, and walked in this game. Orphanides taking his time out on the mound. Comes set. Here's his 0-1 pitch. And that's skied out into shallow center field.
It could be tough.
That's no man's land out there as that play was made much more difficult than it had to be. Mesano gave way to DeMarzo over at short, who made an over-the-shoulder basket catch for the second out.
Yeah, it's kind of Mesano's ball in center field, but I guess DeMarzo called him off, and that looked like trouble, but give Danny DeMarzo credit for tracking that down and making the catch. And Thomas Joyce, who did not bat in the first game, still looking for his first hit in this one. He's 0 for 2 officially, but he does have a walk in the game.
Big spot here for Joyce, who homered on Monday. Dolphins could really use an extra base hit of some variety right here. Of course, would love the home run once again, as now they have their backs up against the wall in this half inning with 2 outs.
Yeah, and then you have Angel Santiago on deck, who's 3 for 3 in the game, having himself a great day.
Lost in how close this game was through the first 4 is that the Dolphins only have 6 base hits. Most of those came in the first couple of innings. I'll have to take a look, but
yeah, they had three hits in the first alone, Joe, and then another in the second. And Santiago had one.
Their last hit might have been in the 4th. I think their last hit was in the 4th.
Yeah, it was in the 4th. That was by Cipoletti on that bunt.
Right, so they did have one in the previous inning.
Right, but again, one of those 6 hits is a bunt single that was legged out. That was the last one. Before that, or after that, actually, in the 5th, was Santiago's 3rd hit of the game.
Point being, the Dolphins haven't really hit the ball all that well since very early in this game. They were making solid contact in those first couple of innings and really jumped on Mustafosky, the starter for the Spartans.
If I'm Joyce, I'm taking another strike here.
Certainly a possibility. And with Santiago on deck, I think that's the right move. Long look in from Orphanides as he gets set to deliver the 3-1 pitch. Joyce swinging, and that might have been ball 4. Looked to be a bit inside on the hands. Joyce turned on it and pulled it foul.
Well, we've also seen Joyce put one over the wall in right field. That was on Monday night. So we know he's got the power to drive something out of the ballpark. But now he's got to protect here, 3-2.
Payoff pitch upcoming, 2 on and 2 outs. Joyce, the tying run at the plate in the bottom half of the 5th. And that one is outside for ball 4. Joyce never doubted, apparently, because he was not heading back to the dugout. And I think a lot of the Spartans in the field doubted Joyce as they began walking off the field. But as it stands, ball 4.
Yeah, the last time the Dolphins scored was in the 3rd, and he did it without the benefits of hitting one out of the infield. Cipoletti, like you mentioned, with that bunt single was the only one. And now they have the bases loaded with 2 outs without the benefits of even putting a bat on the ball. 3 walks here by Orphanides.
Well, Angel Santiago, in what's perhaps the biggest at-bat of the game for the Dolphins, I think undoubtedly so, comes to the plate 3 for 3. And if you take a look down at my iPad at his spray chart, he has hit the ball to all fields in this game, grounded one through the left side, hit a line drive into right center, and then drove one into the right field corner. So he's pulled one and went to the opposite field twice. And he skips out of the way of that pitch for a ball.
And Thomas Martin, who perhaps looking for redemption in the on-deck circle after being red hot, has K'd the last 2 times he's been up.
Judging by the way he's glaring at the batter's box, the pitcher, he wants a chance. And took a big practice cut there behind Santiago, but Angel gets his chance first, and he looks at a called strike 1.
Yeah, that was a big pitch early in the count. You don't want to fall behind 2-0 with the bases loaded on Santiago. One of CSI's better hitters, they needed a strike there. Orfanides got it.
1 ball and 1 strike the count. Bases loaded with Dolphins in the bottom half of the 5th. And that's line foul. Count now 1 ball and 2 strikes on Santiago.
Obviously, the runner's going on any sort of contact. So if something is put out into a lot of greenery, Joe, the good chance that all 3 runs could score.
If you're Orfanides, you want to avoid the 3-ball count here because that would allow every runner to get a head start on the pitch. So he has a couple of pitches to play with here. He's ahead in the count right now, 1 ball and 2 strikes. And that's off the outside corner for ball 2. And I'm almost waiting for the home plate umpire to bring up hitters on that outside corner because that's what we saw in game 1. But, of course, the umpire's now switching positions with the home plate umpire moving to the infield for game 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, and 2 outs. Bottom half of the 5th. Dolphins trailing by 3 in search of a big base hit here to pull themselves a bit closer, potentially tie the game. 1 big swing could give them the lead. Comes the 2-2 pitch, and that breaking ball is on the inside corner for strike 3 called. The Dolphins strand the bases loaded in the bottom half of the 5th. We head into the 6th. Our score, Stack 9, CSI 6.
The Kettle Black on Staten Island, a top 5 wing joint in America by Food and Wine magazine. Serving daily lunch and dinner at the bar or on the floor. Perfect for family and group parties with top shelf drink and delicious food. From great times with good friends, live sports and watch parties, to Staten Island's hottest nightlife. The Kettle Black features live music and DJs weekly. The Kettle Black features daily and nightly food and drink specials. The best Staten Island has to offer is at the Kettle Black. We'll see you there at the Kettle Black, located on 415 Forest Avenue, Staten Island.
And we are back here from the CSI Baseball Complex. We do have some changes for you upcoming. We do see Michael Crocco has come out of the Dolphins dugout. It appears as if he is taking over at second base. If there are any additional changes, we'll bring those to you. But right now it looks like Crocco at second, and that's all, if I'm not mistaken, Dave. So for the Dolphins, they enter the 6th inning trailing by 3. Another huge opportunity goes by the wayside in the 5th.
Yeah, the 3 runners left on base, those are going to be huge. The Dolphins have left other runners on base in this game. And, as we get to the later innings, you're not going to get a lot of opportunities where the bases are going to be loaded with 1 out or 2 out, and Dolphins squandered that opportunity against a pitcher in Orfanides who was a lot erratic in that inning, walking the bases loaded. And when it counted, though, and the bat didn't swing, he did get that 3rd strike on Santiago, no doubt about that pitch. And Santiago down for the first time in the game, and now DeForty again has to come out and keep Stack off the scoreboard and try to keep this a 3-run game.
Well, Dave, the difference in the game comes down to one category, really. Of course, Stack leading in the hit column, 11-6, but you take a look at the errors. Dolphins with 6 errors in the game, as opposed to only 1 for the Spartans. The earned run tally for the College of Staten Island, 6 earned, 3 unearned. Right now, that's the difference up on the scoreboard through 5.
Yep.
For the Spartans, it will be 5, 6, and 7 due up in their half of the 6th inning. DeMarzo, LaGrutta, and Conti against Michael DeForty. And that pitch is fouled back into the parking lot. Count on DeMarzo 0-1.
And DeMarzo with the 2 hits, including a big 2 RBI double his last time up. One of the big differences in this scoring margin right now.
And there's plenty of time left for the Spartans to add some more runs, for the Dolphins to get back in this game or take the lead. But if the Dolphins drop this game by 3 runs, having committed 6 errors, and seeing 3 unearned runs come in to score, they're going to end the night very disappointed with the way this one turned out. Despite giving a good showing overall against a very tough opponent, the Dolphins will know that they very well could have won this game, as that one is skied out to center field by DeMarzo and caught by Castiglione for the first out of the inning.
Yeah, and when you think about it, Joe, it's a weird year. Nothing is really accurate in a year like this, but this is a team that's right now ranked 27th in NCAA Division II in the nation. We're talking about everywhere from West Coast to East Coast, and the Dolphins are hanging. They are hanging in with one of the better teams in the nation right now. And again, maybe in a different year when these teams by this point would have 20, 25 games under their belts. Who knows what about rankings or win-loss records or things like that. But for now, Dolphins have got to feel good about hanging in. But again, they've left a lot on the table. And what for right now, through 5 innings, has been a winnable type game.
And the 1-0 pitch is on the inside corner for a called strike. And plenty of positives and negatives to be taken away from this week in baseball here at the College of Staten Island. We saw a thrilling game on Monday, a disappointing game on Wednesday. Dolphins shut out in Game 1 today, had a lead in this game, and have seen that get away since, but are still very much in it with 6 outs to play with across the final 2 innings. Before they can worry about how many outs they have to go in this one, they have to put up another 0 here in the top of the 6th, and they're 1/3 of the way there as that one is fouled back by Kyle LaGrutta to even the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes.
One of the things I will say, though, as a huge bright spot for the Dolphins is that they are a very young team, and they are a team that never gives up. It's the one thing. I mean, they could be down. We saw them in the game against Dominican. They were down by 17 runs late in the game, and they ended up outscoring Dominican in the final couple of innings 6-3, and on paper and years from now, people are going to look at that score and say, wow, that was a blowout. CSI got dominated. But really, in reality, it was a game where the Dolphins just continued to scratch and claw and fight for every single thing that they got. And they ended up, scoring 7 runs out of it. So that says a lot about the character of this team.
It absolutely does. And that's something we've always spoken about in regards to this Dolphins team. They never quit. They're very rarely ever out of a game, and oftentimes they save their best at-bats for late in games and late in the season. And I spoke about it after you left the booth during Wednesday's game, how their season looked about as bleak as could be in 2019, their last full season. And I guess I'll have to talk a bit more about that after this break, if the Dolphins can make this play. And looks like everything just went wrong on that one. The ball popped out of Martin's glove. Going to cover was DeForty. He dropped the throw, which I don't think was in time anyway, so that's error number 7. Charge it to Thomas Martin. And the sloppy play in the field continues for the Dolphins. But as I was saying, in 2019, things looked very bleak. It appeared as if the Dolphins would be on the outside looking in the Cuniac. And then late in that season, they picked up some huge victories down the stretch, got some great pitching performances, came through with some big hits, and found their way into that Cuniac Championship Series. So never count this team out. And stay tuned in this one, as it is far from over here at the College of Staten Island. Christopher Conti over at first base. Billy Manette is the batter, and he takes ball 1. Manette 2 for 3 with a pair of doubles in this game. Getting his first look at Michael DeForty. Here comes the 1-0 pitch. And that's on the inside corner for a called strike. DeForty did not pay much attention to Conti over at first base those first couple of pitches in this at bat. We'll see if that changes. Dolphins have certainly placed an emphasis on controlling the running game today. Have done a pretty good job of it, as that one skied foul into the parking lot for strike 2. One ball and 2 strikes the count on Billy Manette. DeForty hoping to get his team back into the dugout. Still trailing by 3. Gave up 3 runs in the previous inning. Here comes the 1-2. and that's down and away. Though my stats could be wrong as I tried to put the substitution in, but his numbers and those of Esposito might be intermingled in my stats, so that could be incorrect.
Our officials' stats in the next booth, of course, have him right.
That's why they're official and I'm not.
Right, exactly.
2 balls and 2 strikes to count. That's fouled straight back.
I was just looking at the CSI record books for how many errors in a game is the CSI record. We're a long way away from that. Dolphins have committed 12 errors in a game on a couple of occasions, but just prompting me to look at my history books means that I don't really remember a game where the Dolphins have had this many errors, especially in this short a period. Remember, this is just a 7-inning game, and we're only in the top of the 6th.
Well, let's hope we don't come anywhere near 12, Dave, because...
No, last time it happened was in 1997.
I would say you would definitely get a pen slam at that point. You're going to get a headset slam at 12. As that's hit into shallow center, Castiglione comes in to make the catch for the final out of the inning. Spartans strand 1 in the top half of the 6th. Dolphins will still be trailing by 3 when they come to bat in the bottom half of the 6th after this break.
Champions know how to seize opportunities. When they see moments of greatness unfold right before their eyes, they push as hard as they possibly can, and then they push harder. Because the heart of a champion never settles, never quits, and never stops giving its all. We are champions. We are Division II. We go big, we give it everything we've got, and we win. On the field, on our campuses, in our communities, for our causes, in our careers. We rise to become champions in everything we do. We are Division II, and there are no limits here. We make our time count. We set our own path. We become champions on our terms. It's time to up your game, because we're here to play and learn. But most importantly, we're here to discover ourselves, our vision, our heart, our drive, to achieve every goal we aim for, because we want to be champions at the highest level, life. At Division II, the opportunities are here. Are you ready?
We are back from the CSI Baseball Complex. A new pitcher coming on for the Spartans. It will be Mateo Reyes taking the mound for Stack as the Dolphins come to bat in the bottom half of the 6th, trailing by 3.
Yeah, Reyes, if there's one pitcher who's actually had a hiccup or two in the past, it's been Reyes. Reyes is coming into this with a no record. He's had 2 appearances, but his ERA is 10.80. Now, again, just 1 2/3 innings pitched, but he did give up 4 hits in the 1 2/3, 3 runs, 2 of them earned. He's walked 3 batters. I'm sorry, he has not walked any batters. He struck out 3 batters. But 3 out of the 4 hits he's yielded have been doubles. So the Dolphins are facing a pitcher who has had a tough way of it here. Now, again, only 1 2/3 innings pitched, but in 2 different outings. So Reyes is looking to get right on the season and has a chance here. It's a safe situation as he approaches.
For the Dolphins, it will be 5, 6, and 7 due up. Martin, Ulaj, who's actually subbed out of the game, so it won't be Ulaj. It'll be Krako, and then Burkhead. And that's another disadvantage of digital stat keeping when you make a defensive substitution that does not reflect in your lineup. You have to make the lineup change as well when that hitter comes to bat. But I'm learning on the fly. This is game 3 of digital stats for me in the booth as Martin swings and misses at that pitch for strike 1.
I'm giving that a thumbs down, Joe. He's had 2 games for me. I've given him a thumbs down.
Definitely shaky at best.
As I sit here with my chicken scratches and trying to make sense of what I've written down here.
I will say, though, when they put it into that format that you have, it's very clear. When I'm looking at this, not so much. So it has its benefits and its drawbacks, but it's getting me through right now as the count evens at 1 ball and 1 strike.
Yeah, we mentioned how Martin would have loved to have gotten up in that last inning with the bases loaded. Never did get the opportunity, but even still, he's 0 for 3 in this game too. After a 4-for-4 game against Dominican and a 2-for-4 performance in the opening game, he did get on base via an error, has an RBI, and scored in the game. That was way back in the first inning, a 4-run first for the Dolphins.
He's behind in the count here, 1-2. The pitch is swung on and missed as Martin will head back to the dugout frustrated, hangs his head a bit, but certainly no reason for him to be upset with the week he's had, as Michael Crocco will be the batter.
Yeah, and for the pitcher, Mateo, that's his 4th strikeout in an inning and 2/3, well, now 2 full innings of work in 3 different appearances, and Michael Crocco will be the batter.
Crocco, one of a few lefties on this Dolphins roster. Another standing in the on-deck circle, and Brian Burkhead. As the first pitch to Crocco misses low for ball 1.
This is Crocco's first performance at the plate. He's batting .067 or .077 this season. He's only 1 for 13. But he has scored 3 runs this season. And he's walked 4 times. So he is a patient hitter. And, you know, the 4 walks, at least coming into this game, were tied for second on the team.
And that's in limited at-bats, as you mentioned. So Crocco making the most of his opportunities, at least in terms of seeing pitches and being patient. Dolphins could certainly use a base runner here. They would like to see the top of the order get a chance in the final inning of this game as Crocco looks at ball 2. And to get to that point, they would need at least a couple of base runners in this half inning if you want Mandiel leading off in the 7th. If the Dolphins were to go down in order, it would be 8, 9, and 1 due up in the bottom half of the 7th inning. Crocco ahead in the count, 2 balls and 1 strike. And the pitch from Reyes is topped down the first base line, and Reyes will apply the tag to Crocco for out number 2.
Yeah, Crocco tried to sidestep the tag, but that wasn't working, and so now the Dolphins are down to their final out of this inning, and it will be up to Burkhead to try to extend it. Burkhead 0 for 2. He's struck out looking. He was hit by a pitch and scored in the 3rd and grounded out to second his last time up.
1 unassisted for the second out of the inning, as Brian Burkhead will look to keep things alive for the Dolphins in their half of the 6th. CSI bats have gone dormant since that 3rd inning. They did load the bases with 3 walks, but other than that, just the bunt single, and that's it.
Yep, the Dolphins with 3 of their 6 hits in the very first inning, but beyond that, as Joe just mentioned, just 3 down the stretch.
The 0-1 misses downstairs for a ball to even the count at 1 ball and 1 strike. Burkhead 0 for 2 in the game, looking for his first base hit. Only got on base via the hit-by pitch in his second plate appearance. Looking to give Sal Trancucci a chance behind him. As the 1-1 is on the inside corner for a called strike 2. And, you know, Dave, I've seen it no less than 4 or 5 times between today's game and Wednesday's game. The ball in the right field bullpen winding up on the warning track in the right field corner, and the bullpen catcher either having to go chase it or letting it be. As there's a lot of room out there in right field, but you certainly don't want to run over a baseball chasing one onto the warning track. As Burkhead swings and misses for strike 3, that will bring the 6th inning to a close. Heading into what could be the final inning of play in this East Coast Conference doubleheader, Dolphins trail the Spartans 9-6 when we come back for the 7th.
Well, for me, just kind of was the glue that kept my family together. I feel like I don't know what it was that drew me in, but after I started playing for a while and started seeing some early success as a little kid, to see how much it meant to my parents to see me play the game and try to make a difference was really what fueled me to keep playing and stay competitive. Being a triple major is not necessarily easy, but at the same time, it is what you make it. Being a tighter-knit university, I have a lot of classes with the same professors, so they know me pretty well. I think it's that personal relationship that really helped me to thrive as a student I was able to come here and get my triple major, as well as play a super high level of baseball against some of the best players in the country. There's a lot of options here in Division II with a lot of great ball players and a lot of great people, and they make sure that they give you every opportunity to succeed on and off the field.
And we are back from the CSI Baseball Complex. Spartans coming to bat in the top half of the 7th, leading by 3. 9-1-2 due up for Stack against Michael DeForty, who comes on, working his 3rd inning in relief. And DeForty's been pretty good out of the Dolphins' bullpen so far. He has kept the deficit right where it is at 3 runs, but the Dolphins' offense has gone dormant now for the past 3 innings after scoring runs in each of the first 3. CSI will need at least 3 in their half of the 7th, and DeForty hoping to keep it that way and keep the deficit right where it is.
Well, that's the key, is you got to keep this a 3-run game and, give your batters a chance to know that at least with the 3 at minimal that they'll get up in the inning, they'll be able to tie. And that's all you can really hope for right now if you're a CSI hitter, and if you're Michael DeForty, that kind of falls on your shoulders. But like you mentioned, DeForty's been good.
Well, if you're the Dolphins coming off of that blowout loss on Wednesday, you have to feel a lot better about the way you've played today against a team that hasn't played in 20 days, but a team that is very strong both at the plate and on the mound. The Dolphins have given a very good showing. I'm sure they would like to see a different number in that errors column. That easily has to be the most disappointing aspect of today's doubleheader. It will be Matthew Johnson leading things off for the Spartans here in the 7th, and he fouls one straight back. Johnson 0 for 2, reached on an error, walked, and grounded out.
Yeah, and the 2 errors, which were the failed cutoffs to the outfield, both of those runs that ended up coming home, the first run that ended up coming home in the first remained an unearned run. The second one turned out to be an earned run later in the inning. But they're just demoralizing plays. They're just plays that kind of take a lot of wind out of your sails, and they kind of stop momentum. And they occurred at 2 moments of the game. I mean, granted, the top half of the first, you don't have a great deal of momentum, but they happened at 2 points of the game where they really just kind of stopped production for CSI. And it kind of, you could tell, the shoulders started to slump, and it's really hard to pick yourself off the mat when those errors happen. So any error is going to cost you, Joe, but when it's those types of errors, it really takes a lot out of you.
Speaking of demoralizing errors, and you talked about the 2 cutoffs that were misplayed by the Dolphins, as that one hit out to left center and caught by Castiglione for the first out. But we speak about those 2 cutoffs that resulted in errors. The routine ground balls in the infield that have been booted, if you want to know how demoralizing those plays can be, just go ask Bridgeport University what happened when they misplayed ground balls on the infield on Monday, as those paved the way for the Dolphins to ultimately win the game, a game that Bridgeport rallied back to take the lead in and could have easily won. They ended up losing the game because of misplayed ground balls on the infield. So plenty of evidence all week long that shows why you have to make the routine plays in the field appear routine and do so consistently, as the first pitch to Anthony Misano misses for ball 1.
Yeah, it also, illustrates that, it's never easy. There are a lot of plays to be made, and, when you make them, it looks like it's routine, it looks like it's easy, but, sometimes in the hard ground on a day like today when it is rather cold out, it's rained a little bit, the plays become tougher, and when you don't make them, they're a lot more glaring.
Being hypercritical is how I show I care, as the 1-1 pitch misses upstairs for ball 2.
Absolutely, but the point I'm looking to make is that when you go back to the box score and you see a routine, 4-3 put out, you're like, ho hum. It doesn't really mean a whole heck of a lot. But when you miss that 4-3 routine grounder, it's like a gaping hole in the box score, and it's huge differences, and the same thing with a cutoff. You don't even see cutoffs in box scores, it's not even evident. You can't pick up the newspaper a day after the game and see that stat, but you do when there's an error and when a run comes home, and it just magnifies those little plays so much more.
And that one misses for ball 4, and we spoke about it at length on Monday as Trancucci chases that one down and makes sure that Misano stands over at first and does not advance. How many great plays the Dolphins made on Monday. Right. It's really been a stark contrast today to what we saw on Monday, which I think is part of the reason it's so surprising and ultimately frustrating, as a fan of Dolphins baseball.
Well, even today, Cipoletti made a couple of huge infield plays right at the lip of the grass at shortstop. And when I spoke to him, he says he does like to play a mid to deep shortstop because he does like to come up and attack the ball. But, he's been the victim of a trio of errors today, but also made a couple of really fantastic plays.
1 ball and no strikes to count on Andrew Jemison. He's 3 for 4. Pair of singles, a double, and a strikeout in his 4 plate appearances. And the 1-0 pitch finds the outside corner, evening up the count at 1. Anthony Misano, a base-stealing threat over at first. The 40 would be wise to keep an eye on him as Misano has a word with his first base coach over there.
Yeah, there haven't been a lot of stolen bases in this game, but Stack has not been caught on any.
40 checks on him over there as Martin holds the runner on at first base. There is action in the Spartans bullpen as well. See if I can get the number on that relief pitcher in just a moment. Looks like 16, 18 maybe?
No, I don't see a 16 or an 18 on the roster, but...
Well, I have a couple here.
Oh, you do?
Yes. Well, Conti is 18, so it's not him. Must be 16 as there goes the runner. And the throw is well wide of second base, but a good jump there for Misano, and you could just tell from the moment that at bat began that
it might be called a batter's interference on the throw.
Well, there certainly was batter's interference called. Now, is he out or back to first base? Out, right, correct?
I'm not 100% sure. I need to know what the call is first.
I just can't get over the size differential between the manager for the Spartans and the home plate umpire. This is some confrontation along the third base line. It's just striking to me from here.
There is a discrepancy in height.
Yeah.
A lot of wild cheers coming up from the CSI dugout. Apparently they were calling for that.
Well, they're egging it on for sure. And
now is an out on the play. The batter's out, and the runner returns to first.
So it's a strike and not an out on the call.
And it'll bring up Brian Donnelly, who's the home run hitter in this game, the only home run of this game, too. It was a solo shot to start the third inning. It got stacked to within 5-3 at the time, a game that they were trailing 5-2 at one point. Runner goes.
And Trancucci loses the ball. As I was trying to find batter's interference on here, we're just going to put it down as a strikeout and continue along. So the runner ultimately steals second, 2 away in the inning. Donnelly, the batter, he's ahead in the count 1-0.
It's a big stolen base, though, because a base hit would likely score it, especially with 2 out.
No doubt. As we've seen both teams get a lot of chances with runners in scoring position in this game, and in many cases, each team has come up empty. It was early on in the game where the Dolphins cashed in and strung together a few consecutive hits, and that first inning is really the only example of that we've had on the day. And that's not the norm here at the College of Staten Island. The Dolphins typically put a lot of runs up on the scoreboard in bunches, and we saw that on Monday and to a lesser extent in the end of Wednesday's game, but they were already long out of that one, the outcome having been decided with CSI trailing by multiple runs. As you said, Dave, big run over at second for the Spartans. Difference between a 3 and a 4-run lead is big in this point in the game.
Well, my predictions never come out to anything much, Joe, but I think the Dolphins are going to make some noise in the bottom of the 7th. It's just who they are. It's what's in their DNA, but they've got to keep this a 3-run game as that wild pitch gets past Trancucci. That was wildly in the dirt.
Well, Dave, I think the money line is on the Dolphins making noise in the last inning. They never go down quietly in the last inning of a game. Typically, the worst case is they bring the tying run to the plate and dash the hopes of their fans. But in many cases, and perhaps I'd even say more often than not, they're able to get a run or 2 in this situation and make it very interesting late. So be sure to stay with us here through the final half inning of play at the College of Staten Island, as this game has now reached the 2-hour and 31-minute mark.
Yeah, our first game was pretty quick. It ended in like 2 hours and 40 minutes, a 9-inning game.
Very strong pitching for the Spartans, making that possible. And not to take away from what the Dolphins did on the mound in that game either. They pitched pretty well in that one. 6 runs in 9 innings against a very potent Spartans offense.
Well, the 6 runs are a season low that they've allowed for an ECC opponent, or a opponent for that matter.
As the 2-1 sails upstairs for ball 3.
Dolphins allowed 27 runs to Malloy and then 9 runs twice. And against Bridgeport, they allowed 14, 13, and 13. And then against Dominican, of course, the 21 runs. So the 6 were a season low that they allowed. And the 9 is tied for a second season low.
And the 3-1's up high for ball 4. Couldn't help but hear a groan come from next door as we have Dolphins fans congregated. Of course, those fans being our staff, not spectator fans. I want to be completely clear about that. But, our staff invested in the game, and I know Joe can hear me on the headset right now. Yes, Joe, we heard you next door through the wall.
And no cheering in the press box, though. That's
of course.
That's the rule.
I'll never forget when we had our photographer up here, and I warned him that if he wasn't neutral, his press pass would be revoked. He went neutral. He went neutral real quick.
And we've never issued a press pass before, and we've never since.
So the batter is James Forsage, and Forsage still in search of his first base hit of the day. He's 0 for 3.
Yeah, batting in the cleanup spot. He did earn on via a walk, and he did score. This is a big moment in the game. Keep mentioning it.
Looking at the spray chart, he's hit the ball pretty well. I think that's the biggest advantage of the digital stats. The one thing you get here that you don't get in the standard stats is a look at where the ball was hit, ground ball or fly ball, and then it disappears once you start with the count. But you got to look at it before the at-bat starts anyway.
You still haven't sold me on that, Joe.
I'm not going to. I'm still not sure I'm sold.
The 40, meanwhile, has been pretty erratic here at the plate. That one did drop in there for a strike, but Sal Trancucci behind the plate has been really busy back there. He's been sprawled out to his right. He's had to hop up to grab some balls that would have been high in the strike zone. So anything that gets to the backstop here is going to score a run. So the 40's got to be really careful here with his placement.
2 balls and 1 strike to count on Forsage. And that's hit well by Forsage once again to straightaway center, and he hasn't been able to catch a break today as that's lined right into the glove of Dominic Castiglione for the 3rd out of the inning. Last chance for the Dolphins in the bottom half of the 7th when we come back here on CSI Sportsnet. CSI trailing 9-6.
As a student athlete in college, I first got involved with the NCAA at the national level. It was through the Student Athlete Advisory Committee, SAC, gave me an opportunity to advocate on behalf of all student athletes, to affect change and to make an impact. The NCAA is giving the student athlete a platform to voice their concerns and to be able to advocate for what's going to affect their well-being. The policies that are being put in place are speaking towards academics, they're speaking towards well-being, they're speaking towards fairness, creating a culture so that the student athletes have the best experiences possible.
Announce the run to hit. And we're back here on CSI Sportsnet as you nearly caught the tail end of our conversation during the break, but just in time to bring you back to the action is Joe Foreman alongside David Pizzuto with the call for you today of this East Coast Conference doubleheader between the Dolphins and Spartans. CSI, in their potential final turn at bat, will look to put 3 runs on the scoreboard and get even, or perhaps take the lead and win it in the bottom half of the 7th inning. For the College of Staten Island in their half of the 7th, it will be 8-9-1. Trancucci, Cipoletti, and Mandil. As let's see if we have a pitching change. We very well might, and we do. Looks like it might be Alex Mack, assuming that's number 16. As Dave will go address a stats question. Well, maybe not, as we're having a conversation take place over my left shoulder. Either way, action set to resume with a new pitcher for the Spartans. Not the reintroduction I expected from you, but all right, Dave, do you know who the new pitcher is?
No,
now
I
you've
do
spoken
not.
to the statistician. And what good was that conversation?
We were just going through batter's interference.
Yeah, I think it's 16.
It's either 16 or 18.
Well, it's not 18 because that's Conti.
Oh, it's 10. It is number 10.
All right, so that's
James
completely
Riley.
Wrong. All right, so that's completely wrong. It's 10 James Riley coming into the game for the Spartans on the season. For Riley, he's pitched to a 3 ERA in 2 appearances. In those 2 appearances, he's pitched 3 innings, allowed 1 hit and 1 run. That run was earned. He walked 2 and struck out 1. Opponents hitting at an even 100 against him in 10 plate appearances. So Riley coming on to close it out for Stack. And first man he will face is Sal Trancucci. And remember, Dave, you bet the Dolphins would make some noise in this final half inning. And if you're a fan of CSI, hopefully the Dolphins will not disappoint. If you're a fan of the Spartans, you're 3 outs away from a sweep of today's doubleheader. And now you're 2 outs away as a nice pick over there at first base by Donnelly is made to retire Trancucci for out number 1.
Yeah, that was a really great fielding play all around. Although the throw was a little bit errant, but it was in front of Donnelly enough to scoop it cleanly, make the first out. And Stack 2/3 away from finalizing this one. Riley, of course, the pitcher of record for the save attempt.
Nick Cipoletti, the batter, and he took a home run cut on that first pitch and comes up empty for strike 1. Cipoletti 1 for 2 with a bunt hit in this game. Also laid down a sacrifice and reached on a fielder's choice. I think he reached anyway. The scoring on the app only says fielder's choice, so you don't know if he reached without looking at it.
I had him grounding out to second to end the first. Then I had him bunt singling. And then I have him grounding out to the pitcher.
Yeah, I had a fielder's choice back in the first. Could easily be wrong. Sometimes I just put in the scoring quickly.
No, it couldn't have been because that ended the inning.
Okay.
Ended the inning in the first.
Digital stats fail again. Here comes the 0-2 pitch, and that sails to the backstop.
Yeah, I was going to say Riley has just been a little bit wild because he has hit a batter in the 3 innings that he's been in. He's thrown a wild pitch as well. So just something to keep in mind. And if you're Cipoletti, it's any way on, even if you have to wear one at this point.
Well, judging by that last pitch, I would not want to take one from
Not
Riley.
that high.
And on top of that, Riley was also the pitcher warming up who was sailing them into the right field corner out in the bullpen. And he throws that one right by Cipoletti, and Cipoletti swings straight through it for strike 3, and there are quickly 2 away in the bottom half of the 7th.
Well, Mandiel's been a bright spot in this second game. He struck out 3 times in the first game, but he's walked 3 times in this game. He did hit into that double play that ended up being a really big moment in the game. That double play did end up scoring a run, though. He's got a stolen base, a run scored, and he's got a chance to extend the inning for Dominic Castiglione, who's in the batter's box.
Well, Mandiel certainly didn't help his batting average today as he's disappointed with that call for strike 1, but his on-base percentage at the top of the order probably took a turn in the positive direction with those 3 walks he's drawn in this game. And as you said, Dave, will look to get on any way he can here to prolong this as the Dolphins are down to their final out. And the 0-1 from Riley chases Mandiel off the plate for a ball.
Well, one thing about Riley is this young man can throw pretty hard. He is just dealing rockets right now.
He throws like a closer, puts everything he has into every pitch. From what I can see, he is really, man, he's throwing them right by these Dolphins hitters as Mandiel swings straight through that pitch for strike 2.
Yep, and I think he's the 5th pitcher that Stack is facing, that CSI is facing tonight. So hard to get acquainted.
Dolphins down to their final strike, and Mandiel is completely tied up on that inside fastball. And St. Thomas Aquinas comes from behind to defeat the College of Staten Island in the back half of today's doubleheader. They earn the sweep of today's 2-game set, and weather permitting, these 2 teams will play one more tomorrow. The Spartans looking for a sweep of the 3-game set. Dolphins looking for their second ECC win and to pick one up from the Spartans team that has come into the College of Staten Island here today and picked up a pair of road victories.
Yeah, impressive for Stack because they were down 5-2 in this game early, and they chipped away, and they ended up getting the big innings when they needed them, Joe, and taking the lead and then closing out, literally and figuratively, not allowing the Dolphins to get back in and get their footing. You see the big glaring statistic on your screen. 7 errors for the Dolphins have led to a handful of unearned runs for St. Thomas Aquinas. Another game to build on, Joe. Listen, we knew how good St. Thomas Aquinas was coming into this game. We knew the Dolphins might be, on paper anyway, a little bit overmatched. I think they played pretty respectable here through 16 innings, and they'll get another stab at Stack tomorrow afternoon.
They absolutely gave a respectable showing today. More than that, Dave. And, you know, the 7 errors, incredibly frustrating for anyone watching who's a fan of CSI Dolphins baseball. And I think the part that stings the most is those 7 errors ultimately resulted in 3 unearned runs, which did prove to be the difference in this game. The Dolphins falling 9-6. The final line in this one's for Stack. 9 runs on 11 hits, 1 error for the Dolphins, 6 runs on 6 hits and 7 errors. Weather permitting, we do expect to be back on the air tomorrow for softball. The forecast was favorable as of the last time we checked. We'll see if that's still the case tomorrow morning. And you can stay tuned to CSIDolphins.com for our game day story in the morning, which will provide you with the latest updates regarding tomorrow's game. Weather should allow it to be played. Whether or not we broadcast will be contained in that story and on our social media accounts as well. So check in there tomorrow morning at CSI Dolphins on Twitter and Instagram and at CSIDolphins.com. But until then, this has been Joe Foreman, and for David Pizzuto, our engineer, Joe Masher, our statistician, Sal Caruso, and all of us here at the College of Staten Island, we thank you for watching. Once again, our final score, St. Thomas Aquinas 9, the College of Staten Island 6. Our next broadcast, weather permitting, scheduled tomorrow when CSI Softball takes on Mercy College just down the hill at the CSI Softball Complex. Be sure to join us here on the ECC Network for that broadcast, and enjoy the rest of your Friday night.